and take a breath. You'll find it in a place that's better than the rest. On the outside, on the wild side, this is where you're gonna find us. Where you're gonna find us. In the distance, there's a fire. This is where you're gonna find us. Where you're gonna find us. We're gonna go where no one knows, 'cause we can see what they don't know. We're gonna run, we're gonna rise, won't ever stop. No, 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 no. It came through like a hurricane, blowing right through my brain. That boy drives me insane, like a hole in the head. Swarm off like a hex end. I saw him flirt with my best friend, but he knows my address and finds a way to my bed. I know I should give you up. They say love is just bad luck. I can't seem to shake you off of me. One more chance is all you need. You've got the best of me. Could you be my boyfriend just for the weekend? Could you be my boyfriend just for the weekend?
Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Till things get crazy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Till things get crazy. Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Mr. DJ, play me. Have a few drinks, let's get wavy. I'll be out on a good night, sipping Grey Goose from my left hand, things get crazy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Till things get crazy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Let's get wavy. Till things get crazy.
They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth.
Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Blah blah blah.
Break. Dance. Dance.
No way you see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth.
Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Blah blah blah.
Break. Dance. Dance.
No way you see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth.
Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Got my cup full, I'm fine. Head to toe in that drip, I'm wavy. Couple man I ain't seen from time. Couple girl I might move to wine. Like, hey miss, if it's no crime, would you let this one dance be mine? But even if the stars don't align, ain't no way I'm gonna lose my shine. It's pure vibes on the floor. You got drinks? Brought some more. Got my brethren, all about. We ain't rich, we ain't poor. We're just flexing on the ends. I might text a couple more friends and get loose. It's the vibe when the man run up inside. From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me two-step.
yeah, I make announcements. When I talk, people listen, but I'm grounded. They got their way, I got my way. Not like them, don't speed on the highway. I go slow, yeah, toe to toe, bruh. And if you didn't know, then now you know, yeah. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams help the youth we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, small change, I got real money, but don't talk money. Talk is a scam, buddy. We on set, boy, we in charge here. Big things rock like a chandelier. Yeah, top girls, yeah, we do the money dance, but not for you, not the boys, not a chance. Top girls rise up, get to stance. Ding ding, yeah, we're bringing the alarm. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams help the youth we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Take off like a shooting star higher. Watch close, cause I'm building my empire. Big dreams help the youth we inspire. Taking over, so roll up. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah.
Watch me do my thing, and I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of prints. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up? Don't be shy, just let it go. Get ugly, baby, and enjoy the show. Oh, late night party lights. Oh my, we lost our minds. Tonight we're getting physical, and I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of prints. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
Want a little bit of my love, yeah, a little bit of this love that's special. Oh yeah. Want a little bit of my heart, boy, then you better know I'm special. Oh yeah. What's all this talking, chit chat, yeah, boy, you just talk, yeah, you my warning, tick tock, your boy is a warning. 'Cause you know I'm special, so don't waste my time. Told you, boy, I'm special. A little romance, 'cause I'm old school, yes, I am a boy. Let's dance till the sun comes up, then dance till the sun goes down. Fall asleep, then we're waking up, go again until the morning. What's all this talking, chit chat, your boy, you just talk, yeah, you my warning, tick tock, your boy is a warning. Jump up if you want my love, boy. Jump up if you want my heart. Jump up and show, you show me what love's about. Jump up if you want my love, 'cause I'm so special, yeah, I'm so special, yeah, I'm so special.
Oh my, middle of the night, fire casts a light on you. I slide a little to the right, just so I can next to you. And as the world goes round and round, you take my hand and we leave the ground. I'm in the stars with you all around. I wanna fly with you. Oh my, middle of the night, fire casts a light on you. I slide a little to the right, just so I can next to you. And as the world goes round and round, you take my hand and we leave the ground. I'm in the stars with you all around. I wanna fly with you. I wanna fly with you. I wanna fly with you.
It's like most of the time you play on my mind. Am I enough? Am I enough? Are you in or out? Just tell me right now. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? And now I'm waiting for you to make your move, but I don't know if I can wait. It's like I'm on the emotion overload. I don't know how much more
Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on.
When the time for bring me down, now you dey ace me up. You keep me focused on the target, you dey give me the punch. You know me eyes, now the dark shine for me like a touch. Light, but it isn't cold and dark, you dey give me the sun. Light, now you know must be for give me the thing, right? And I want to tell you thank you for the love, the light, the ride, the hype, the tide, the fight. Now I dey with you, I dey feel so alive.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me. Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on me. Your light on me, yeah. Your light on me,
Sit. School love no get yakba. Think the flow really sweet like a water. Hold tight, we together. Tiggy one. Take me a watan, keep me warm. You in a matan. The one where they pick me up, put it like they really man a man. You they keep me back on track, waiting no go like our plan. You the butter me brain, I keep on switch with time and jam. You the only one, me number one, say you not the one.
every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me. Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on me. Your light on me, yeah. Your light on me, Girl, me know I say we compatible. Give you anything, girl, for make you comfortable. Girl, me know I say we compatible. Give you anything, girl, for make me comfortable. You are see when I am down. You are need when I am down. Girl, you take me higher. Girl, you set me on fire. Whoa. Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me. Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on me. You shine your light, baby. You simplify, baby. You're the reason every move and every step I take.
I be on my level. I be on my level. I be on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition while they telling us to slow down. Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing in common, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you can put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level. Pull up. All I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level.
I'm kinda like complicated. I never know what I'm chasing, no. I don't need someone to save me, but you appear like a lightning bolt. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir. Like a magnetic attraction, a supernatural vertigo. It's a chemical reaction, something I never imagined, no. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir. You're the one that lights me up. Ah. You're the one that lights me up. Ah. You're the one that lights me up. Ah. You're the one that lights me up. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, cause you're bizarre. Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir.
Generation Y, let's stick together, make a change, we can take back the sky. Demand change from the powers cause it's necessary. Smoking mirrors can't divide us, had enough already. Rabbit holes, damn it, lows, this ain't no Canterbury. Tales of the youth and nothing can hold us. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. Rise up, yeah. Rise up,
stay with you, watch pleasure on the foamy ground. So you baby, baby, wet time. I'm fending in the platch on the floor. Wait tonight on the
turn on.
千机巧变，吐故纳新，万象破除，新人当立。有人初登赛场，渴求一朝成名，披上厚重的甲，
我的天，回手一个 W 直接吐3个，
练不出锋利的枪。
大明不在啊，小心我有点伤。这波的话，徐峥强行换的老子你还没死。
有人改换角色，始终剑指胜利。掷下背水的斧，
出来可依旧被烤融化。
跃向前路敌。
小伙，招对那4个人。
俯仰天地，可成队伍脊梁。新人登场，传承如炬星光。当脉搏在同一频率，心跳指同一方向，只需静待。接棒，无声之处自有惊雷响。
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. I am Penguin. I am joined in a very, very special opportunity, joined by Jake, Hysterics, Ozzy Penko. I'm so excited. We have not been allowed to cast together because, generally speaking, we're the same caster, so we shouldn't be casting together. But how are you doing today, my friend?
Man, I'm so much better than yesterday. You and half the English-speaking world know that I got a bit of food poisoning. I was down in the dumps, maybe a bit literally, Machine. and it was just a horrible day. So I'm so glad. I'm sorry, not the best way to start the show with a bit of a poo reference, but I'm so glad that I'm back and actually okay today. Don't eat spaghetti. You know, that's my lesson learned. That was a horrible.
I think the rule is don't order a Italian dish from a Dutch restaurant. I think is the way we can go from that one. But we'll come back to that. I'm glad you're feeling better. Let's have a look at yesterday's results, because we had a couple of very, very, very key results coming in. Now, yesterday, JDG barely scraping by TT, but the big one for me, IG taking down EDG 2-0.
And while I was sitting here watching these yesterday, I mean, I was more surprised about the JDG series, just because coming back from Chinese New Year, we expect a lot of these bigger teams to be in form, especially JDG, who have this reputation that should be in that upper echelon that we talk so much about. But TT really gave him a run, and I think JDG will be going back to the drawing board to see how they go. But man, IG versus EDG, sit there as an IG fan yesterday, Penguin. I was so keen to see that IG were looking in top form, and they finally took the first win against EDG in a series.
Yeah, first loss given to EDG. Let's have a look at how that shapes up the table. And you can see, again, very, very congested around that middle part. But finally, EDG now taking a loss puts them at 8-1, which gives teams like RNG and FPX, who we'll be seeing later today, an opportunity to try and jump back up to the top of the standings.
RNG can go neck and neck, right? You know, they can sit at the top of the standings alongside EDG. It still feels like we got that 2017 feeling where WE, RNG, EDG all towards the top, and then you implement FPX, who, you know, them too can hit up to 8 wins today. So I'm looking forward to it. There is a lot to talk about today, and I think there is a lot of teams that people will be looking at today to kind of earn back their respect, right, Penguin? Like, especially top esports coming up later.
Yeah, and we got a look at today's matches as well. We've got a bottom of the table clash, a wooden spoon battle, if you will. LGD versus Rogue Warriors. Anyone who watches rugby will understand that reference. Then we will be gone, and you will be taking over from, we'll be taken over by Munchables and Dagda as they take you through eStars versus Top Esports and RNG versus FPX.
Yeah, RNG FPX later. People should be interested in that because, again, it's a top of the table clash, but FPX actually bringing in their new jungler today. We got Beichuan coming in. Remember that Bo is no longer playing due to some unfortunate incident that was all publicized. And then TN came in, didn't have a great performance as we saw. And FPX now going to be bringing in a jungler that's played 1 month of competitive play on FPX plays. So I don't know how that's going to go, but definitely a matchup worth waiting for a little bit later. So we really move into it, Penguin, especially when you start from the bottom, the wooden spoon you talked about, and we go all the way up.
I like that progression, though. I like going from the bottom and then slowly getting more hype and more energy building up towards it. Feels good. But it's an important day today.
Oh, is it?
Hysterics. Why? It's a very important day. It is the Pokemon anniversary. It is Pokemon Day, 27th of February, 1996. 25 years ago, we got ourselves the first Pokemon. And in honor of such a prestigious day for something that has built itself around so many of our childhoods and our lives, I've created you a little game, right? Okay. So I'm going to take a little bit of time, so bear with. This is what I like to call Who's That Champion? And this is the game. So I'm going to give you questions, and you're going to try and answer who that champion is. So, we're going to start it off. I'm going to give you, just going to try and see if we can get this one going here. Do you know who this champion is?
It's Pikachu!
No, it's not Pikachu. It's actually not far away from Pikachu. I'll give you a clue. Not far away in terms of Pikachu. I'll give you one legit guess.
Oh my god. It looks like, dude, it looks like Zach. That's not my guess. It just looks like a splat on the screen. I'm going to say that's Vel'Koz. Is it Vel'Koz?
No, not quite. I did say it's like Pikachu. It's actually Gnar. It's Gnar, who I said was kind of like Pikachu. I don't know if we can get the swap up for it. There he is. There he is. Look at him. He's like the League of Legends Pikachu.
Okay.
Look at him. All right, now we can come back to us and we can talk to about the actual questions that I want to ask you and stuff like that. So we'll start with the first one. Let's start with an easy one. What is the most picked champion in the LPL?
Oh, okay. Okay, most picked champion? That's got to be Kai'Sa,
and you guys at home on chat and everywhere, you guys can play along too.
It's got to be Kai'Sa because she's been around for like 3 patches now, right? Udyr came in. Udyr was first pick worthy as of 11.2, 11.3. We actually didn't go on 11.2. And he was towards the end before our break came up. So it has to be Kai'Sa. This has to be Kai'Sa. I would accept no other. Maybe wrong or right answer. Surely.
I was going to say, you're locking it in. Kaiser, you are correct. 93 picks into the bot lane. It is Kaiser who is our most picked champion in the league. Very nicely done. Good. I like your logic. I like how you brought us through the kind of thinking behind it. But that was an easy one. Like I said, that was an easy one. Now we're going to go with the other side of it. Yeah. What is the most banned champion in the LPL?
Oh, damn, because it feels like we had Pantheon on Pantheon ban for a long time, but because we've now had a week just about of 11.3, I don't know if that's changed. Now, I know it's not Samira. Samira in LPL didn't actually go through that much scrutiny. Like in 11.1, there were a lot of counter picks. Alistar was up there. It's not Rel. I know it's not Rel. I'm going to go ahead.
Gonna have to press you for an answer now.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to lock in. I'm going to lock in Pantheon from what we started off. But I think it's wrong.
Damn, 2 for 2. Pantheon is correct. 94 bans, just ahead of Zoe with 91. We have a lot of League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen, enough to have 94 bans in LPL Spring 2021 onto Pantheon. And now I got to start turning up the heat. Now it's getting a little too easy. Give me the highest KDA for any champion that's been played this season.
The highest KDA in general champion, not a player, right?
Not a player. The highest KDA for a champion. So, this game is who's that champion.
I know we're on a time limit. I normally host shows as well, so I know that we're trying to push through this, but I know that it has to be an 80 carry for one with the way the meta is. I know it can't be a Samira because Samiras have been dunked. I know it can't be anything like an Ezreal because that's only just come in. I know that Kaisers have also flopped, but I know our safest bottom lane was a Aphelios and Thresh. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to say the highest KDA comes from an Aphelios. It has to be Aphelios.
That is incorrect. It is Quinn. 10.5. One pick, one ban, one win.
Wasn't it?
It was the Shy. In fact, it was. So there you go. Quinn with the highest KDA in the league so far to date. You lost your first one. Now, I'm going to start twisting it a little bit. Second most wins in the league for a champion. Second most wins.
I'm going to say Rel. Now, the reason behind this, before you answer if it's incorrect or not, is because I know before we went to a break, Rel had a 70% win rate. She was super high. And Rel since has been doing decently well. So I'm gonna lock that in because I just know Rel at the moment is second most. I think she has the most, but I'm just going to lock it in anyway, just in case it's
You're going to lock it in?
Off balance.
It's incorrect. Rel only has 32. It is Nar with 37. And then Kaiser is first with 56. So Nar popping himself into that one. That's why I wanted to say second. It's too easy. If you get most picked, most wins, it kind of makes sense.
I'm so upset about that, hearing that he has the second most wins. But okay, I believe that.
Now, our final question in this segment is the third highest presence. That's picks and bans. Third highest. So I'll give you a little bit of time on this one because this one's difficult. Yeah. I wasn't going to go easy on you.
No, that's okay. Hey, the fact that I got the first two makes me so happy because I feel like...
Yeah, honestly, I'm very impressed.
I'm impressed with myself. I would honestly say that the third highest presence, it's... Okay, this again comes back to things like Udyr, and I don't think Udyr is correct because, again, it's only of recent form, but you're talking third highest. So,
third highest presence, that includes bans and picks.
Now, from the start of the split, I think Pantheon will be first or second. I think something like... Samira's not in the top three. I know that. I know that Kaiser would be in high presence as well. Kaiser would be number one. I'm thinking Pantheon 2... Oh,
number 3.
Now, Graves currently is supporting a 15-40 record. That's 60 games. We've had about 155 games. That's not high enough. This is like the scene from the Hangover.
Gonna have to push you for an answer.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to... Oh, what's the jungle pick I want to... I'm going to say Olaf. Another jungle. I'm going to say Olaf.
You are so close. You're actually too high. He's second. He has a 90% presence. It's actually Renekton with 86%, 60 picks, 81 bans. With Olaf in second, 66 picks, 82 bans. And then Kai'Sa, 93 picks and 64 bans. So you come out of it 2 out of 5.
No.
In Ireland, 40% is still a pass. So you get away with it. We'll let you have that one.
In Australia, it's not. So that's not good for me.
And we're going to go straight into picks and bans. We don't have time to talk about these teams right now but I'm glad we had that moment. I'm glad we had the little, little setups of everything like that.
You know what?
But yes,
I'm
we're
so
back
glad.
into picks.
Renekton's bad to start off. Good. Get him out of here. I don't want to talk about it after that. I'm just proud that I was close.
Increasing his presence.
Yeah, he is. He'll push himself up. I know we didn't get a chance to talk about LGD and Rogue Warriors. For the fans out there, these are teams at the bottom that Penguin already reiterated that they are, fighting for that wooden spoon. Rogue Warriors sitting 1-8. They've played so many series and, going up here again today, just trying to upset LGD, who have played the least series in the league, right? So we're ready to pick ban. Olaf, we talked about being a priority. These are pretty standard picks in the LPL right now.
Yeah, these are pretty bog standard as well. You've got the flex with the Gragas that can go to the top side or the support, so nice little movement there for LGD. Rogue Warriors, they've locked in the Samira and Alistair, very potent bot side, and Harrow with the Udyr. So like you said, and we were talking in our fun little game of who's that champion, Udyr has risen to prominence in the last few patches, has definitely become a much more priority pick for these teams because he's just so quick at clearing his own jungle. Now, going into the next round of bans, what would you like to see Rogue Warriors prioritize, and where do you want to see them take their comp?
I think getting rid of more Uniboys champions, right? We already see the Orianna gone, and when you have a composition that has the flex of the Gragas that can play with the initiation role, with Olaf being able to play with that elongated bottom lane, because LGD here put the prio onto Kramer, picking up the Kai'Sa instead of something like the Udyr first pick, which a lot of other teams would go for, just shows where LGD's core carry is. And I think aiming for the mid lane champion pool here is not only facilitation, but the safe mid lane that the potential of Forge can kind of punish running into the second pick.
Well, we'll see what they want to go for. They are focusing those mid lane bans as of right now. Like you said, trying to get Forge something preferable into that mid lane. TF going to be taken away from him, and you can kind of see why you would ban that from LGD's side. They have banned the Orianna and the Syndra, two things that generally do quite well into the Twisted Fate. So now your options are pretty much limited to Corki and Azir, and they're going to opt for the Azir this time. Yeah,
it makes sense for Forward. Pretty stable mid lane, and we're looking at Rogue Warriors before we're coming in and the strengths of this team. Now, note that Betty is on the roster finally. He played his first series last time around, so this puts Betty in a pretty decent position. Forge with the scaling element as well, but for LGD doing the same. Now, this is a team composition that, has good disengage, but, Uniboy could get the team to play into him, so a good scaling element's already built up for LGD, and I'd say that, yep, the front line's a perfect addition to give LGD a pretty ground out comp.
Yeah, right now, this feels like LGD just kind of want to keep Rogue Warriors at arm's distance. The Samira has got obviously range, but definitely wants to be more in the thick of it. Udyr wants to be running into you. Of course, so does the Alistair. This feels like, to me, LGD are saying, look, we have our front line, we have our engage, but we're trying to just keep our AD carries safe. A much more standard front-to-back team fight as the Aatrox is locked in for Rogue Warriors. So both teams having pretty decent kind of skirmishing power, I would say, while also having an explosive team fight presence here on Rogue Warriors.
But I'd say in the early game, we're really going to be focusing on that bottom lane. What we know is that Samira needs, she needs that snowball advantage. She needs presence in the bottom lane to get her accelerated. You've got the Alistair, you've got the Samira, and you've got an Udyr who is going to be paying attention down there when the rest of the lanes are going to be pretty stable. We know that Victor can poke the Azir out. We know that Azir also, has good range advantage. I mean, at this point, screw the side lanes. I don't care. Aatrox will be fine at Dasan. We're looking at bot here, Penguin, and I feel like bot with Kramer versus Betty might actually give us a bit more excitement than we're expecting.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And again, this is a big, big win. We didn't get any time at all because we're having too much fun with our little Pokemon segment. But this is a big, big, big match for either of these teams. These are both sitting on 1 win and various different losses. You look at LGD, they're sitting on, I think, 1-8 or 1-8. I think it is 1-8 actually. Yeah, and Rogue Warriors are 1-5. So this is actually even more important for someone like LGD because they're running out of games to pick up wins in.
Dude, the thing about Rogue Warriors is just the squad that keeps Haro and is 1-8 is just so disappointing. And I want to see Rogue Warriors show us something, because in this game, when you've already got 1-8, you've pretty much relegated yourself to the bottom of the standings for the rest of the split. RW need to be that impressive that they can take some of these surprising wins, keep LGD from climbing the standings as well. LGD, a team that are 1-5, Penguin, they want to get some wins on the board. They've played the least series in the LPL so far.
Yeah, they've played the League Series, which means they have a pretty big run of it coming into the last few weeks of the split. But we are on to the Rift. Guys, gals, and I'm Bonnery Pals. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for this Game 1 of LGD versus Rogue Warriors. And let's talk about that scheduling right now. For LGD, they play Rogue Warriors today. Then they play WE, LNG, FPX. Then there's E-Star, Rare Atom, OMG, JDG, IG, RNG. Like, this is a massive schedule to be coming into it. You could argue strength of schedule, but this is just a gauntlet for them to have to try and run through to get to the end of the split.
It's huge. You and I were talking in the rehearsal about what LGD have to do each week. They've got 2 series every week, and then in week 9... they've got 3 series during the 1 week, so the schedule's really slammed together for LGD. It's kind of a shame, because I think for LGD, the pacing hasn't been in their favor. They're a team that have been waiting for Kramer to come back in. They're a team that have been, relying on this AD carry in the past, and now that he's back here, it feels like LGD still have more time to develop. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it would have been nice to see, a lot more games played without Kramer, and to see what the difference would be coming into this. But, sir, we're under the Rift, and it's my first time being apathetics in a while. I've on the recovery yesterday.
I'll forgive you if you want to take a couple of fights, man. That's totally fine. Like, I think we're both. Let's be real. Neither of us are exactly, Lyric or Clement or Dagda in the knowledge department. Hell, I wouldn't even say we're as high as Munchables. But we have fun here.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make that insulting.
I calls them like I just calls them like I see them. I think Munchables has a lot more knowledge than me anyway, at the bare minimum. But looking at this, I think it's going to be fun. I think this could be, like you said, an explosive game. Rogue Warriors, we've mentioned them many times, that this is the kind of team that they just commit to a call. It doesn't matter what that call is. It doesn't matter if it's a good or a bad call. They will commit to the call. And you got to give a little bit of respect for a team that's so adamant in their shot calling that it's like, just go with it.
And the shot calling comes from someone like Haro. He's the leader of this team. It was Lyric and I talked about this quite heavily in the past, that if Haro's ahead in this team, it feels like Rogue Warriors can do no wrong. A lot of the wins in 2020 were coming off the back of Haro being that leader, being that initiator. Things like the Graves are one of his specialities, and I actually think he's one of the best Graves in the league, because the team will funnel resources into him. So it's kind of different to see him on a game where, well, he's going to have to initiate into that bottom lane. Rogue Warriors are definitely going to be relying on other elements other than Haro. So it feels like going into this game 1, it is a nice start to see RW change up the pace a little bit. Of course, throughout the lanes, nothing much has happened apart from Forge and Uniboy just getting trades back and forth. Top side, we already mentioned that Aatrox going into Sion, of course, is going to have to push out in this early lane. And for Kramer and Peace, it is a Kai'Sa and Gragas, so you expect them to have the shove as they're doing to give priority for Quay to trade off the Scuttle Crab.
Well, we've got both junglers hovering towards this mid lane. Haro has a little bit of room, though, to kind of have to push himself underneath the turret, and Forge is pushing that one in. No real... Oh, the recall just came in as well. Uniboy might be forced to flash here. Nope, just backs himself away. Will lose about 1 or 2 minions, and that's all he will lose. Good respect given to Rogue Warriors by Uniboy.
I guess Haro wanted to burn the flash of Uniboy before he burnt his own, but that's very fair indeed. The damage still comes out from the poke of Forge, and Uniboy in an interesting position. Both mid laners have teleport here, but Uniboy has to pay the respect as if Haro is still nearby. He doesn't know that he backed away, and so Forge can keep pushing up in this lane pretty comfortably, and he'll have a nice back timing too with a bit of CS lead that's already accrued.
Yeah, it's all about getting priority into this lane right now. Uniboy just doing his best on the Victor to try and just equalize that. It'll pretty much be the exact same for both sides. Yes, you get a little bit of an advantage here for Forge. You got about 10 CS. Is to be expected. You have a pretty decent range advantage with the Azir early on with those soldiers. Yep. So curious to see, will that equal into anything else later on into the game? Both TPs used into the mid lane, and now you can see Quay moving in to try and take away some chickens.
Yeah, getting the Raptor camp, the favorite camp of most of the junglers here in the LPL. Quay up a bit of CS as well, so he'll be able to move there and then potentially head out towards the Krugs in the top side. We'll see what Haro does as a response of vertical jungle, but it could just lead Quay to come in onto Big Boy Forge.
Well, Forge is here. These junglers, this mid-jungle duo right now is kind of taking a bit of a weird turn. Harrow gets pushed back. The gravity field dropped and everyone backs away. They're literally just making sure the both mid laners don't die. That's what this is right now.
True. Both mid laners scale exceptionally well, as we've talked about. As Kai Xuan setting up the engage, just a bit of damage onto Peace, and LGD's bottom lane taking a small trade. Won't matter too much, but jungler's still hovering mid. Look at the pings going down, Penguin.
Yeah, they just want to try and see if they can be annoying as possible. You see a camp lead or just under a camp lead here for Quay, as he did get those Raptor steals, but Peace is the first one to roam up. Harrow does get the steal, but now the fight can really start. Harrow forced to flash away, but the belly bop goes in. They trying to get in on top of him, but first blood goes over to Peace. Now the rest of the fight can happen here as the Alistar falls as well. LGD picking up 2. They are going to try and maybe run down Betty. If he does land an undertow or 2, he should be able to keep it going or at least burn his summoner. Very difficult for Betty to get this guy off of his back right now. He's almost just about to use the Bass Cone. Great discipline from Betty there, not using his flash, just using his heal. Gets himself out relatively unscathed.
Yeah, he's happy that he got out, but LGD making the roam first. It was Peace who makes the movement, corners off, and then Uniboy putting the gravity field down. I'm sure we'll have a look in a second. But for LGD, a great early game start for a composition that we already talked about, with bottom lane getting ahead, being able to push out this wave. With Uniboy getting a kill, he'll be more comfortable in this lane, and the Victor will get that scaling advantage, or at least being able to keep up. Leads to a dragon as well as Forge forced the flash out.
Oh, I like that from Forge right there. Waits for the flash, just pop it down. The Chaos Storm is still popping though, and Forge is going to get ticked down. He had no flash to get away. He had no shifting sands. Great turnaround by Uniboy, and this is someone that we talked about, you know, a couple of days ago or even a couple of evenings ago in story meetings, that Uniboy has been consistently decent for this team for LGD. He has been good for them and has shown that he's able to go toe-to-toe with some of the better talent in the league.
He's a focus coming in over from the PCS. We saw him at Worlds. Quay just takes away the blue buff with an undertow. Yeah, thumbs up. It's exactly right. And LGD, I'd still say beneficial of the trade. The wave doesn't push into the turret. Actually just resets in mid-wave, and Uniboy comes out ahead. We'll have a look again because it was flash for flash, but you mentioned it before. Uniboy actually burned his flash in the trade, so he couldn't walk away from the Chaos Storm. And again, beneficial considering the wave can't get shoved out. Harrow just comes in, but it's a leftover wave at that. 2 kills now for the mid lane Victor, and he'll catch up in the CS, and he'll be closer towards picking up this first item. I think Uniboy in a great position in the early game.
Yeah. I was just about to say there, like, Forge didn't get that kill. It went over to Harrow, whereas 2 kills have now gone over to Uniboy. So the little 10 CS gold lead doesn't really make any difference. If anything, I'd say Uniboy is in a much more favorable position, like you mentioned. So we'll see what way they can make it work. This Victor is just wave clear city throughout that mid to late game. So once you get those Hex Core upgrades, you're able to just do so much to just quell a lot of the pressure that from the side of Rogue Warriors will be able to put out in the side lanes. But we'll wait and see how that one goes. Dragon did go over, of course, to the side of LGD, and now Harrow is here with the Alistar, and they're going to try and back themselves away. They are trying to see if they can go for anything. This is, as you said, it's explosive. Both teams want to try and just put the other team on edge, get that advantage, be it mental or otherwise.
Especially for Rogue Warriors right now. We already talked about Samira in the bottom lane and what it requires to get this pick going, and a lot of LPL teams have strayed away from this in recent history because of how volatile she can be, for better or for worse. Betty down behind CS. Kai Xuan keeps looking for the pick with Harrow. And now support and jungler roaming together. I like this from RW, considering that Harrow is falling behind in the jungle. He wants to get more prio. And even in front of these neutral objectives, Kai Xuan actually down a level here, Penguin. LGD have a numbers advantage.
You say neutral objectives. I think the objective right there was the scuttle, but LGD not giving an inch right there, just saying, no, this is our objective. And that's all we're going to have to say to you right now, is we're going to give up priority in the in the bot side and try and go for that one. But no level 6 yet for this Alistar. Makes it very difficult to go for a big dive. Peace has not got his flash just yet, but he has got the explosive cast, which forces Betty's flash. Very nicely done here by the LGD bot lane.
Peace was trying to wait out for the Blade Whirl, waiting for the explosive cast, and the fact that it burns the flash just gives so much more to LGD's. Quay!
Oh, I think this Alistar is sent to the slaughterhouse. That is a butcher of an Olaf right there. Now he's 1-0-2. He's got himself the makings of a gore drinker. And they have found Betty now, who does not have his flash. He does have his dash, though, so he's able to get himself out. And LGD, they're dictating the pace right now, Hysterics. They're the ones that are pushing, Rogue Warriors back into their own base.
Bot screwed, brother. Let's be quite honest with ourselves. Quay is paying so much attention to the mid bot, and when you have a top lane that can just sit there and absorb the pressure like Colt, I think for LGD, this game plan is so solid. Quay's still up in CS. He's taking camps away from Haro. As long as, well, getting that solo kill onto the support opens up for Kramer to push these turret plates in. And this Kai'Sa now 30 CS ahead at 10 minutes into the game. This is LGD's win condition. Relies on such a great player like Kramer to carry them forward. And he's got half of the gold lead sitting in his pocket right now.
And for someone like Betty as well, looking at the other side of the coin, like this Samira needs gold. This Samira needs to be able to survive in team fights with the Immortal Shield Bow, with just extra little bit of resistance or extra bit of damages so you can get the resets off. You don't get that right now, and you're just so just miserable in this lane because there's nowhere for you to go. You can't really jump in onto an Olaf or a Scion right now because they're just going to melt you down. Even if you do have a full item, it's just becoming so difficult for them to really kind of go for something. And I'm liking the fact that LGD are pushing out and kind of looking to see if they can get more and more of an advantage. That's a 20 CS lead down on that bot side, which is just huge.
Even mid, right? The lane that we saw before was leading in CS for Forge. That's equalized a little bit more. Uniboy got those earlier kills, and it just feels like right now, Rogue Warriors, even in this early game, options being limited. And the one lane where we thought, all right, this is where Haro's going to play towards, he hasn't found an avenue in the bottom lane. He keeps roaming with Kai Xuan, but every single time, it's Peace who negates it. It's Quay who matches the enemy jungler. Yet again, look at this. Betty and Kai Xuan move into the river, but Quay always in the right place at the right time. Right timing being the second dragon spawning, so he gets priority down here once again.
All right, Dragon has spawned. It is a Mountain Drake, and you can see the vision trying to be cleared here by Rogue Warriors. It has been started up by LGD. Now, Haro is here, and Kai Xuan is as well. Level 6 here for the Alistair. They might look to try and just engage this one here. They don't really have a great position, but they aren't committing the TP. Both top laners will be here. This will be a full 5v5. The commitment has been made. The call has been put down. It's very split up for Rogue Warriors right now. They're not really a full unit. Flash in, explosive cast, belly bop down on top of Ziv, who's just trying to sustain him up. He soaks up 2 ultimates and gets out. Those are 2 big cooldowns. No longer available. 4-man knock up here with this. No one's ready to kind of go back in on top of it, though. Kai Xuan does get the 4-man, but nobody was prepared.
It was a nice engage, Penguin. It really was. But you're right, there was no damage follow-up coming through. And LGD are going to get away with this dragon. The fact is, for Rogue Warriors, that felt like a really good opportunity, but scattered to the wind. And now, all they're going to get for their retribution is the Rift Herald down mid. Dragon given over. At least you get some plates on the back end, but Kai Xuan going down gives more gold into the pocket of LGD.
Oh, that feels so bad for Kai Xuan as well, because that's the perfect engage. Like, that is absolutely exactly what you want to be doing, but the rest of his team just wasn't on the same page, wasn't in the right mindset. Let's have a look at how that fight kind of goes about, because like we said, it was just separated on 2 fronts.
Penguin, before this fight, Uniboy was zoning out Forge. That's why he's all the way around the blue buff. So Uniboy's the starting MVP of this. We're about to watch that 4-man pulverize, but Betty too far back in river. Can't get in, doesn't have the stacks on the S rank, so for LGD, yeah, they get away with murder quite literally onto the beef products. I'm sorry, the vegan's probably really upset with that one. I think at this point for Rogue Warriors, you're going, well, we know what our potential is, but just not in the position to make it happen. The 1-8 team strikes again, and LGD picking up the dragon. We saw gold bleed still at 2,000 at 14 minutes in the game as plating goes down. Again, a really good position for LGD to move out of these lanes and get towards those first mythics as we're seeing across the board.
Yeah, first mythics being popped up there for LGD. I actually like this from Colt. He's picking up the Thornmail because he recognizes that the Aatrox and the Samira are so heavily reliant on being able to regen and lifesteal in these team fights that if you're able to cut that down even a little bit, it could be the difference in your team. And he knows, as a weak side top laner on the Scion, he is not the carry. He is not the person who is going to be winning this team, the game. He will be setting them up for success, but this is all about Uniboy and Kramer, and even Quay as well to an extent, that coming into these late game or mid game game to late game team fights. Whereas on the other side, Rogue Warriors, they need Ziv and Betty to be just popping off in fights. I feel like if Kai Xuan gets that 4-man knock up again, the rest of his team should be in position to be able to capitalize and make something work.
Another reason I like the LGD's comp, right, where you see, you know, the front to back, you have Sign, you have Olaf, you have Gragas, and then Kaiser's ability to reposition here makes it so that Ziv's role becomes really hard. And I think Ziv, when we look at Aatroxes in the LPL, a lot of it is about those flanking angles and how they can play disruption in the backline when you have people like Forge and Betty on these high late game, 80 carry / mid lane champs. So I think at this point you're looking at Rogue Warriors to play these fights really well. Of course, I'm not a color caster. I'm not going to tell you the in-depth play, but I'm going to tell you that there is good, there's good scaling of Rogue Warriors.
I like the way it's just like, how dare you? How dare you assume I would tell you how this goes? This isn't my job. Yeah, I'll give you a taste of it, and I'll let someone on Twitter explain it.
Back away. Don't hurt
the
me.
life of a play-by-play.
Oh, hell yeah, true. We rely so much on our geniuses. Especially the LPL. LGD grouping up though, Penguin. I don't know. I'm going to move forward so I don't hurt you.
I was just going to say, it's interesting how we rely so heavily on them and they rely so heavily on it. It's a
two-way street.
What's the word I'm looking for? It's a something
Handshake?
relationship. I can't remember. Maybe, sure.
I've given you two really good words
handshake. For it. You've given me some words. That's what you have given me now. I can't even think of the word of it, damn. It's like something to do with like relationship. It's like co-beneficial. No, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, I'm going to come back to that if I ever think of the word. Rift Herald has spawned and Rogue Warriors are here to try and stop LGD, but they are not here in time to get any vision, which means they don't feel safe. They don't feel like they can go for anything else. Symbiotic, someone said it in chat. Thank you. Sorry, symbiotic relationship. But now that the mid lane turret has been under siege, you can see the power of the Victor now with his upgraded Hex Core. He's able to get that extra laser damage that just puts down and just annihilates waves. And now Rift Herald taken. You can push in the top side. You can look to try and start getting these side waves going. It is much, much better for LGD than it is for Rogue Warriors right now. Rogue Warriors, they need to be the ones proactive. They need to be finding the picks if they want to try and get back into this.
Yeah, they really need to utilize Haro here on the UD. It's something we've already talked about many times. The mobility of this champion and how he can impact these elongated lanes. You just chase down your enemy, but Kramer pushes out the wave. He backs away afterwards, and I kind of like it that, we're seeing Kramer sit in these side waves. He already has such a big CS lead. He's got an EXP lead as well over Betty, so Kramer's going to be absolutely massive in these upcoming fights, and there will be upcoming fights because in 30 seconds, the Dragon comes up. That'll be Soul Point if LGD are able to pick it up, and this team with an Infernal Soul just feels unbeatable. I don't think you even talk about the scaling comparison here when LGD have really good scaling themselves. They had that front to back we talked about, and the damage threats from the Infernal Soul will be propped up so much.
Yeah, you need to get this one if you're Rogue Warriors. You need to stop the count. You need to stop the dragon stacking. You need to get yourself into position. There will be pretty much all summoners available across the board. All flashes, all heals. The only thing missing are the TPs from the mid laners. All ultimates available. Smite is there. There is a level lead for Quay over Harrow. But Rogue Warriors are the first one on the objective. They also have a couple of pink wards just littered around. They drop the Rift Herald, though, into the mid lane, so LGD will have that pressure coming in.
Ooh.
Quay goes in, but is not taken away, so Rogue Warriors get the Dragon. Now the fight can really happen. Explosive cast to try and disengage as Colt is taking a huge chunk off of his own health bar. Quay maybe forced to use the Ragnarok, still holding on to that cooldown, but Rift Herald still being pushed in the mid lane means they will be able to take this tier 1, and that is a still objective trade. I would honestly say a little bit in favor of LGD because they have the inside path now.
Yeah, they do. Next wave coming in. Herald did go down, but at least taking the Dragon away from LGD to force the Infernal Soul, that's one good thing. However, Ziv might be caught on out. I'm not sure if he can get over the wall. We're just brawling.
No, he's fine to take this one because no one else from LGD arrived. Everyone else just walked away. He was like, I can 1v1 you, dude. Like, I am an Aatrox with a Gore Drinker. I am totally fine with this one. LGD, they get the mid lane turret. They lose the Dragon. And now Rogue Warriors, they've given themselves some more time. They've given themselves a little bit of breathing room. They're not just, 5 minutes from now thinking, oh, God, we have to fight regardless of situation. Even if they're at a bad, item point or even a bad advantage if they lose a pick or anything like that, they do not have to fight at the next Drake. They've given themselves that extra bit of breathing room.
Extra time, you said, for items. We're getting towards Azir's second item as well, which could be that Morellonomicon. Note the Oblivion Orb in the inventory. Actually one there for Uniboy as well. Grievous Wounds become very popular as we're seeing more and more tanks in the meta, as we're also seeing a lot of healing in the meta as well. We have for quite a while. I also know that we've got the Serrated Dirk still sitting in the inventory for Kramer. He has opted in for the 800 gold instead of getting the collector second item. So with his CS lead, he should be able to pick that up soon. But is Uniboy in doo-doo, Penguin?
I don't think so, unless they really want to try and hard force this one. They flash in, he flashes out, TP comes in, and he is totally fine. Chaos Storm was dropped as well, and now Rogue Warriors are running home to their mamas because they need to get the hell out of Dodge. Harrow has to take a full face of Cult to him as he jumps back and tries to get himself away. Explosive cast and knock him back into the loving arms of Uniboy, who gladly takes his wallet and 300 gold into his back pocket. And this is where Rogue Warriors, I feel like they're looking to try and be proactive. I like the idea behind it, but at the same time, the execution is just not quite there. There is a ward on this for Rogue Warriors. They need to try and get back into those. Ziv has TP, and you can see it here. No vision on him whatsoever, so he's going to have to try and get in this one very, very fast. 3,000 HP onto the Baron. They try to turn onto Kaishuan, who has got no HP whatsoever to try to steal it. They will not be able to, and Ziv is now caught in no man's land. He's going to have to try and run away as fast as he can, but you can't catch me. Or rather, you can catch me and eat me up as the gingerbread man, and it goes and tries to find everything he can. Ziv is just being cut down. All the healing reduction there from Kramer. And they get themselves the Baron, they get themselves 2 kills, and this feels like LGD should be able to run away with this game.
Don't dive Victor. Man, there's a couple of champions in League of Legends you shouldn't dive, Penguin. Can you name them? One of them's Victor, right? Every single time. Gravity field from one of them. I couldn't actually name the others just from the Pokemon segment.
I was going to say, I was like, you clearly in your head just turned around and was like, name them, shut up.
Another one was Ord, but this flash from Uniboy was sick. The gravity field placement as well was perfect. This all leads into the Baron play. And of course, you're going to see Peace roam up here after the ultimate comes in pretty nicely from Colt to lock down Harrow. The explosive cast had the potential for more, but just secures the Udyr from running away. We saw the Baron after the play as well. That was easily secured with a jungler down on the side of RW. And now all of a sudden we come back to life 21 minutes in. It's a 7,000 gold lead. Baron available on LGD. And Kramer is just so huge right now as well. So I don't think you can put a foot wrong for LGD in game 1. This feels like an easy close, and it feels like this has been a huge jungle mid-diff kind of game. Even support diff, I think Peace deserves a lot of respect from what we've seen.
I was just about to mention Peace, honestly, on this Gragas has looked fantastic and really setting his team up for success, making sure Kramer was there to kick up the kills, making sure that his jungler has the roam buddy that he needs. And something like an Alistar Udyr combo feels like in the early game, that's something that's just constant CC and you can't do anything about it unless you flash away. LGD have fully negated that, being able to roam around with the Gragas, being able to just cancel out a lot of the headbutt pulverized combos that you used to be able to get. And now it's Ziv in this bot lane trying to defend this tier 2. Becomes very, very difficult with this Baron now pushing down. They do get the explosive cast out of Peace, which sadly cast a curse. We were just praising him, and then he gets, unfortunate little ultimate there. And Betty now pushing into this mid lane. Not really much he could do. He needs to actually run away right now, but they're still pushing in this bot side, Jake.
Penguin, there's a flank coming, and LGD, they're either going to go forward or back as TP flies through.
Oh, here we go. It's 4v5 right now. They're going to try and see if they can get Colt off this. He has no TP. Uniboy gets jumped on straight away, and this is the combination we just talked about, the CC lockdown. Flash belly bop is massive onto Betty and Forge. The Shurima shuffle isn't really there. Betty is dead. They will be able to pick up Uniboy, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as they try and take down Beishuan. He goes down all the way, and now it looks like LGD just have too much gold. They have too much items, and they have too much damage. There's nothing the side of Rogue Warriors can do. They're going to have to try and run away as fast as they can. 12-2, a 8,000 gold lead. LGD pretty much have the run of the map. It was a good idea for Rogue Warriors, but they're just too far behind.
Dude, I just love that the game will end like that, or at least get close to ending, right? Death timers maybe not too long, and it means that LGD are going to back away. Inhibitor broken to the bottom lane, but that was a true mosh pit. That was like going to a festival and you go, man, actually, this is not my kind of jam. So LGD winning out in the end somehow with the gold lead you mentioned, and they'll move to Infernal Soul Point. Do we even see the soul itself? LGD are just so far ahead, and it's just so hilarious to watch Rogue Warriors try and go out like this. I mean, in the end, you're like, okay, good flank here from Kaishuan. Rogue Warriors in a great position. But again, Uniboy is in just such a great place where he delays so much time. He draws attention from Betty, who's been having a horrible game on this Samira. Rogue Warriors missed that wombo combo opportunity with their AD carry dead. And then the gold differential from the jungle, from even this top lane absorbing the damage is too much for RW to deal with.
And for Rogue Warriors, they had the idea there. You can see the CC combination that came down once they were able to get Kai Xuan. I think I said Bei Xuan on that in the fight, but okay, he's on my mind for the game later. But Kai Xuan and Harrow able to get in the headbutt, pulverize into the bear stance, and Uniboy was locked up forever, but then they just ignored the tanks. They just went, okay, well, Forge and Betty are over here, so we're just going to run straight onto them. And I got to call out Forge when, you know, a little bit of a misfight. That ultimate was kind of a bit panicky. It was into the wall rather than away from him and his AD carry. It kind of really didn't work for him. And this is a tough time right now for Rogue Warriors. They luckily took that one Drake, so the Dragon Soul not quite up just yet, but they are 3 items now onto your mid laner and onto your AD carry for LGD. There is 2 items finally for your top laner, so Sion is doing very, very well and just sort of soaking up that pressure. Yeah, just soaking up so much damage. And look at the pure amount of just light or healing cut that they have. The Grievous Wounds. You've got the Thornmail, you've got the Morellonomicon, and of course you've got the Executioner's Calling on the, I can't remember the name of the item, but it's just a lot basically right now for both, or for everyone pretty much. There's no one who's really going to be able to keep themselves alive. As Forge. Oh, yeah, he keeps himself alive, but just barely. Oh. He is not quite dead just yet. And now with a lot of ultimates used, could they look to try and turn this one around? They do have the TP from Ziv. Ziv is here, but there's a minion wave to try and tank this one up. They are flashing away. Ziv just almost has the kill down on the Kai'Sa, and that is the first one of this fight. They do get out with blinking health bars, but in the end, Rogue Warriors, they get the kills. Oh, they get the kill, and they get themselves out alive. That's important.
Betty finally did something. I'm so proud of him. He finally got into the fight, and he picked up a kill, even though I don't think he altered. Betty was able to actually make impact and follow through. Ziv's TP was super sketchy, though. Let's put that in there, because that was almost going downhill. But you're surprised that Rogue Warriors can pull out something when they're so far behind. At the very least, they pull off the pressure. They still lose the turret, but they were going to lose that anyway. So for LGD, they pull back. They'll wait for Kramer, one of their strongest members, to come back alive. And now with Baron there, with Infernal coming in 2 minutes, it's still the same situation for RW. Their base getting pressured by the bottom lane, super minions. Baron still under control with Vision. And LGD, it's going to require a massive throw at this point. A mis-executed team fight for them to lose this one. So we'll see if RW can pressure them and towards a big purple worm, if they can force the play.
Mortal Reminder was the word I was looking for Kramer. I do apologize. So many items, so many things that look the same. But we'll get back to that. There's a nice little ward here on the back of the pits. They do know that this Baron has been started. And again, another TP being committed here by Rogue Warriors. But LGD are not just going to play into the hands of Rogue Warriors. They're going to say, right, we got your TP. That's fine by us. You're no longer defending that bot side. And that is a lot of minions. That's a huge wave just crashing in now onto that bot side. I believe it's double super minions going in. So this is a ticking clock right now for Rogue Warriors. They need to either find a fight or they need to go back and give up the Baron. They can't have both.
From everywhere, right? You know, mid wave's going to get cleared out, but top wave is stacking as well. There's going to be pressure up towards that top side of the map. Mid will reset and come back in. And for RW, someone has to back away. You're right, LGD betting on it because they know the teleport was just exhausted. Ziv doesn't have his either. And Colt's trying to start the engage. He's got the knock-up.
They're going to go for the fight. There's Explosive Cast, which completely isolates the Alistar. And that was fantastic from Peace. Peace has looked amazing all game. And you can see now Rogue Warriors backing up to their own turrets right now, backing up into their own base. They're losing Nexus turrets right now to the super minions. They need to try and deal with that one right there. And now, with the mid lane turret being sieged under, this looks like LGD might look for the kill.
Going for the Nexus turret first, rather inhibitor turret, excuse me. Getting poked off nicely by RW, but again, just waiting for the next wave. And they're pinging towards the Infernal Soul. They want to dot the I's, cross the T's before they take down RW in game 1.
Get the Infernal Soul, get even more damage and wave clear, make it nigh impossible for anyone on the side of Rogue Warriors to catch you out, barring a massive mistake. And this is good from LGD. Like we said, they're 1-5. They are not exactly high up on the playoffs table, but because they have such a huge gauntlet of a run left for them to go, they technically can still make playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
They can technically take a couple of different games, get yourself up to that top 10. That's the beauty of LPL. 17 teams, 10 spots in playoffs. You just need to have to be slightly below average and you still get into playoffs.
You just need to get wins like this against RW, teams that you should beat, and if you want to be considered above the bottom of the pack, then, you know, RW is a must-win, and a 2-0 in this series would be that definition, that statement from LGD. Again, we've said that LGD have played the least series out of anyone in the LPL. People thinking they're, you know, a horrible team because they're 1-5 may not be true in the perspective of teams like RW, OMG, even, you know, TT's back and forth a little bit, as we saw with JDG yesterday. For LGD, this is a good sign of life. In game 1, still up about 10,000 gold, and I think right now, you know, it's pointless to talk about the items, but we're 3 items across the board pretty much for this LGD roster as well, and Peace is so huge. He's 4-0-7, Penguin. Like, the Gragas has the best score out of the team, and I think, again, Peace has been carrying this early game.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's the richest support we've ever had in pro play. I would love to try and maybe figure that one out. If you do know about an LEC, they talk about how, or more so Medic talks about how the supports literally very rarely get a second item outside of their mythic. True. So Peace doing his job right now to get more more. Yeah, he's on 3 nearly at this point. So he's if you count the warding item, he's almost on 4.
Well, right games does because it counts as a legendary. So. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true, actually. So, yeah, there you go. We'll see how he's able to transition if this game even lasts long enough for it. But 31 minutes in, there are still items being picked up here by Rogue Warriors. So if they can find the fight, they can get into the back of this pit. They may be able to look for something. Harrow, though, being coerced away. LGD, they do not get it, but the explosive cast is not good enough. Harrow with a good flash gets him out of dodge. Now Harrow just running straight back in on top of Peace, the most fed member, if you will, of LGD. But he's a very tanky boy, and now the Alistair might just be turned into mincemeat. He is down and out as LGD finally pull the trigger. The Inferno trigger isn't enough for Rogue Warriors, and they are running, heading for the hills. Rogue Warriors have to get themselves out. Forge, nowhere to go. Drops down the Streamer's Legacy to try and maybe stop the minions, but Ziv with no ultimate, no Gore Drinker passive, nothing to go there. He is going to be taken down without any problem whatsoever. They do not need minions right now. They can just go straight down the mid lane. They can take these Nexus turrets, and this will be game 1 going over to LGD in very convincing fashion.
It felt like it was over 10 minutes ago. Rogue Warriors got beaten out in pretty much every lane, every play. They never got off the ground, and Penguin, this is a good sign for LGD to enter the series and show up against RW with some, honestly, awesome Gragas play.
Yeah, I think for me, that the MVP was Peace. Peace had an unbelievably emphatic, you know, presence with this Gragas. And for Rogue Warriors, we love them, and we love to hate them, and we hate to love them because they commit to the bit. They always go for that big, you know, we're going for this call, and if it all works, it's awesome. But we've seen more often than not, it doesn't work. Yeah. And that's becoming a bit of an issue, Rogue Warriors, right now. It worked against Top Esports. Good job for you guys. You picked up an early win, but it's not working against anyone else. It seems very telegraphed, seems very laid out and very obvious when it's going to happen, and this is something that Rogue Warriors need to try and fix.
Comms are just not synced up, man. I mean, this team, like, whether they were going in, whether they were making the play or not, we saw in the bottom lane where or at least towards mid, excuse me, where it was a play onto Uniboy in the jungle where they overextended. Half the team in, half the team out, like Kai Schwan making the engage, but then, you know, even his AD carry, like Betty's like, well, I'm not a part of this play. I'm going to peel off because Dragon's already gone. We found the objective. But I don't know what's going on. Again, they've got Betty in, who's only played... This is his second series. So Betty finally back in the LPL. And, you know, if you try and analyze Rogue Warriors, you may get maybe a brain tumor. I don't know. So at this point...
Jesus.
Well... Okay.
You could have said a headache. You could have said, like, you know, like Jesus Christ.
Let's say headache. All right. Thank you. Man, me being a color caster should never happen. I'll have to think. Rogue Warriors, this squad doesn't feel like they did in 2020. Haro was the leading force. In this game, he got out jungled by Quay. And yeah, you're just looking at the damage numbers. You're looking at the trend, and it's pretty much nothing to speak about except a slow burn down, because that's what LGD did. They had control in all their lanes. Colt absorbed pressure from Ziv in the 1v1, and Quay was always focused around Uniboy all the bottom side river and took everything away from Haro.
Yeah, honestly, it's a toss-up between Quay and Peace. I think my personal one is go Peace. Supports are underestimated, underrated, and underappreciated in my eyes. But I think Quay would be also just as deserving. Look at the just presence he had with the Olaf. And that's something that we've seen right now. If you want to take the Udyr, you have to take away the Olaf, because Olaf has so much more early game skirmishing power that your early game farming just doesn't really work out that well. And again, we're seeing Rogue Warriors, they commit to so many plays, they commit to trying to make things work out, but it didn't really go anywhere. It really didn't happen for them. And for me, that feels like right now, they are our worst team in the league. And that's not something I like saying, and that's something that I take pride in saying at all, because I like thinking that everyone in our league can do something. Like, they started off okay, and then it's just been going from worse to worse to worse. They've almost looked like they've deteriorated rather than gotten better in terms of how their playstyle goes, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, they have. And you're right saying that. You know, I'm the harsh one. I literally just said something that I should never say on broadcast, so I apologize for that. But
we won't talk about it.
We won't talk about that. Apologies again. But for me, I think you're right in saying RW, haven't gotten better throughout the split. They're working with a lot of moving parts, and Ziv joining the LPLs is another thing, right? Like, they've got a top laner who feels like he's degraded since his appearance in 2015 Worlds. And, it's not the Ziv that you remember from HQ. It's a Ziv who didn't really add anything into that game either. So I guess to summarize what we just saw was an RW who feel deflated, who didn't play towards their condition of the bottom lane and just kind of died quietly in the night.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to bounce back and get some life into them into Game 2. We're going to show it to a quick break, but when we return, Game 2 pick and bans for LGD versus Rogue Warriors will be there. This is the best FPX have looked since they won the World Championship title in 2019.
Carson moves into the pit though. He wants this Infernal Soul point. Has to use the Aegis Assault, and he gets the Dragon against all odds, and he jumps out the other side of the pit. LWX on the back of the fight, trying to take down Carson as Nuguri is across everybody, stuns across the team, and Top Esports are scattered to the wind. Knight trying to escape, but there is no escape. When FPX want a fight win, FPX take themselves to 5-man clean ace.
At the core of this revival, you have LWX rising higher and higher as the vanguard to lead his team.
Right down the middle, Eric finds it, excuse me. OMG, 4 strong, but Nuguri comes in, sweeps him down, and OMG getting low at half health is this Camille. He gets destroyed as well, and FPX are actually losing the fight. Eric forward he goes, the fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky devil, you!
A return to the glory days for RNG has me feeling nostalgic. It's been almost 3 years since we last saw RNG at the top of the LPL table.
Can RNG get on to Rookie?
They've done it. Ming just takes him down. Solarflare gives the numbers advantage in RNG in a favorable state as Xiaohu steals away the Featherstorm. Lucas in a bad position. Attractor Repel doesn't save him. He gets the Ferromancy to mount up, and Wink drops as well. Shun on the round out, as even the Shy can't turn this one around. RNG may have secured the soul.
Xiaohu is no longer a mid laner in the top lane. He has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best top lane talent and come out the better of it.
We got to keep our eyes on Wink though. Hysterics, he's the big carry.
Well, the base is getting torn in the meanwhile though. Shun needs to smite this down. Getting Ocean Soul for IG would be big. No, stolen again. Wei just comes into Xiaohu. Hits the 4-man ulti. Wink's gonna go down. The Shy and Rookie at the back of the pit, and RNG are hightailing it for a series win.
Both these teams need this win. A win keeps your momentum. It keeps the gears moving and the rise to playoffs steady.
The Baron steal's going to be everything, but the Shockwave comes in. Wei's in the pit. Oh! It's all his. Wei's just stolen the Baron. Now Wink against it all. Going to get knocked into the wall. Rookie as well. Xiaohu follows up, and IG have just lost it all. No spinning to win. A double kill over to the 80 carry of RNG.
Feather Caller comes on out. Angel still surviving. Into the Dragon Pit he goes. Doomby trying to chase him down as SOFM is chased out. Sooning a falling left, right, and center. Bo gets himself a kill as Angel in the back of the pit will be taken down by Doomby. And SOFM falls as Bo flashes over the wall and gets his revenge.
Neither team will be willing to give an inch in this series, and I'm hoping both will be pushing to run a mile.
I be on my level. I be on my level. I be on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition while they telling us to slow down. Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level. Pull up. All I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing in common, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you could put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level. Pull up. All I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now. I be on my level.
如果遇上 LW 的 Forge 的话，我应该可以先上压制他，然后之后他应该就会扣打野来，然后我们就跟他2打2碰撞。就我们会针对他们的打野 Haro， 就对他进行一波击杀，然后杀掉他之后，他的节奏就会断，然后也会比较懵。
Well, you can see there, Uniboy saying exactly what happened in game 1. He knew he'd be able to swamp Harrow, be able to suppress Forge in the mid lane, and it worked out exactly as he just said there. They were able to get the 2v2s, they were able to keep him at, kind of arm's length and just keep themselves set up and ready to go. I am Penguin, joined again by Hysterics, and I'm a very happy man right now, Hysterics, because we got our MVP, and it's a support piece on the Gragas. Was the MVP for game 1, and honestly, Guy was immaculate. Guy could do no wrong.
Peace had some of the best engages in this game. You're right, he couldn't do a damn thing wrong, and I was so impressed with Peace because, as we know in this team, we've been waiting for them to actually show on the Rift. They've played 6 individual series, not including this one. I think Peace has had some really good showings, so 4-0 and 10, he had the best KDA out of anyone in LGD. He had a bounty on him all game long as well, and Peace was setting up Kramer and Uniboy for success most of the time.
Yeah, honestly looked fantastic on this Gragas, able to keep his carry safe. Because even here, 4-man knock-up here looks fantastic for Rogue Warriors, but because of everything else that was going on, it just became so difficult for Rogue Warriors to really capitalize. But with Peace able to make such great, explosive casts and keep everyone, separated from their team, just making it so it was as easy as you like for the side of LGD. Really, really great performance from him. And great to see LGD kind of, finding a little bit of fate, finding a little bit of setup here, finding a little bit of a victory as well, because this is a team, again, went to the World Championships in 2020. This is a team that was, looking fairly decently, up until they had to do a complete rebuild around Kramer, and it's nice to see them coming back into this and getting themselves at least a game win in this series.
4 out of 5 members change. You know, Kramer finally back. We've said it multiple times. It's good that Peace paired up with him is, you know, taking the initiative here. It looks like the communication within LGD is really nice, especially when you put it next to the egg that is, or sorry, the enigma that is Rogue Warriors right now. And, you know, kind of watch them pander while the rest of LGD clean up fights. So Peace, we saw, had a really, really good game 1, hoping we get the same performance in game 2. I'm just hoping that LGD continue forward like this, because this was a very controlled game from their perspective, despite the brawling skirmishes when they knew they were like 6 to 10,000 gold ahead, where they don't care because they knew they still had really good scaling on their end. They were still so far ahead that it didn't matter if they get through fights. So I know it's not like a color caster thing, but, you know, when you're ahead, play like you're ahead. You know, if you're rich, play, you know, act like you're rich.
Big brain. Yeah. If you're rich, be rich.
Yeah, correct.
I think there's something you can garner from that, you know, if you are ahead, you should be using those advantages rather than just letting the enemy team get back into it. But like you said, we'll wait for the actual analysts to break down that kind of stuff. Wait for the Dagdas, the Clemenchus, and the lyrics of the world of the LPL to kind of give us exactly the lowdown and stuff. But for LGD now, I want to see them kind of, you know, complete the setup right now. You're coming into game 2, you're 1-0 up. I want this for them to be a 2-0. You have a monstrous schedule coming up.
Yeah.
You have so many games, so many series. You need to be picking up these wins, because like I said, you don't have to be the best in the league to get into postseason. You just got to be slightly below average and you're still into postseason.
That's right, because you go to the top 10 now for the LPL where the playoffs are at. LGD, with the amount of series they played, they can make that cut. And moving into pick ban, I already like the bans towards LGD, knowing that the Kai'Sa first pick is a priority, and you weren't threatened by the Udyr from Haro in game number 1. Instead, RW actually going to take away the pick that was banned on red side by themselves before, giving Ziv Renekton. You know, I like this considering that LGD have also just banned away Gnar, which is the common pick into it.
Yep, they banned away the Gnar. The Renekton has been picked up. Udyr going to be the first pick here for LGD. And they're actually going to swap around and say, look, we got ourselves, you know, we had the other side of the matchup. Now you got to go and deal with it with the Azir Udyr. But this time round, Rogue Warriors have banned away the Olaf. And that was something that we talked about in the game. Olaf can just go toe-to-toe with Udyr. Now, who do you pick into this? Because Udyr is kind of a monster when there's no one to really contest him.
I think you're getting strong picks here for RW. I mean, you've got the Lilia, which just hyper clears, and then, you know, the ability to impact team fights with the Lilting Lullaby. RW actually have some pretty big priority picks here now. Note that things like the Rel are still available if Kaishuan feels comfortable on something like that. You've already got the mid lane here for LGD, and this Hover Evolution, man. This is something Forge has played in the past to pick up a carry matchup in the mid lane. Remember, this doesn't necessarily have to be going down to Betty, so we have the flex on the board for RW.
Yep, decent flex could, of course, just be going into Forge's hands. Very prominent AD carry or AD caster player in the mid lane, has plenty of experience and plenty of different other options. Of course, the Lilia is a good team fighting jungler that Rogue Warriors have built up for themselves. And Cult said, look, you know, I'm fine going weak side again. I can deal with this Renekton. I'm going to pick up the Scion and we're going to go toe to toe. Totally fine. And looking at this right now, you're going to see a lot of bans being chucked into that bot side now.
You're going to get rid of things that can, you know, kind of pivot and start the snowball as well. Already for RW, we have that snowball kind of composition, right? You know, the second item going to be really strong here for RW, while LGD already, you've got that scaling with the Scion and the Azir on board, and you add that bit of disruption coming in from Quay's Udyr. So for RW, it makes sense that the support bans are here against Peace. I'd like to see something like the Rel that would work so nicely within the composition of LGD taken away by RW, and for LGD, you know, take something away, another thing away from Betty, right? You know, you got a lot of 80 carries that are still there. Not the Aphelios, but what else? What else, Penguin? What else is an 80 carry these days? Kai'Sa's already banned. Samira?
I like how you're just like, you start a point. This is what I love about color caster hysterics, is that you start a point, and then as you're about to give examples, your brain just goes, there are no examples. And you're just like, I've forgotten everything.
For context of people out there, usually, you know, when you're casting from home, having 2 screens is really great. It broke in the last move, so I'm kind of on an island here.
That's right.
Yeah. Feels bad.
Yeah, you're on the solo screen right now, so all you have is a nice little pick ban. You don't have the cheat sheets that we like to call.
Oh, there you go. Rel wasn't banned away. And Penguin, I got something right for once. I mean, for RW, they go for the Tristana ban, and Rel just works so well here for LGD. I actually really like the composition when I was seeing powerful picks for RW, getting away Lilia. They go for Lucian, so it's going to be in the solo lane. Now you have Ezreal and Alistar. So a pretty safe bottom lane when it is going to be the solo lane priority that RW need to play through.
Well, yep, they have got it. Ezreal has been rising in prominence. Has actually got a very cheap build path. I was talking to Lyric on our last cast about it, and it's just something that kind of happens. And then Jinx locked in. Now, bear in mind, this is pre-health buff, so this is still lacking in 60 HP at the start. That might not sound like a lot, but that could literally, that's like an auto attack and a half, basically, of damage being able to put down. So this Jinx locked and loaded before she's actually at her full strength. I'm curious to see how this will work for LGD.
But again, this is what I talked about with LGD. This comp wants to scale, right? Like, when the bottom lane is an Ezreal Alistar, you feel pretty comfortable here being the Jinx and Rel in this situation. You're going to have to play through solo lanes here for RW. It is going to be about how Haro can impact Forge and Ziv's lane, especially since the top side, I feel like, will have a bit of good kill pressure, considering that Renekton versus Sion can cut down the shield, and then the AP threat coming in with a mixed damage lane. Penguin, coming into this game, I want to note that, you know, Jinx losing the HP also got the buff towards the range. Q range now is an extra 25 per level, 725 at max rank for Q now. It's huge, man. Remember, Rat-a-tat-tat, I think Clement and I were talking about it, is either 800 or 850. Like, so Jinx now has a huge range advantage, and if this team scales, then there is nothing RW can do. So it goes back to what we talked about. RW want to be the aggressors, and for LGD, they're going to sit back and wait, bide their time, get towards those 2-3 items, and their comp will outscale the hell out of RW.
Yeah, and you can just, you know, going back to your point on the Jinx, is that, you know, the switcheroo, the Q, its bonus range went from 75 at level 1 to 100. That ranks up all the way pretty much 25 plus up to 200 extra range. You also don't get as much of a penalty anymore from swapping between guns. It used to be, you used to get a penalty of 25%, now it's down to 10%. And not only that, but the Flame Chompers are actually a little bit faster to arm. It used to be 0.7 seconds, now 0.5. So it is a big buff to Jinx, something that has been kind of a long time of her just kind of slowly bringing herself back into us. But it actually, the one thing I did notice, and this is something that I noticed from solo queue and just noticing it, at high levels of play, despite the buffs, because they nerfed the health from 610 to 550, she actually had a negative win rate.
Yeah.
She was about 42%, 43%. So when they brought her back, now everyone's like, she's, you know, not in this game, but she was up to, in the next patch up to 610. People were like, oh, she's absolutely busted. So it's curious how something as small as a HP change can literally be the difference between a champion being meta and absolutely useless.
It was a full auto, right? And then some. You know, that 50 HP in the early game is so significant. So I think that base health growth going back up in 11.4 is a really nice quality of life. Speaking of quality of lives as well, just note that with Jinx 2, the Flame Chompers now actually doesn't place in front of you. It places at max range if you decide to go past the area of effect, if that makes sense. So it is really nice to be a Jinx main at the moment, as if actually getting traded really nicely. Colt waiting in the bush, and that's a really good start to the lane. Renekton relies on level 1 for getting lane presence and lane position for his ability to start influencing as early as possible. With the HP lead, Colt will be a little bit more comfortable up in this top lane.
What was your favorite Pokemon game?
Favorite Pokemon game was Pokemon Yellow, because when I was
never asked you that.
8 years old, I got a Game Boy for Christmas, and it was my first ever hand console. And I played Pokemon Yellow for days straight, so it was absolutely amazing.
I think I also had Yellow, actually. I even had the Yellow Pocket Game Boy at the time, because I believe my sister had the Game Boy Color, and I was always upset about it, because I was like, mine's in black and white. I want the color, but I never got it. And the backlight. Because do you remember Game Boys never had a backlight.
No, you needed to buy it separately. I mean, especially with the Game Boy Advance, you had to buy the light that goes on top. So
yeah, because I distinctly remember as a kid coming back from places and driving on like a highway or a motorway, wherever you're from, and whatever it's called, and like having to wait until the lights from the street would pass me by so I could see what I was doing. But speaking of what we're going to be doing, Oh, we're going to see Colt might have to flash away from this one here. Harrow is there, has the red buff. Ziv is taking a hell of a lot of minion damage, though. Needs to be so careful. Colt will be able to get the knock up here with the decimating smash and is still looking fairly decent. He flashes, does get the Cole the Meek down on top of him, and he will fall. Now he can run in, take these minions, just try and keep himself as pushed up as possible so they can't get a full reset. And you can see Ziv, he has to be so careful. He can't walk up. Ooh, he almost got caught.
Yeah, that's what the result of pushing out the wave in the top side early on from Colt. We already mentioned that Harrow will play towards these solo lanes. This is his priority. Is Quay doing the same? Forge is up in the lane. He has flash, though. But might just be Quay pushing out the wave, and Forge does have the relentless pursuit. So ignore me for the time being. Quay will just walk away after helping his laner, while Harrow, meanwhile, picking up the topside scuttle after getting the first blood. Penguin, I want to mention that this is a really good start for RW. You know, this is a 1,000 gold lead for a big reason, and giving Ziv priority back into that lane is going to feel real nice, and the ability to punish the flash that Colt used, and he just got the teleport to get him back into waves, so it feels like Harrow's in a really good position to repeat gank.
Definitely something they could go for, but as you can see there, Quay looking to try and dissuade that if he does go for a repeat, but still a CS advantage here for Colt in this early side. As I said, that very first level 1 was pretty damning for the Rogue Warriors top laner as he tries to keep himself. He actually had to go with a Doran's Blade and Doran's Shield start, so knows that he's a little bit on the back foot, needs to make sure that he's not getting too far ahead of himself, because this Scion is still a very, very big threat. They can still get kills onto this Scion if, you know, Ziv doesn't pay the right respect.
Yeah, they'll have to track it really nicely. I want to pay attention and look towards the bottom lane, though, because we are seeing the Jinx for the first time in the LPL. This is a pick that we already mentioned, you know, has had recent touch-ups in the latest patch. But, of course, going lethal tempo really fits with the comp style we talked about, where it is that late-game threat. It is, of course, a hyper carry in the mix of a solid front line, and when you have Peace by his side as well, Rel and Jinx is going to work out really nicely. Think crash down into the Flame Chompers as well. A lot of follow-up CC with Zap lined up, and I think in the 2v2, they should actually be okay. We already saw them pushing out, and we saw that Kramer and Peace are keeping up in CS2. It's not a lane that they inherently lose, so it feels really nice to run Jinx into, you know, an Ezreal Alistar when you have a Rel by your side.
Yep, I think when you pick up Alistar and Ezreal into specifically a Rel anyway, it's very little kill pressure on either side. It's very difficult for you to get the damage and the CC down onto the Rel or the Jinx, and it's also very difficult for you to get vice versa onto the Ezreal. So it's something that you pick the Ezreal, you're probably not going to be looking for super early skirmishes. You're just looking to farm up, get to those early items. And like we said, or like I've said about, you know, the build that you go with the Essence Reaver, the Mana Mune is also a part of that. The Dustbringer is a component that you can go for, but it's just a very, very cheap build. And with the priority they're able to get in that bot side and Harrow, you know, pushing into that bot lane, they are able to pick themselves up the first dragon of the game. So nicely done by Rogue Warriors. They have the first blood, they get the first objective. Good start to game 2 for them.
What you expect out of a composition running like this. I should also mention that, of course, when you pick the Ezreal Alistar, you're not picking for the lane, you're picking so that Kaishuan can roam up and play towards the advantage that Forge will accrue on the Lucian in the mid lane and how volatile the lane actually is. So it does feel like Kaishuan going back onto this Alistar has a very different role in this second game. And I'd also say that Peace's role is to kind of mitigate the pressure and try and shadow this Alistar, if I'm speaking so bold here. So Uniboy, you can see, already setting up some defensive vision just in case we see that Alistar roam, while junglers are going to beef it up around this Brambleback.
Well, no real vision here onto Harrow, but Quay has a pretty decent idea that something was going down as Forge and Ziv were roaming in, being an absolute nuisance. And if you can start taking away camps from this Udyr, his early power farming does lose a lot of its edge.
Yeah.
And that's something that's very, very important to keep an eye on, just purely from the fact that if Harrow can get those big teamfight ultimates, like the big lilting lullabies, that's far more useful than just a fed, you know, fast and beefy bear.
Yeah, absolutely. It is always going to have more impact in the 5v5 setting as the engage, nicely blocked by Kaishuan. An interaction we've seen many times is, I think actually Lilting Lullaby came through, or not Lilting Lullaby, excuse me, a Swirl Seed was sent down to the bottom lane, but actually hit a wall and kind of just dismantles from there. I love that you brought up Pokemon before, by the way. While we have no action going on, I will say my favorite Pokemon was actually Ruby. Pokemon Ruby was by far...
Your favorite Pokemon game?
Yeah, it was Ruby by far.
Really?
Yeah. It was the cleanest Pokemon. It was the easiest to learn.
That's Gen 3, isn't it? That's Gen 3. Sorry, I live with two absolute Pokemon fanatics. Like, one of them can name every single Pokemon ability, like everything they can learn, like when they level. The guy's insane, but it's impressive if nothing else. But I think I'll always have a soft spot for Heart Gold and Soul Silver because you just got to go back to Kanto, and you got to do like both the two of them. For me,
I remember.
What was your favorite Pokemon?
Oh man, oh god, that's a larger discussion. I don't know. I think it was Groudon actually, because it was the first legendary I ever got. Because Ruby was the first Pokemon game I ever finished. I was so young that Pokemon Yellow was too hard for me to finish. I had no idea what I was doing. I was like 8, 9 years old, so yeah, it was.
You just didn't know where to go.
Yeah, and Silver as well. I think Silver was like one of the harder games where I was like, oh my god, there's a telephone in this now as well, and yeah, no, I had a lot of issues.
There's a lot of different things when it comes to Pokemon games. I think Kingler has always been my favorite because I always loved in the show, the TV show, where he like goes over to the cloister in the Pokemon League and just starts beating on the cloister's ass, just like, get out of here, fight, say it to my face. I was like, that's awesome. And he also levels up. He also evolves mid-battle, which is like I thought was sick. But we're going on so many times. It's Pokemon Day, you know? You gotta have fun with the Pokemon. If you can't have fun with Pokemon, then you live a very miserable life.
And for our audience out there, let's just remind you that RW and LGD, you know, they're both sitting towards the bottom of the standings and kind of waiting for a moment like this to happen. I don't think Quay should be here. Lilting Lullaby.
Nope. He's got Lilting Lullaby down. They will pick up the Rift Arrow, but a knock-up, Flash Bear, Slap. They jump down on top of him, but Quay is the first one to fall. Uniboy does not hit the Emperor's Divide, and that means they could maybe go for another bit of a fight here. They chop up the Jinx Ultimate, the Explosive Rocket. Does not get anyone low enough to kill. Kramer is here, but it's 4 kills even. Might even be 5 kills if Kramer gets caught out. Harrow has to keep running at him. They're going to try and get all the summoners. He's slowed. He's able to get caught out, and 5 kills at the space of 2 seconds. Rogue Warriors have blown this game open.
Why were LGD contesting the first Herald of the game when you know you're the composition that want to play this smooth sailing game? RW have so much strength in pretty much the first 25 minutes of the game. You got a Lucian, you got a Renekton, like Hara picks up the Herald in the end, but Quay comes in for a re-engage. I feel like at this point you're thinking, okay, we actually find an engage. Uniboy misses the ult, I know. And Ziv is so strong just as a Renekton being first 10 minutes in. And LGD go and scatter 1 versus 1, and then Kramer just walks in as well. That was all LGD's fault. They should never have been near RW at this point in the game, and they pay for it with the whole ace given over to Rogue Warriors.
That is painful right there. That is 3 kills, 100% kill participation for Haro. You now have 2 kills and an Immortal Shield Bow for your Lucian for Forge. This is honestly such a huge snowball, and we talked about that in the early game. Like, if you get this Lucian going, if you're able to keep this Udyr down, there's nothing LGD can do right now, and that's they just have to wait. They have no longer got the Dragon stacking. They're actually going to lose that now to Rogue Warriors, who have got the early pressure. This Renekton is well and truly online. This could be... It looks like we might be going to a Game 3 right now, because LGD, despite looking so dominant in Game 1, Rogue Warriors unfazed by the manner of which they were dispatched and just coming out absolutely swinging.
Because my biggest question now is, like, how will you play against a 1-3-1 like this with Rogue Warriors, with a Lucian and a Renekton in the side lane? Like, you can never match the pressure here for LGD, and, you know, I mentioned the scaling before, but not even just that. In the last fight, LGD was so scattered, they were left with a 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 for the start of the fight, and then I'm just so perplexed as to why they decided to continue the initiation and not say, well, look, Quay goes for the Flash Bear Slap, Uniboy misses his ult, everyone just disengage, and it was too late from then, and I feel like LGD showing us why, even though they've played the least games, are still only sitting on 1 win. Not the same conviction that we saw in Game 1, as even Quay getting bullied out and Rogue Warriors taking everything across the map right now. Penguin, we're at a 4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. This is insane.
Yeah, and that's honestly kind of why we're making such a big deal about this. You look at things like Lucian, Renekton, you know, even the Lilia. They're so big at snowbally champions. Things like Sion, the Azir, the Udyr, they need items to be relevant. They need items and time and levels to be able to fight in these games. And you can see now, they push in mid, they go towards top, they have full pressure here. They also have the Rift Herald, which they can drop at pretty much any time. Now, looking to try and maybe take down Colt, who does get slept underneath his own tower. Now they go for the unstoppable onslaught. They should be able to take him down. He's just not tanky enough. He can't survive against all of this damage. And you can see here, maybe trying to look if he can take down Forge, but he has got his flash available to him. And now with the Rift Herald, you can drop that up to the top side, gain yourself a lot of plates, gain yourself a turret. LGD will be able to answer a couple on the bot side, but it's just a lot of gold going into the pockets of Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, it's nothing in comparison. RW win out, of course. And in any other world, maybe the Sion kills Ziv in that trade, or RW don't come out as unscathed as they did. They're going to pick up the turret. They're going to get yet another charge, and LGD is still trying to work their way down on this turret. This is an absolute disaster. And I don't think RW can put a foot wrong. Now, of course, we already talked about scaling, so it's going to be a while before LGD can try and fix their errors. But at this point, RW have so much gold funneled into Forge. He's level 11, Penguin. Ziv is too. And there's going to be second items coming out pretty soon as well from RW.
That was 2 turrets in topside, all the plates, and they don't even get a turret down bot lane. So a massive amount invested here from LGD to try and answer, but like I said, the Jinx isn't going to be there. She's a late game carry that has, you know, a very, very fun time, maybe at 3 items, but at 1 item, not so much. You're trying to see if Uniboy can do anything. He's yet to pick up an item. He's still yet to pick up his Leandri's Anguish. There's just too much of a differential between the solo lanes and even just like the general carries on the side of LGD compared to Rogue Warriors that they can't take this fight. I don't even think they can take the next dragon fight in 2 minutes. And I think if they do, they'll just put them even further in the hole.
And this is a game where you're like, well, you know, the solo lanes are so far ahead, but because that lead is massive, I think this now affects people like Betty, right? He gets easier lanes to himself. He's able to just farm up, and Kramer's always under threat, even with this Gale Force, even with Flash and Heal available. With the strength of RW, though, someone is going to be burnt off of cooldowns, so expect to see Betty get into a more favorable position as well. And I'd even say, expect to see that Duskblade build coming out. Even though there's a tier, I expect to see Betty go towards a Mythic this game instead of bypass it completely, because that'll just give the lethality to deal with this early to mid-game aggression that RW are playing so well. And at this point, you're right. Let's wait for the next dragon, because RW are just going to take it out completely. It's a minute till it spawns. I'm looking at gold, Penguin, and even Betty's 400 gold up now. Like, the whole team is just so much bigger than LGD. How did it all slip away? You know, this is like a divorce where you come back after a week and you're like, where's she gone? There's a note. There's a bunch of flowers. She pities you, obviously. And you just go, what do I do with my life now?
Speaking from experience there.
No, I'm only 25.
It's okay, brother. It's a safe space. Come on. You can talk here. No one's going to judge you.
But look,
No. A small tear just rolls down your cheek.
Never happened.
As you're just like, no.
It never happened. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm just having fun with the idea
That's all right.
of it. But
it didn't happen. Just for context, it didn't happen for anyone out there in chat. It was not the case, but there's peace. And will he survive?
The answer is just about. So he gets himself out, but now he has no more flash available to him. They drop down the Rift Herald into that mid lane. Dragon has spawned. This will be putting Rogue Warriors onto Soul Point if they are able to secure it. And with basically without chunking out piece, there's nothing for LGD to do. They have no real engage or no reliable engage without the rel, so they have to give this one up. That means we are seeing a potential 22-minute Infernal Soul coming out here for Rogue Warriors. That is insane how quick they were able to stack those dragons.
And they've got a lot of bursts coming through. Renekton, Lucian, like Infernal Soul on this team should seal the deal, honestly. Again, it is Rogue Warriors. It is a bottom tier team where, you know, these teams haven't been able to close out games cleanly. And I think Rogue Warriors especially, their problem is like these mid to late game team fights where they've had early game leads before, but they've thrown it all away. So I want to see this cleaned out nicely as Quay just gets to steal the blue buff. And Rogue Warriors to cement this game in under 30 minutes. That's what we're looking towards right now. Pushing these objectives, finding picks onto people like Kramer, really utilizing Haro and the burst damage that follows from people like Forge and Ziv.
30 minutes, I feel like, is a bit generous towards LGD. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rogue Warriors take this in 25. If they're able to get that soul, it's just going to be so difficult for LGD to do anything. Like we said, in terms of the items, in terms of scaling, like, you're so much scaling on LGD. Jinx, Azir, Sion, even Udyr and Rel, when they get super tanky, you have such a great front-to-back team fight. But you gotta get there. You can't rely on late game if you never get to the late game. Whereas on the other side, I'm looking at Renekton, Lilia, Lucian, even the Ezreal to an extent. They have big mid-game power spikes off of 1 and 2 items. That just makes it so difficult for LGD to really do anything. I don't expect we'll see any real fighting happening in the next while. It's probably just going to be taking waves off the side lanes, picking up camps, trying to get deep vision until 3.5 minutes when that dragon spawns.
Yeah, just advancing the vision line is what I also want to see from RW. They're playing up towards the top side now, just a couple minutes before Baron spawns, but more so that they can get the prio on the mid wave. A 5-man group here as well, and Peace actually X-flashing good away. I didn't want to see that engages. All right, Penguin take it away because Colt just ulted, and he ulted into a wall.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Not sure if he used it to get the lane or not. I have to apologize. I'm not sure if I caught that correctly, but at the very least, I'm kind of glad LGD didn't go in because they shouldn't have, and they should not.
Yeah, you see there, they lose the mid-tier turret. They're now 6,000 gold behind, or just a little bit under. Uniboy is finally picking up himself a second item. Will be the Zanya's coming in very shortly, so he should have that in about 2.5 minutes, or at least have the stopwatch to be able to try and make some kind of a play. And this is how this game's going to go. Everyone's just going to push in the side lanes. You can see on the map there's very little vision for either side, so they're going to try and get back, get the vision down as best they can, try and keep those, you know, kind of both teams as much information as possible. Information is a resource in League of Legends. If you do not have it, you are very much a poor team or a poor nation. And yeah, we're just waiting right now. Unless someone from Rogue Warriors or LGD either does a massive mistake or a massive outplay, we shouldn't see any action for another 2 minutes.
I'd like to thank you for your information gathering of vision control and how people who don't know that apparently I am. Is essentially you put it in a very nice way.
That was not the intent, but if that's how you took it, I apologize.
That's okay. Look, as a support player, I have a message for the audience: is that if you think the support's the only person to put down wards, you're absolutely wrong. It's an argument I've been having for a very
You're probably gold.
Yeah. Use your gold well. Buy control wards, please. And that's what RW are doing in this game. You saw control wards in the inventories before, placing it down towards the Baron area in case LGD try and pull that one off. They do have a reasonably fast Baron, but if they pull that play out, it's more so that they're trying to delay the game while they're giving away soul, because that's what's at cost here. A minute 15 till the dragon comes up, and LGD might just have to contest this one. I honestly feel like you don't give over the soul for free, right? Yeah, you're right. You have to. So you want to see as close to second items as possible for people like Uniboy, people like Kramer. I'm waiting to see that Emperor's Divide comboed nicely with Colt's ult as well. But you're asking still for a lot, and Uniboy will be asking for his teleport to be up at the same time too, which should be there as the soul spawns.
Yep, we should have pretty much all summoners across the board just to take stock of the items before we have that fight in 45 seconds. You can see Gore Drinker and the makings of a Sterix Gauge in the back pocket for Ziv. Not quite having it just yet. LGD, though, are going to try and maybe force a little bit of a trade here. They're looking towards the Baron, but you can just solo out the Infernal Soul right now if you are on the side of Rogue Warriors. Like, you have a Zanya's and a Leandra's Anguish, so you are totally fine if you're Haru on this Lilia. This is where the fight will be on. This is the final stand for LGD. This isn't even a final stand. If they win it, they have a chance. If you lose it, it's game over. That's just how it is. So, bit of poke being shown out. So difficult to get on top of all these carries. There's the True Shot Barrage, bringing Quay down to about half HP or a little bit above. Kramer takes a Mystic Shot to the face, and there's no real vision here. They can't really go for this, and the dragon has been started. They have to back away. The waves aren't in position. They are not. They do not have the vision. Infernal Soul at 22 minutes for Rogue Warriors. Honestly, GG, go to game 3. It would take a massive mistake from Rogue Warriors for LGD to be even thinking about coming back into this game.
And it would take a 50-minute game at this point. I'm willing to say 50-minute game where You know, Colt's so tanky that he can absorb the Infernal Soul damage coming from RW. It would take full items from Uniboy or Kramer, or at least close to. There is a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out with the scaling that's so obviously in front of us, but RW have played the early game pretty much to a T. They've punished LGD. They now have an Infernal Soul. Elder comes up with Seal the Deal. Baron's there in front of them as well, and from the play, I mean, LGD couldn't walk in because vision control was firmly in hand by RW. There wasn't a lens that committed from LGD, but more so, you know, their frontline in Colt is not tanky enough to deal with anyone from RW who's so damn fed. So it feels like LGD are just kind of trying to die silently in a corner, or at least wait until they get that breath of fresh air in a couple of minutes. So sitting in sideways for now, Penguin, and Pings are actually getting slammed down by RW to take everything that's on the map, including Baron.
Yeah, I think right now, if you're LGD, you're just trying to get 2.5, 3 items onto your mid lane and your ADC. You're almost there for the Jinx. You're still a little bit behind if you got kind of 2 half items here for Uniboy on this Azir. That's what you want. You want some kind of competitiveness in this fight, but by the time you get there, it's just, I don't know if you can take this fight. Again, Rogue Warriors are so far ahead. If in a vacuum, Rogue Warriors play this 100% correctly, there isn't a world where they lose. They just have so much distance between them and the rest of the team. You can see these Mystic shots being thrown in, just peppering down the health bars bit by bit by bit. You get a Swirl Siege, you get an Ardent Blaze, or a Light Slinger from the from the Lucian. There is so much like just long range poke damage from a team that is just so far ahead that it just becomes very, very difficult for anyone LGD to walk up, which is exactly what they want to do. We talk about what team comps want to do and how they want to function. The side of LGD, they want to be running into you. They want to be in your face, but it's just so difficult for them to be able to do that, as everyone from Rogue Warriors is stacked into this nice little bush. But that's why you got to get your sweepers, ladies and gentlemen. It very nicely sets themselves up to not get caught out there. And you can see there, if Quay walks up, he gets killed. That's Baron. That's probably game.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to walk into an ambush, but even more so, I wanted to make sure the Baron's not going on, because LGD don't have vision around this objective. They use the blue scrying orb, but that's kind of like a one-time use for the next 60 seconds or so, if my ward timings are correct. So they're delayed for now. They move as a group. They're trying to move closer towards the purple worm so that they can find out information that it's not being done. Control ward put in the back of the pit, and again, that'll keep LGD at a safer position. Also want to note, you're talking about compositions before. RW have a lot of really good disengage, like Relentless Pursuit, Arcane Shift, Headbutt Pulverize can stop a fight as well, Haru's Lilting Lullaby, Slice and Dice. Everyone has a method of escape, rather than maybe using the word disengage. So it's just so hard for LGD to find something like a pick at this point in the game as well. They rely on, 5 versus 1. They rely on perfect ultimates, perfect flash timings as well. But even those summoners are still up and available for RW as they clear the wards once again. We're at 25 minutes of the game. We know that RW should win this game. I'm just waiting for one slip up, Penguin. I'm just waiting, okay? Because it doesn't matter what you tell me. RW, do I believe? I do not. LGD almost finding Betty, and Colt, his ultimates have been pretty bad.
Yeah, they have not been exactly ideal. As we can see, Betty just backing himself away with that Arcane Shift. Pretty damn safe. And all summoners still available for both sides. Neither really wanted to try and, be the reason their team loses as such. And you can see Rogue Warriors slowly but surely whittling away this vision around this Baron pit. They've got bot wave pushing. They've got top wave pushing. They're just fixing mid lane now. And now they turn onto the Baron. They are going to start that objective and try and just take it down as quick as possible. It's down below half already. And this is on the Quay. He has flash. Can he get in and flash bear slap this away? Is about 2-level difference, so realistically it's a 70-30 in favor of Rogue Warriors. They go in, they try and get down, but they're not able to get the Lilia out of the pit just yet. But she's dead! What happened? What happened? What happened? What? LGD! They get everything! They've killed everyone! It's an ace! It's a Baron! This game isn't over! LGD can probably win it from here! What the hell did I just see?
You saw Rogue Warriors in the flesh. It doesn't matter what time of day, who they're versing, what the series is. RW are just that kind of team. LGD find absolutely everything, and now all of a sudden, gold is dead even. In fact, with Kramer getting this turret, they'll be in the lead for the first time in this game. Infernal Soul be damned. Because Quay didn't even steal. He just kept attacking this. So we'll watch it again.
Look at this Uniboy.
Uniboy's ult was sick. And actually set up the engage. And on top goes Colt. Quay just autos down the Baron. and RW hand this game and most likely this series on a platter back over to LGD.
God damn, it's just... I am so shocked at how that is it. You called it. You said you wanted to see Uniboy with this, Emperor's Divide. You called to say that that's the big ultimate that can change a fight. My God, Uniboy, take a bow. That was insane. And now you're on the front foot. You have 3 items on your 3 carries. You have the position now on the Elder Drake. You don't have Infernal Soul, but it doesn't matter because you're the ones that have the damage and you have the tankiness to survive. It becomes very difficult for Rogue Warriors. And here we go. They're trying to go for the fight. Rogue Warriors, you're too far behind, lads. I'm sorry. There's nothing you can do. There is the Skirmish Shuffle. They do go and get the Lilting Lullaby. The 2 supports are traded. The top lane goes down, though, for Rogue Warriors. But Betty's doing very well. Betty trying to take them all down. LGD still looking pretty good, but then Lilia gets a triple. Rogue Warriors are able to keep themselves up and alive. It's a 4 for 5 in favor of Rogue Warriors. I don't think Harrow can take the Elder Drake, so guess what? We're coming back in 40 seconds.
What the hell is this game, bro? Like, the fights are so messy. We're just all in for the win. And yeah, it's time for another replay, I guess. Watch Betty here. The poking down, I think, keeps RW competitive when, you're right, the 3rd item's picked up for the carries. Kramer's getting to that hyper carry state, and it's another good disengage ulti to create space for LGD. And with the CC added in, I think Kramer, he steps a bit too far forward, and Betty punishes. And at the end of the day, it's blow for blow, pound for pound. Haro weaving in. He gets 1,150 gold for that, by the way. So, yeah, RW win out. The Dragon stopped, though, and even though that's like a 1 fight overall, I still think it favors a team like LGD. The game goes on. The Dragon wasn't actually taken by RW. They can reset. They can come back out. And there was still a lot of gold traded off to LGD. Ignore the top of your screen. It does feel like LGD's composition is going to feel more impactful with the gold they're at now. You just see the damage coming across in that last fight as well as Betty. Oh no, has he gone too far? Choo-choo!
He's fine for the moment, gets himself around the corner. Now Colt taking a huge chunk of his own health bar down. He will not be dropped just yet. He's ticking. He does fall. Lilting Lullaby is able to do enough damage to take him out. He has got the zombie form, so he's just trying to keep everyone away, try and pepper down these health bars. And now, without your major tank, we can see now Alistair on the backside, seeing if he can go for something here. Uniboy does not get the Emperor's Divide onto anybody. It's pure disengage. Now, with Rogue Warriors pushing against LGD, they've pushed them back behind the river line, and they are now in a position to try and look for this dragon.
Every single time we come back from a replay, we're ready for another fight. RW have a numbers advantage, but LGD, they're just going to give it up. They don't care, and Quay walking in anyway. The Udyr wants to run, but Haro actually has enough movement speed to follow suit. He's going to chase this down. He's got Water Walking and Elder. Swell Seed not in the right direction, and
should be fine.
Yeah, sorry, I started play-by-playing there, I realized, but
it's our new style.
God.
It's our new... Oh, he's burning. Not quite enough, though.
Penguin, let me just say one thing, man. With Colt going down there again, there's one thing about Rogue Warriors comp that despite not having scaling, they can play from so many angles, and they are being quite unique with the way they're playing these fights as well. They're capitalizing on LGD, and suddenly now with Elder, they've got the pressure back into the game. They've got a 3k gold lead, and they'll be able to push towards Inhibitor, but let's see if LGD can defend and hold off, keeping the game going.
The longer this fights go on, the more you tend to favor Rogue Warriors. If they're able to find one big ultimate, though, from LGD, that is the big win condition, as we saw at the Baron. Now, with Elder taken, they've got a minute and a half of that. They've taken a tier 2, not really in a position to take the tier 3. The Inhibitor turret's still very, very difficult to take down when you've got 4 items on your Jinx. This Jinx for Kramer is online.
Yeah.
If you're able to get 1 or 2 rocket auto attacks onto someone like Betty or Forge, they're gonna die. There is no if, buts, or maybes. This Jinx, excuse me, is online and is very much looking to try and set up these fights for his team. It's all on Kramer to stay alive. If he gets caught out, that is where this side of LGD will falter, and that's where they need to try and make sure they don't just fall down on that particular setup. But this game, man, this looked like it was boring. Resident Sleeper, go next, whatever. How dare I tell LGD to FF and go next at 22 minutes, knowing that 10 minutes later, they would only be 4,000 gold behind and have a Baron to play for in the next 2 minutes. or even 10 seconds, excuse me. It's a bit of a turnaround, but the vision control is still in favor of Rogue Warriors. They are still very much in the front seat. Don't get a front on the front foot. Don't get it twisted. And they're going to be able to take this with the Baron because they have the Elder Drakes. Too dangerous to walk in for LGD.
Yeah, it is. The remaining timer works out really nicely for RW and second Baron of the game. But this time, this one will calmly go over to Rogue Warriors. So 32 minutes in. There's a Baron timer on this as well, and this is where we see if RW can get enough of an advantage to build in the pressure for LGD's base. And remember, we talked about this before. You've got the Lucian, you've got the Renekton, you can play from these side lanes, and you've got a really strong 3 in the core composition as well. The Ezreal, Alistar, and the Lilia being able to pivot and hover between. So it feels like you can do a lot with this Baron, and we'll see if RW can actually ignore the points of scaling and push this Baron to the absolute max. And you're right, this game has been wild as hell. You were mentioning Kramer before. I just want to highlight that, you know, Kramer in these fights has been a bit back and forth, bit touch and go. I think it's more important that Peace and Colt, and even Quay, like, play that disruptor status, play more of a pivotal role in keeping units off of Kramer, because there is a lot of that gap close initiation from RW to get onto this AD carry, and it will be about these supportive members that can keep Kramer in a good position, good enough that he can carry the fights and unleash the DPS.
And for Rogue Warriors, what I want to see from them right now is exactly what they're doing. 1-3-1. You have their 2 teleports available to you. You have got Baroned up minions. You have that for another at least, you know, a little under 2 minutes. You've got, you know, roam and potential to be able to set this one up for your team. This is what I want to see from them. I want to see them pushing in with the Renekton, get that final outer turret, or inner turret, excuse me, and go to try and get these inhibitors cracked open. Now, minute and a half till that Baron is done. The 4 now into this mid lane as Ziv has joined up with his team, realizes he can't get that wave in time, so no point in going for a Betty. They're going to flash in. There's the Magnet Storm. They're trying to catch out people here. They're just trying to pepper them in. Betty is still very much alive and doing very, very well. They lose one, and he's throwing Mystic Shots from the safety from behind the wall. Culling comes out as Forge just hits onto the tanks. They get the Dominus, and they get the flash from Betty. 2 big cooldowns here, but can LGD really defend this turret right now? There's still a minute on this Baron. It's going to be very difficult.
I think Betty can just walk in and actually just chip away this inhibitor turret. That'll go down, and Colt's staying too far as well.
Oh, did he stay too far? Well, or was it a bit of a bait right now? As we can see, the Lilting Lullaby has not been used just yet. Colt ticking down, but he will survive on nothing. They will lose an inhibitor. You can see there, Kramer, 1 auto attack there brings Betty down just below his half HP. They get 2 inhibitors, so still a win for Rogue Warriors. They're still 7,000 gold ahead. They've cracked open the base on 2 fronts. It's a minute 15 till that Elder Drake spawns. LGD, and they still have the TP as well onto Forge. So if Forge finds out that everyone from LGD is at this Elder Drake, he can TP in, and as a Lucian, he can end the game so quickly.
He really can. You got the double inhibitors down that you mentioned, and I know we're going to see it in a second because I thought that engage from Peace was really nice. It was exactly what LGD needed to do because they were getting pressured from 2 waves with the bottom wave pushing up as well. Just what we talked about with the composition RW are running. With Baron, they're so volatile and so in your face in multiple lanes. As that's the flash. They've got a pick.
Oh! They caught him! They caught him! That's the jungler dead for at least a minute. That's 40 seconds into this Elder Drake. You have no smite. Now, LGD, you have to play this smart. There are super minions crashing in the top side. You will have super minions in the mid lane as well. 25 seconds until this Baron spawns. It still feels like Rogue Warriors are in the advantage purely from the work they were able to do before that pick.
Now they're edging for another one. I mean, Colt should be tanky enough to frontline this. He's got the ultimate still. Teleport being used, Penguin.
This is very, very risky. You got 5 members here, but remember, Forge has TP. Forge can end the game if the top lane minions can get there. The poke is very, very big. Here goes Colt. Gets onto 1, and they're going to try and take down the Alistair. He's almost dead, just about survived, and it's actually Colt who goes down. Betty is free-firing with Forge. The 280 carry is doing so much work here. Betty forced to get out. Kramer is not able to survive, though, as there's just too much DPS. And now, look at the super minions pushing into this mid lane. They're just trying to stop LGD. Rogue Warriors looking to push in these waves, and Rogue Warriors looking to send us to a game 3.
Apparently so. That fight looks so good all of a sudden as Forge. Solo kill time.
Oh, Forge
God.
able to outplay Uniboy 100% there, and that is going to seal the deal. Rogue Warriors will equal up this series 1-1 in a chaotic fashion. They still win, but not in the fashion we thought they would. They will take down the Nexus turrets, they will take down the Nexus, and they will take themselves to a Game 3 versus LGD.
What do you say after watching that? From Uniboy thinking he has a last solo kill to Kramer once again misplaying a team fight. I mean, LGD, they stole a Baron. They came back into that game. They had the scaling advantage, and it was misplay after misplay. And all you can say in this one is, you know, thank God I'm not a color caster, because if I had to explain that game, boy, oh boy.
We saved our color casters a hell of a lot of headaches there.
Yeah.
But my God, that was just so explosive, so random, and Rogue Warriors won, and we expected Rogue Warriors to win. But LGD getting that Baron fight, that insane Emperor's Divide from Uniboy to catch everybody out, to put them in combo with the Rel. They can go nowhere. They're literally CC'd for I think like 3 seconds where they're just getting absolutely destroyed. Oh, this is truly a clash of the bottom teams right now.
Yeah.
It's not who can play the best, it's who can throw the most. Because my God, but if it's nothing else, it's entertaining.
Oh, that's the perfect word for it. It's entertaining League of Legends, but when you have to sit here and talk about it, excuse me, and you know, try and look for a reason why players are doing something, you tend to think, man, was there a reason? Was there a reason? Like, I have to say,
what was the point of this again?
Dude, Colt, for some reason, you know, many times, I think Colt on Sion there was a no-go. Put him on something else, because he facilitated one role really nicely in the team fight around the Baron, but apart from that, it wasn't Colt's game showing up. And Udyr in this series as well has been pretty shocking, like from both Haro and Quay. And I know I'm being a bit of a negative Nancy right now. I'll switch it over and say that Betty in team fights is really nice. I think Betty played the fights probably the best out of anyone. Betty and Forge to a degree, and even Haro I think gets a bit of a highlight, because Rogue Warriors did shape up quite nicely, even after losing the Baron and making a Baron play that they necessarily didn't have to and didn't have the right information for. RW still played the fights better, still looked for the picks. They utilized the 1-3-1 with the Baron so nicely and added so many pressure points around the map that I think RW at the end of the day deserved the win, however many hoops they had to jump of their own making to get it.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like this was kind of a carry in different stages of the game. It was Haro into the early game, it was Forge into the mid game, and then it was Betty into the late game. That's how it felt to me anyway. I felt like Betty on this Ezreal looked fantastic, was able to just put down such good DPS, keep himself safe with the arcane shifts and the flashes, and it worked out for a lot of these guys. And Rogue Warriors, they earned themselves a Game 3. I still think their mid game has a massive question mark over it, as they randomly threw away a Baron and almost lost the game off of it. But they did fantastic work in the early game, and we cannot take that away from them. But for LGD, still life in them. Not exactly the win not exactly the loss I wanted to see though after such a dominant game one. So it looks like the power picks are definitely coming in. The mini metas, if you will, that are happening is very prevalent in this game, and the Udyr just doesn't seem like the pick for either side right now. It seems like they both have answers to it.
Yeah, that's why it was given away, and I think Rogue Warriors, you know, didn't pick it up for a very good reason. We saw that Renekton first pick, and into the lane it was good. Into the team composition they wanted to run, it was the perfect addition. And RW had better priorities in this game. You know, we put the throwing aside. I'd say that RW still at the end of the day deserved to win this game with at least a good early game.
I mean, whoever wins, we lose. Isn't that the alien predator?
Whoever loses, we win.
We'll see what happens in Game 3. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, picks and bans for the ultimate game in this best of 3.
Yeah. You know, I don't really do this too often. yeah. Now we good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it?
Опа, и по Балкейну врывается хороший рут от Вальхалы. И это может решить драку, потому что Балкейн погибает, еле-еле успев дать свой ульт. Миракл танкует из последних сил. Гимлек успеет ли дать свои косты? Да, успевает, но не погибает. В итоге ударная волна Максима решает вопросы. Пента!
She see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind like my business.
Yani dürtme şansı da yok. Beşiktaş her yeri de görüyor Johnny. Baksana mavi güçlendirmenin orada totem var. Burada bir kule daha yıkıldı. Orta koridor ikinci kulesini almayı başardı. Yine Wombo combo. Bu sefer başarılı Wombo combo. Galacticos aradığı savaşı mı buldu yoksa?
Listen, man, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it day.
Saw his support, they moved into the top side and he felt like he had control. But instead he ends up getting picked off. Vitality can now use this to force the Baron. But that is a huge sleep coming in from Tinks.
Three-man sleep, here comes Streets with the quickness on the side, but Shigenda dives onto the backline. Jetsu with the Kraken's lair, trying to do what he can, trying to kill some champs. We're Kraken lacking on the rift, but he's gonna slay the enemy.
Extremely good fight for SK, which they can now quickly convert into their Baron.
When I take your spot, send me how you gon' feel.
And there is not an easy way out for the Team Liquid duo lane. The scoop comes across. Can it buy some time? It is a 2-for-1 so far, though. Double kill for Power of Evil. Hooney's here in the Gnar backline as well, and he wants another. It's already 3 kills picked up. It's a quadra kill for Power of Evil.
Tell me how you gon' feel. How you gon' feel when I take it?
Tiro, Lucy! Acaba com a brincadeira. Aqui não, neném! E a equipe da Loud vai tentar buscar. O Melchior passou pela parede porque foi puxado por ali. Mas olha só!
From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Got my cup full, I'm fine. Head to toe in that drip, I'm wavy. Couple man I ain't seen from time. Couple girl I might move to wine. Like, hey miss, if it's no crime, would you let this one dance be mine? But even if the stars don't align, ain't no way I'm gonna lose my shine. It's pure vibes on the floor. You got drinks? Brought some more. Got my brethren, all about. We ain't rich, we ain't poor. We're just flexing on the ends. I might text a couple more friends and get loose. It's the vibe when the man run up inside. From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me two-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me two-step.
Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition, why they telling us to slow down? Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, ha, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now,
跟球球嘛，还有现在这个辅助凯旋，两个就是搭配起来都挺不错的，但也都还在磨合。然后就是在下路，可能就是我们还要更多的练习，就是更多的磨合，然后把线打得更好这样。奎们以前是跟我有在同一个战队过，闪电狼嘛，然后就是也比较了解他的一些英雄池玩法吧。就是他们下路当然很强，但我现在在下路也是不会输给他们，然后会拿出自己的优势来的。
Got that insider information, and LGD falling to Rogue Warriors does send us to a game 3, something that we honestly did not expect coming into after the first game. I am Penguin, you are still Hysterics, I hope. Bill. And yeah, that was in fact a game. Rogue Warriors still came out with the win. It had a very weird mid game, but for Rogue Warriors, it felt like once Betty came online, Betty was the controller of the tempo and controller of where the match was going to go.
Yeah, a big reason why he gets MVP, right? I said that Betty felt like he was one of the best team fighters in that game, all things considered, with a lot being thrown into the air. Betty did 37% of the team's damage, and you're not too surprised when you saw early game lanes being dominated by Rogue Warriors, the early lead we saw. But Betty was always consistent in these fights and always played it back. So he's just laying into people like Colt and eventually shredding out to get the number you see on your screen.
Yeah, 206% damage to gold percentage share, which basically just highlights exactly what we talked about and why this Ezreal pick's kind of coming back into prominence, is that his build does a lot of damage and is really cheap.
Yeah.
So the actual benefit you get from going with this Ezreal build is actually super, super useful for your team if you're able to get those kiting. But again, it's more about the player, kind of caliber than it is about anything else. It's not broken unless you know how to play Ezreal, and then it's broken.
I just love that we're fighting in the exact same place, just from the opposite end as we come back from another replay. We just had so many shenanigans in this game, and to highlight what you talked about for the Ezreal build, also you just never run out of mana now. That's why a lot of the time we don't always see Ezreals going for the tier, because even though you can get extra damage thanks to the Essence Reaver, it's still like, who needs it? A lot of the time, the Essence Reaver first item is just one of the strongest items in the game at the moment. So one of the reasons we're also seeing that. But going into Game 3, I want to put this in the bin. I don't want to see what we got out of RW and LGD in Game 2. That was just like, from the Baron throw onwards, that was just like one of the messiest game of League of Legends I've seen. And dude, I always get these games. It doesn't matter what split it is. I always get these games. And I think the last one was, it was E-Stars and TT of this split before we went on a break. That was silly. And even though this was nothing in comparison, it still hit that certain level. As we go on to pick ban, Penguin, like, I don't know, man. I just hope we clean this up in a nice fashion, whoever wins.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone's able to clean up their act and get themselves onto a winning way between them two. Again, both these sides only sitting in one win and X amount of losses. They need this one to try and just get something back for them. It's probably already too little too late for Rogue Warriors, but for LGD, they could go on a tear. They could find themselves in the 10th, 9th place to get themselves into postseason. Have to wait and see. But LGD now on the blue, they ban out the Zoe, the Lilia, the Nidalee. Rogue Warriors on the red, they ban out the Olaf, the Kai'Sa, and the Renekton. And it's going to be an Udyr first pick, which has had 0 win percentage today in this particular series.
Yeah, it has not been good in this series. I feel like the jungler that's piloted Udyr so far in this series has lost prio through the early game, which is when you expect to see Udyr power clear and control the map. And wouldn't be surprised to see this in the LPL. Bit of a fun fact that Graves is 15-40 at the moment. He has a horrible win rate. But Haro, this has been his best champion in 2020. He was a giga hyper carry in that year as well. So I think if anyone can do it, Haro can, and we'll see what prio he can add as he tries to farm it up as well with the Azir by his side.
Yeah, another Azir pick. We see actually the Gnar being picked up here for Colt. So Colt finally getting something that isn't going to be a Scion. Definitely trying to get a little bit more pressure here into that top side. And with the junglers, solo laners being picked up here by LGD. Again, we're probably going to see a more of a focus down towards this bot side as both teams look to try and just keep their supports and AD carries close to their chest.
This is just such a different meta in this series because a lot of teams in the LPL will prioritize the bottom lane. We see the Tristana coming here and probably going to be seeing things like a Samira ban, even the Xayah ban I think I'd like to see from RW. But both these teams prioritizing comfort in the solo lanes. Uniboy once again returning to that Victor. We have Colt on the Gnar. So, got some decent scaling on both sides, but we're now just going to see champions like Rel get taken away as well, and I think that bottom lane priority has kind of shifted in comparison to what we saw in Game 1, where Kramer got that Kai'Sa first pick and things kind of changed from there.
I really like this Tristana pickup for the one reason of, like, you ban out now the kind of main AD carries, like you said, the Samira, the Xayah, those kind of things, and you're kind of forcing Kramer onto an Ezreal. Now, Kramer is not a bad Ezreal by any stretch of the imagination, but Tristana is able to do so much against something like an Ezreal. It's just such a bait pick of, like, Tristana is almost seen as, like, it can level 2 you all in. It's very difficult for you to get away, and the longer the game goes on, yes, the Ezreal picks up damage, but the Tristana has so much range that you're never really around her to actually get your damage down and get those Mystic shots off. But it is going to be the Thresh, going to be the final ban here. Actually, I like that a little bit as well because it stops the Aphelios from being picked up here from the side of LGD.
And then Rel on top of that from LGD, right? We got triple support ban in the second phase from both these teams, and I think for LGD, they had to ban away the Rel, otherwise it was going to be taken. And now we move back down the list of priority support champions, and Leona's dropped off a bit as we've seen the Rel, we've seen the Alistar really take the reins in our region. So we're returning to something that was quite standard, and already I see a pretty strong early 2v2 lane with the Leona to pair up. So maybe LGD do have to go for something a little bit more safe in the Ezreal that you mentioned before, Penguin, you smart sir. I would also say that the Xayah kind of facilitates that role. Of course, you have that late game, the hyper carry potential as well. So never mind, screw that. Let's just go for a Lucian.
Yeah, go for the Lucian. We saw it in the first game there for Ford, or sorry, second game for Fords. This time it's going to be Kramer picking up the Lucian into that bot side, and the Seraphine now locked in as well. So LGD got themselves a mishmash of good teamfight ultimates, a good 1-3-1 split push. They're kind of looking to tick all the boxes.
They really are. I mean, this is a composition that's, beyond my level of capacity of brain. So I'll think about that a little bit more, Penguin, to see if I can give our viewers some kind of input. I do feel like, however, RW, this would be beautiful. This would really facilitate bottom lane. You have a stable mid as the Azir into Victor we've already seen abusing that range. Now you have the priority to farm up and put emphasis on the bottom lane. And, GP doesn't do that bad into Gnar either. So I feel like for RW, this is a well-rounded composition that can put Betty into a position to really snowball in this game and kind of survive out from the potential damage that comes from Kramer and Peace.
Yeah, so much disengage and global pressure you get with something like a Gangplank as well. And the Gnar should do okay. I've seen people talk at Gnar as a counter to Gangplank, Gangplank's a counter to Gnar. It's very much a skill-based matchup where both sides will want to be, getting the most out of these champions. We do actually see now both teams locked and loaded, and I'm a little worried for LGD right now because they are lacking a lot in the engaged front of it. They have the big Seraphine ultimate, and then they have the Gnar ult, but the Gnar ult's kind of a janky, sometimes yes, sometimes no, you can play around it. So they're really just relying on the Seraphine Encore to really set up any kind of team fight for them into those mid to late game fights.
And I do feel like they're a team that doesn't have to be on the objective first, right? They can kind of come to the party late, and due to these ultimates and due to people like Victor and Gnar you mentioned, and even like Lucian Seraphine, there's an ability to gap close and really take over an area of the map. So I expect like these first, second items around the dragons, around their heralds to be a big prior for LGD, because on the other side, when you have Tristana, when you have Azir, when you have Gangplank, like, how are you ever going to deal with a late game RW? And it's kind of funny because you shift gears, you turn around and you say, well, RW have been a team more focused at the early game. Even in game number 1, we saw, game 2, sorry, they had the early game composition. But going into game 3, they're a team that can afford to sit back, that can afford to absorb some lane pressure from, either getting ganked mid or either bottom lane getting shoved in a little bit. I'd even say, like, even across top side, it feels like RW can afford to lose some control, because as this game goes on, they will be able to abuse that global pressure and abuse the setup on fights if they're at objectives first to really take control. It's a nice way to finish off, Penguin, let's be honest, right? Where what we've seen in this series is chaos. These comps, if they're chaotic, actually could be a lot of fun to watch.
Well, that's the thing, and I'll always say this: are these like, you know, the two bottom teams, or at least bottom three of our teams that we have in the league right now? Yes. Does that make a huge difference right now? Not really, because it's just entertaining. It's fun to see what these teams are able to throw at the wall and see what sticks, and that to me is half the fun. You know, it's part of the adventure of LPL. You got to take the good with the bad. You can't always have FPXs and RNGs and EDGs. You got to have your LGDs, your TTs, your OMGs. They have to be part of the package in order to get to the height.
It raises a question, right? When we have 17 teams, like, at what point, you know, are we going to be looking at, you know, too many teams as skill peters off, where there's just such a different environment amongst itself? Remember that we have 25 LDL teams behind them as well. So teams like Young Miracles that are sitting on top right now in the LDL, you know, they could give these teams like Rogue Warriors a bit of a run for their money. And, you know, at the end of the year, we always talk about like incorporating another team into the league. Of course, here in 2021, with everything going on, I'm not going to talk about it further, but, you know, we still have 17 teams. But, you know, a lot of the LDL talent can threaten whether it's a team or whether the individual players, right? So if a team's not performing, if a team like RW can't get their stuff together, then there's always that LDL threat that can come in and take over for a team like them.
I think, yeah, I completely agree. And I think this is, like, obviously people look to China as the kind of gold standard for like how to like get your league going, and the size of it and the popularity of it, and multiple stadiums, of course. But I think China and LPL specifically is the anomaly. There is average about 70 million active players on the Chinese servers, on multiple different servers across the country. So it's you have such a larger pool of talent to try to draw from, that I feel like even if you did add 3 more teams, we ended up with 20, we're a full Premier League at that point, I still think you will have the, you know, the better players still rising to the top. You'll have the washed ups and the rest of the, you know, the not so great players falling to the bottom. But I still think the LDL will also still be exciting and fun to watch, and seeing who's going to be, you know, pushing up from those moments, because it's just such a huge pool of talent.
You know, as we're waiting to get into this game, because I believe by look on the stage there was a bit of a pause and issue with the player. I will say that, you know, the LPL and the region itself, obviously there's a huge population, but we also have to remember that there are over 20 servers in the LPL. Like, I think you were pointing out before that there was a tweet done from Reginald, you know, a tweet that I actually am comfortable quoting, that, you know, looks at the player bases from these regions, and LPL having over 70 million active players, which is just insane. You know, it's almost like it's 3-4% of the population, if I'm wrong. I don't know about my math, but and then there's a super server as well for the people that are over Diamond 4, Diamond 3, or D2. I can't remember what it is. Obviously not too good for me, but it's something that, you know, you just look at and you're like, there are so many servers in China, in the LPL region, that there's just always new players coming up, and these like 14, 15-year-old player prodigies that you're like, all right, stick them in the LDL, give them a couple of years, and when they turn 17, throw them into the LPL and see how they do. It feels really nice to, you know, talk about something like this, because I just think that LPL just has the best system set up. And
yeah, and even just to add to that, like, you're so close to Korea as well. Like,
yeah,
you have that extra little caveat of like, oh, the Korean servers there, yeah, it's slightly higher ping, but like, it's there. And if you can get up on the Korean, and that's always been the kind of, you know, despite the recent, what I would say, the recent Chinese dominance in the international stages of, like, you know, MSIs and, you know, World Championships, of course, and you know, excluding the most recent one. It's basically been a, you know, a filter of like, well, you don't look at the Chinese super server, you look at the Korean solo queue, and you see who's at the top of that, because that's still considered the gold standard for how everyone works. And I honestly believe that we will get to a point where there are about 20 teams in LPL. They might even just, I don't know where obviously the competitive nature of everything is going, but we might drop, you know, the spring split and just have a league that you play each other twice, like, again, like a Premier League. You play 38 series over 7 months until you get to the World Championship, and that to me feels like the natural progression for this. But we shall no longer fill for time, as they finally fixed whatever was the issue on the stage. And everyone here is waiting with bated breath to see what kind of a dumpster fire this kind of game is. We're jumping into game 3.
I love this intellectual discussion, and then you go, let's go. Is it going to be a dumpster fire? So, fantastic.
It's not if it's going to be a dumpster fire, it's what kind of dumpster fire it's going to be.
Hey, sometimes if a dumpster fire is all you got, you respect it, you pay homage to it. So that's what I'll try and do here. You know, as we're going into this game, just a side note, waiting for Worlds Finals to be best of 7. That'll be exhausting for players, but man, as a viewer, that would be incredible. But look, I'll digress.
I think it'd be exhausting for the players as well, or for the viewers. You'd be like going like game 7. You're like, oh god, I'm exhausted. I don't know if I can go on with this. Like that's a long time.
True. It is a while, and that's probably why it won't change. Anyway, look, I'll lead us into this game. What we're talking about before we got into actually a big favorite discussion of mine about the server and the player base was that, you know, there is a lot of scaling here on RW to keep it simple. Like the scaling advantage is quite heavily there, but of course for LGD, their ability to turn a fight using Gnar, using Victor Udyr feels really nice, and to weave through the fights for Kramer and Peace too. So we'll see how we go. I want to see Kramer get into a healthy position in this early game that relies on Quay on this Udyr pick, and of course, how Hara manages it, as both these junglers will just be starting to farm up on opposite sides of the map. And Penguin, I'll also say, looking at level 6 points for RW feels really nice. There's a lot of kill pressure with Ziv's ulti too, so something that Kramer and Peace might have to respect.
Something they definitely have to respect. Like you said, it's the big level 6 spikes that can come out from, you know, the Leona, and of course even a level 2, honestly it's actually pretty huge. I feel like this you know, Seraphine and Lucian pickup right now is just to basically quell and to stop the level 2 100% all in you get with the Zenith Blade into the Shield of Daybreak, that then combos into a rocket jump and then the rocket bomb on top of it. So there's a hell of a lot of damage you can do with a Tristana Leona, despite it being more traditionally seen as a late game kind of scaling composition. Tristana early game has been absolutely insane, and something actually I'm curious about is I want to see how the side of LGD work around this Gnar, because this is the first time now this series we've seen Colt on something that isn't a Scion, so it's not 100% inherently a weak side laner, and I want to see if they're able to maybe get something going for him to keep the Gangplank down and get the Gnar to his, you know, kind of level 6 and even like higher items to take them team fights.
Yeah, when he has that threat to all in and, you know, kind of force out orange, remember that you have the Evolve W when you're into the Mega Gnar, and then also the Gnar against the wall, so you can kind of play tricks on the Gangplank. Just note, in the early levels, of course, Ziv with the range on Parlay plus Grasp, you can do a lot of good trading, and I think that's what Ziv has started out the game with, as he's pushing in the wave. You talk about what LGD want to do with the Gnar, you know, again as well, mentioning around these early objectives, it does feel like LGD wanting to snowball, need to utilize Cult 6, need to utilize the ability to find these first couple of dragons too, so I would like to see how jungle influences that and how LGD managed to get the setup. As Taichuan actually missing the engage onto Peace won't matter though, as still get the trade back, and Peace and Kramer still pushing in the wave, as you kind of expect here, now hitting level 3.
I think for both these teams, something that we need to discuss a little bit more as well is that success for someone like LGD and Rogue Warriors is a very different conversation than, say, someone like EDG and RNG. And I think that the idea that this is something kind of like a false equivalency, where people are like, oh, you should be going into every game with the, you know, the idea that you should be winning it and all this. Of course, everyone wants to be doing that, but you have to also face facts and be realistic about it as well. So in my eyes, for me, as we're going to have to stop myself here as they jump into this bot side.
It's you, Penguin. This is you, baby.
Oh yeah, this is me. I'm sorry, I was doing color and I thought you were going to take the play-by-play. It doesn't matter. No one died. I got a bit confused. I was too busy trying to pass it off to you.
I got into my color zone, bro. I'm not shouting today. Today's all about me getting tilted and pretending I understand the game higher than a platinum level is. Okay, Forge onto Uniboy. I think he's actually in trouble, Penguin. No, he's not. Never mind. Ignore me.
No, he should be fine. He got himself the gravity field down, but Forge pretty much knows that Quay is up to this Raptor camp. Yep, sees him here. Should be able to Shurima shuffle his way out. Doesn't even need to, as Quay is just trying to get a nice reset here for his mid laner. He's taking a little bit of punishment. And again, similar to what we saw in game 1, we did see Forge with the Azir and Uniboy with the Victor. And it was very much the fact that Uniboy's Victor was falling a little bit behind. It's kind of to be expected with the extra range you get. But then as the mid to late game team fights happen, well, speaking of team fights, K-Schwan goes in, does burn the cleanse. That's one summoner down, and they back themselves away. So gain one summoner, don't really gain anything else.
I think they expected Quay coming down here, and he was. So it was good respect paid by Haro. Just clears out the wave and backs away. LGD, however, will get the shove into this wave while it's K-Schwan and Betty who are actually going to make the return back. That's going to give Quay the opportunity to start up the Dragon here as well. So bit of an advantage for LGD in this early game, which is what you like to see. And I think as well, we're seeing the first Dragon go down at perfect timing. 6 minutes into the game, this is what you want from LGD. Early objective control, utilizing the Udyr, taking as many scuttles as you can, and we'll be looking towards that Herald coming up in a couple of minutes to see how LGD actually abuse some of these lanes. So again, Penguin, we're just seeing an early game that should be played out exactly how LGD are.
What do you think about our cast so far, Hysterics? How do you think we've been doing?
I mean, I'm pretty shocking as a color, let's be quite honest,
Same here.
I'll be honest, like, the cool thing about casting is, throughout the years of doing play-by-play, I feel like my knowledge of the game has increased exponentially, and how comps write out. I think it was talking to Lyric quite a lot that when you're actually looking at a game, you can't just look at a composition like pure scaling. You need to look at like, how does this run into LGD's comp right here? This is actually going to beef up a bit. Hang on, are you ready for a fight?
Haro gets the steal. I am indeed. Haro gets the steal, but there is no fight to be had. As everyone backs away. But back to your point, you were saying you were learning about the game.
Yeah, no. The biggest thing is, like, you have to look at how... You can't look at a comp in isolation. You have to look at how, in response, it goes into the comp it's up against, right? So, for example, here against Rogue Warriors, like, they have good scaling, but what I've noticed on the board while we're having a bit of a chat is that the engage is limited. You rely on Forge, you rely on Kai-Schwan, as Forge actually getting out of there with a shifting sands. So that's again why I was talking a lot about, RW being on objectives first so they can push away LGD so that they can get the objective and then just kind of abuse some of the range. Kai-Schwan running away once again, where LGD, have the ability to reposition. They have the ability to really utilize Colt in those tight corridors as well. So it feels like there's a lot of interactions here that are going to be important running into this third game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think when you're watching, some of the best League of Legends in the world, and also some of the worst, depending on the series you're casting, you tend to just have a general better sense of how things work overall, and it kind of brings you up into a little bit of a higher knowledge bar. It doesn't help me with my mechanics. I'm still an old man. Got boomer mechanics on me. I don't think I'm boomer just yet. I'm definitely not a zoomer. Okay. So we can see now in this bot side, a lot of pressure coming in. The Seraphine and the Lucian will do just a lot of poke damage. You can see the Culling coming out, bringing both the Leona and the Tristana down to about 2/3 each. Haro takes the Rift Herald up on top side, and now they're looking to try and maybe get Ziv a little bit more gold in his back pocket, get this Gangplank rolling a bit.
Yeah, this is a perfect lane to put it down. Wants to clear out the wave as soon as possible, and Ziv in a healthy enough position where he can stay. Oh, okay. But Orange is up, and Haro not going to put it down for now. I mean, I respect this decision, but it's definitely the lane I would pick, considering that LGD are making a play for the bottom lane. That's 2 plates already gone with Quay hovering.
Yeah, the jungle presence they're able to bring in here, and Quay just about to be able to get his recall off. Should have been actually fine now that I look at his summoners. He had Flash, he had also had the upgraded steel-capped boots, so he is totally fine in that particular regards, but now you can see Betty. He's going to have a little bit of a sore time right now. The Seraphine Lucian is oppressive, to say the least. He's only about 8 or so CS behind, so it's not the worst thing in the world. It's still definitely winnable, but it's going to be a while before he's able to go toe-to-toe with this Lucian.
And it doesn't matter if you have explosive trades, because there's good sustain in this lane. You get the Omnivamp coming out of Doran's Blade, but also Peace just with the sustain coming out of Seraphine's kit. So it does feel like you can do no wrong unless you overextend. If you're Kramer, a 10 CS lead you mentioned nets him a bit of a sheen, so he'll be going for that Essence Reaver first item. And Peace already starting to move around as, Forge is clearing some vision, but that'll just be traded off by LGD. And I like that Peace is starting to move as well. With already a massive advantage, they're expecting Kai-Schwan to do the same.
Essence Reaver now already picked up here for Kramer versus just the boots, a pickaxe, and a couple of lonely swords for the Tristana for Betty. This is going to be a very explosive time now for LGD. They've got the push in the lanes. They've got the advantages that they need. They're the ones that are going to be able to get the first kind of roam off into this dragon that's spawning in 45 or just a little bit over seconds. That is kind of where we expect this team to kind of make their advantages, is around these big team fights of, you know, being able to drop down the Encore, being able to get Colton onto the backside and get a Mega Gnar ultimate onto a wall. That is what you want to see from them, and it's going to be on Rogue Warriors to be able to just disengage from that and make sure that they're not getting caught out.
And I should reiterate on something I said before. I don't really necessarily feel like Rogue Warriors have to be on objectives first. I do feel like time in the game is the most crucial point here, where we already mentioned LGD playing a more early game oriented comp around these first couple of objectives. Stacking up dragons will put that condition into their back pocket. It does feel like GPL and Leona Solarflare are going to play a pivotal point in the engage. Both are available if they manage to find a pick, and for RW, bottom lane.
Flash bear slap, there it is. The Encore does land, but a good buffer by Betty gets the rocket jump in time. So, flash down for Quay and the Encore down for Peace. Do Rogue Warriors want to try and maybe look for this fight? They're just going to keep Ziv up on that top side, as Gnar has already roamed down. Now, Rogue Warriors moving forward into this dragon pit. They know that this dragon is going down. Now they're going to commit the TP here from the gangplank. Here we go. Trying to go to get the Solarflare goes down. The dragon does go in favor of LGD. There is the cannon barrage. There is nobody hit by Forge's Emperor's Divide, and that is just an unfortunate movement there from him. First blood goes to LGD now, as we can see the Leona trying to run away. No flash, nowhere to go. 2 kills going over to LGD to get the dragon, to get everything else.
See, again, Rogue Warriors, they're going to make the same play whether they're on a scaling comp or an early game composition. They had no business going for the dragon because mid was pushing against. They didn't have the setup. Colt was there first into the Mega Gnar. And, of course, Ziv had to TP down, who used the Cannon Barrage, and I actually didn't think that ultimate was too great. So, again, Rogue Warriors didn't have any business playing this fight out, and Forge just whiffs the ulti. Really nice flash from Uniboy to compliment him, but at the end of the day, LGD, such an easy fight to win from here. They group up as the highest stack, and it's just 2 easy pickings from there. So, really nice from LGD, and Rogue Warriors walking into their deaths.
Well, Rogue Warriors now find themselves behind by 2 dragons, and if the previous 2 games are to go by, they
this is what's you know?
I mean, there's not much else I can add to what you just said. You described everything so elegantly and perfectly. You're just so good at this, man.
I mean, I was just expecting, you know,
it's unfair.
That for me was more tilt, you know, because honestly, like, I don't know why RW decided to make that choice of playing the fight after the dragon was pretty much already gone. Again, this is a comp that just, you know, wants to sit back, and first couple of objectives aren't too big, but we're to a point now where we're going to have an early soul if this continues on again, right? You know, 13 minutes in the game, double dragon already up for LGD. They've got another Herald spawning too, and I'm expecting with Quay backing with the Mythic either there or close to being there, as you see it now picked up, it's just going to be easy for LGD to keep taking these objectives and really abuse the tempo they can create with, I think, this bottom lane and cracking it open.
See, there they go. They have about a 15 or so CS lead in this bottom lane, just a little bit under it, as we see both junglers pathing down towards the spot side. It's very hard for something. This is kind of what we talked about the Graves for a bit. Now, we've seen Graves pop off and do exceptionally well, but if he's not able to get those big advantages where he's able to 1v1 pretty much anybody, he doesn't really seem to do a lot. And as I say that, oh, dearie me, Solarflare goes down to try and buy some time. Quay is taking a little bit more damage than he probably likes. The turn is there, but the explosive shot is just not what you need right there. Betty getting caught out, forced to flash. They still have the Chaos Storm if they needed it, but another kill in favor of LGD, and they get the teleport out of Forge. Uniboy did answer, but this feels like it's just LGD just going from strength to strength to strength.
They are. They're playing through that bottom lane. They don't even need the Herald, and Quay just comes down and slaps him in the face. I mean, Kaishuan should have expected that the next turnabout would be towards his lane, and doesn't pay that respect. RW get punished yet again here. And note that Kramer off the back of it is the one benefiting. He gets another free wave, he gets to push in, picks up yet another kill off the trade. 2-0 now, Penguin. He's almost towards his mythic item, and I have to say, LGD in this early game in such a good position. It feels like the snowball from here is going to be really hard from RW to control. And again, these objectives are going to be pretty much free for LGD in the next 5 minutes.
Hopefully they do a little bit better of a setup to try and not get the mid-game to go absolutely horribly. But I completely agree with you. They are in a hugely advantageous position. And now where can they take it from here? You can see the top side, it's dead even. Jungle, it's a little bit of an advantage there for Quay. Mid lane, it's a little bit of an advantage there for Uniboy. Big advantage, though, in that bot side. It's an Essence Reaver difference between the Lucian and the Tristana. Betty is not having a good time as Ziv might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets stunned up. Does he get knocked up against the wall? No, he has to flash because he did not have the ability of the orange to keep him safe, and that is another summoner down.
I love that play from Colt. I mean, that was just nicely done as textbook. He W's down, he wallops to force out the orange, waits for Ziv, and then comes in the Gnar to pretty much force out the flash. So that's the interaction you see. That's how you can play with the Mega Gnar against the GP. You're even seeing a bit of a CS lead in that lane, as well as Kramer just unleashing havoc. And Betty can't be anywhere near him at this point. Like, what do you do if you're this Tristana? You try and clear the waves as quick as possible and just don't look at Kramer in the face.
Yeah, Kramer is a very, very scary Lucian right now. 2,000 gold lead almost exclusively onto him for the side of LGD. And again, Rogue Warriors looking to try and find some kind of advantage. They get the push into mid lane. It looks like they're going to try and path up towards that Rift Herald. While they have lost bot lane priority, they are going to give up the third dragon. So we're going to see Mountain Soul point here for LGD. And that's a very important Dragon Soul as well, because LGD, they will not be very tanky unless they can get all these souls. And I feel like right there is like the perfect example of why it's going to be very difficult now for Rogue Warriors to really kind of deal with this team should Soul Point go to them at 22 minutes.
And again, mitigates like a lot of the burst that comes out of, you know, this combo we talked about for LGD as well. Also mitigates a lot of the sustained damage that you're going to get out of Kramer. So I like the choice here for LGD, putting themselves on Soul Point yet again, Penguin, at 22 minutes as Betty. Do not walk into the lane, sir.
No, definitely not the idea you wanted to see there coming out from Betty, as they are going to trade one turret for one. So Ziv does pick up that one into that top side. They have Rift Herald in the back pocket here for Rogue Warriors, but it looks like they're just giving up straight away this tier 2 in the bot lane. That just opens up so much of that jungle. We talk about how these tier 2s early in the game just create so much black space, that fog of war, that you don't even know what's going on inside your own area. So you have to give it up. You have to let those camps go to the wayside. And someone like Anudir can just keep numbing them up, no problem whatsoever. But Harrow, with this Rift Herald, looking to try and maybe see if they can go for something here with the Leona, but there's a ward there, so the Gnar should just be staying away, far, far away from this.
I'd like to see it drop down mid. I think, honestly, right now, you know, opening up the map, giving some more space to people like GP, more space to people like Forge as well. I remember that, you know, clearing out side waves and just kind of hoveling back is pretty much the name of the game here for RW, keeping waves at an even point so that you can manage this mid game better. Because we want to see that RW get to their second items here. They're heading up into 3 minutes 45 of a Mountain Soul on the Rift. And LGD are just in such a good position. Dude, Kramer's going to get yet another turret. He's picked up 3 this game. And he's pretty much the gold lead, supporting a 40 CS lead in the bottom lane. Penguin, before, he had an item and a half. Now he has 2, and I'm pretty sure he'd be on 2.5 in the next pack.
He is very, very far ahead. You can see now Quay with a vision control up on this top side, just piloting Uniboy to the turret, making sure they can get that one done. Ziv playing very respectfully, knows that he is not in a good position. Drops down the cannon barrage. That's the power that you get with the gangplank. You're able to defend your turret for a little bit longer, but not for as long as he probably likes. They're going to just try and trade it down in the bot side for that tier 1.
Also with this build, you get a lot more ability haste as well, so GP ult not on as long as you'd expect. But meanwhile, you're right, RW, the response down this bottom lane is finally dropping the Herald, but LGD are going to push in yet another wave, and yes, it is a trade for RW, and when you're the team behind that does favor you, but at this point in the game, LGD getting more resources in the jungle in this top side. Depends if RW can try and push and get another turret in the bottom lane.
They should be able to. This is pretty much 2 turrets for the price of 1. That's honestly, straight up, that's a great second Herald play. Something that, you know, a lot of analysts talk about, the bait of the second Herald, how it's not really that valuable. And don't get me wrong, the gold value you get from it is definitely not as worth as it is for the first one. But at the same time, it just feels like you get so much more pressure. But Ziv, oh my god, he didn't have his flash up just in time. And Kramer and the combination with the bear get themselves another kill. So it's 4-0. 2 minutes until that Mountain Soul. Oh, it's starting to look a bit dicey for Rogue Warriors, but that's the last game is to be any consolation. There's definitely opportunities here for Rogue Warriors to try and catch out LGD.
You can't walk up to the waves when Kramer's there and you don't have eyes on Quay. If you don't have the vision, you know that the Udi is going to be shadowing the strongest member of LGD right now. Well, have a look again because he just moves between Fog of War, and Kramer can just follow up with a culling that pretty much 100 to 0 Ziv with the help of Quay, deciding for a kill steal. Let's be quite honest, that was a dead gangplank anyway, but good to secure the kill here from Quay, and good shadowing and target control from LGD to keep Kramer snowballing out of control in this game number 3. Penguin, I really fear right now, because there's a BF sword, there's a cloak of agility for Kramer. I mean, this next dragon, he's going to have that infinity edge.
Might have it, but might not have enough time to finish it here. As we can see, 1 minute until that dragon is spawning. But yeah, I feel like you look at the kill participation, it's Kramer 202, it's Quay 202. They both have 100% kill participation. As culling brings the Leona down to literally 1/5 of her HP. But this is a bit of a cheeky play coming out right now from the side of Rogue Warriors. Yeah, no, you can't go for this. You have to run away. You might even have to use the ultimate here from Forge. Yep. Has to use the Emperor's Divide, which will be now down for this dragon fight in 40 seconds. Again, I like the idea, Rogue Warriors. I think you got yourself on the right plan. It's just far too early for you thinking you could... You don't even have the Nash's 2 right now. You can't just 2-man that Baron. Even if no one arrived, I don't even think they can still take it.
It's the Hail Mary, because the other games run so far out of control that LGD can't put a foot wrong. You know, I said that in previous games, and look at what happened, but at the very least here, you still have LGD in a great position. They have some scaling elements as well, but most importantly, they have a soul up in 10 seconds, and that flash for flash, I actually think, is not good for RW, because that's their engage in Leona. Kaishwan has his ulti, but no flash available.
And they're waiting for that Emperor's Divide to come back up, but Kaishwan is dead. Cannon Barrage goes down. Okay. This is just going to really do nothing right now, and this is 5 kills to 0, a 5,000 gold lead, a Mountain Soul to boot. Put it back in your back pocket, get those nice lovely shields, and that has a double whammy because the Seraphine Empowered W gives you a healing based on your shields. So, you know, if you even have the shield and you're a little bit half health, she can heal you for a little bit more. A little tidbit of information there. But, yeah, it's just... I don't even know what you can do right now if you're Rogue Warriors. You can rely on scaling, but again, similar to the last game from LGD's side, you have to get there before you can really rely on it.
Penguin, I'm going to put in a hashtag. Hashtag bring back Chocho. Honestly, like... Kaishwan this series has not looked good at all, and walking into River when you know that you've just burnt your flash, you have a solar flare, but you're the main form of engage, yet you have to make a play around the soul, right? So I get the position of walking in, but for Kaishwan just goes a little bit too deep, doesn't set up the engage in solar flare at all for the chance of RW setting up for the play around Dragon. And yeah, this was definitely a support diff in this series if it ends like this. And for LGD, Mountain Soul now, Elder coming up as well. That'll be the nice cherry on top. 4,000 gold lead. And at this point, I mean, you don't even need the Baron. You've got to pay respect to Kramer. He can even sit in the side lane. You can put Colt in the other version of the side lane. Quay hovers between, and Uniboy and Peace pretty much just play around mid. So I feel like at this point, you can do whatever you want for LGD. Lane assignments are very easy to execute. And Rogue Warriors are trying to make a pick so that they get something back in this game.
They're just trying to delay right now. They're trying to see if they can get some kind of, as you say, delay on it, because there's a 3,500 gold lead just on Kramer and between Kramer and Betty. There is an infinity edge between these two 80 carries right now. That's how big of a gap there is as Quay walks in and finds nobody. So they back themselves up. They don't need to go anywhere further with this. They're just going to try and set up Baron Vision, and that is going to be the next objective for LGD. They do not need Forge doing what Uniboy did in Game 2, so they're going to probably look to try and be a little bit more safe with that objective.
You can see that LGD is just trying to clear away some of this vision. I mean, clearing it away so that Rogue Warriors have to face check, and that's where the strength of LGD comes. Once again, Kramer with the culling. LGD at full health, they're going to keep pushing forward.
Kramer's so big right now. You have the Nash's Tooth, though, and the Leandri's Anguish onto Forge. So there are opportunities. You're starting to get a couple of items here for the side of Rogue Warriors, but it's just, you need to find Kramer. That is your win condition right now. You kill this Lucian, that gold lead just drops like an absolute hammer, and then all of a sudden it's a very, very even fight. Not only that, but you'll also get a nice 1,000 or 800 gold bounty off of him, as he's just sitting on 500 kill bounty right now. So But with no vision right now for Rogue Warriors, LGD feel very confident going for this Baron. Rogue Warriors, they got the Scryers in.
They want to turn.
They have a pink ward down. There's 4,000. There's the cannon barrage. They get that global out of the gangplank and they back themselves away. They get the global. They get the kind of objective to come back up, and they have the mountain soul, so they can keep going onto this. They don't have any problem tanking this up.
I mean, I was gonna say it's a win-win. You pull out the ultimate from the gangplank as well. You can just go back to this objective, clear away any residual vision that RW were able to get coming towards the pit, and the beauty is that, you know, for LGD, they can turn for the play or they can just burst down the Baron. So it's a win-win as long as they don't give Haro the option to 50-50. So they back away, they'll do it another day, and LGD still with that gold lead in hand. But it also gives them the time to clear out some of these waves and, you know, make the threat towards Baron or towards the Elder that's up in 230. Let's just remember that Elder for this team composition of LGD would truly be the nail in the coffin, and they can push these sides and dominate with the help of their Lucian once again.
Well, the Lucian's gone back, picked himself up a Zeal, so has even more crit chance to add to his arsenal. And right now, for Rogue Warriors, they're just trying to wait for the next 2 minutes. If they can get 3 items onto the Tristana before this Elder Drake spawns, which they don't seem too far away from it, they might, and I put a very big asterisk on this, might be able to look to try and take a fight. But I love these 2 Randuin's Omens. You mentioned them a little bit as well. Great little pickups here to stop Betty from really doing anything. It also stops the crit plank, as Betty now just forced straight away. He's by himself. Colt is off to the side. There was 4 people mid. He had to jump away. He cannot defend this on his own.
There's so much mobility on the team when you have a Stride Breaker now, when you have an Udyr who just, you saw, use the chem tank to close the gap. With the Randuin's Omen too, the active is just so useful considering that slowdown is going to be a thorn in Rogue Warriors' side. But yeah, in the side lane, still pushing down these turrets, adding pressure to the mid lane too. LGD just double back to this play around the Baron, but as you can see, RW have a really nice ward outside the pit. That'll spot out whether they're doing the Baron or not. Still hasn't been cleansed away, so RW don't have to face check, but almost caught out.
Feel like Kramer could have fully committed to that one there and really even got all the summoners out, or at bare minimum got the flash out of Forge. But decides not to go for it, didn't have full information, and decides to back away. They do have that nice little ward, like you said, so this is perfect for the side of Rogue Warriors. They know now that it is being started, and now they can start to position themselves a little bit. Quay is not in the pit, though, so this is a smiteless jungle right now. As we can see, the Forge has to use the Emperor's Divide, and that extra little rock puts an extra bit of distance between him and the rest of his pursuers, but the Baron down to about 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP. They're waiting for Mega to kind of come out. He's going to flash it over the wall. Gangplank gets it! Gangplank gets to steal another Baron steal at the 28-minute mark. My God, these teams just can't take an objective.
No, they can't. They're 7-0, Penguin, but they lose another Baron. LGD will be going for the Elder, considering they took down 2 of RW, but the Baron may be able to help RW defend and keep the game going. I just can't believe Ziv was able to get this. As we watch again, it feels like the ultimate was what took it. Cannon Barrage comes down, and yeah, it's the smite. He hasn't got smite.
He doesn't have smite. He doesn't have smite. He used it to try and get on top of Forge, and they end up losing. Oh, Quay, that's unforgivable. They will pick up the Elder Drake, but it's a 2-minute buff. You've got 2 minutes left, or 2.5 minutes. Like you said, this Baron will be able to just negate all of this Elder Drake push, and oh, it gets Rogue Warriors back into the game. Now, they're still a little bit behind. It's still 5,000 gold in favor of LGD, and they have the Elder Drake and the Mountain Soul, but oh, that's got to feel bad.
They've got 0 kills, but they have the scaling on this team, and they're starting to build up the items. They'll be able to push out the waves, and it'll be up to LGD now to force the play, right? They have the Elder Dragon, and this next 2 minutes of play, is so crucial. You'll be watching Kramer trying to be super aggressive here, get waves in order, get the sides pushing up as well, and try and crack the base of Rogue Warriors so that LGD have that next Baron, so they have the avenues to play through. It's going to be difficult, but Teleport is going to start it off.
Yeah, it looks like LGD know they need to try and get the fight. They need to get a team fight here, but like Azir at level 15 Tristana, so she has got herself an extra bit of range. It's becoming very difficult to force these fights, especially considering you have the Baron now, which is just going to be buffing up their minions to keep them as safe as possible. This is a hard fight right now for the side of LGD, and good wave clear here for Rogue Warriors means they're not really contested. You only have a minute left on this Elder, and Harrow still needs to be careful. There's still a lot of damage that can come down. There's the cannon barrage to clear out the wave. Betty caught between a rock and a hard place, but yeah, they're just, there's too many ways for them to clear this. Rogue Warriors should be able to defend their base.
And this is the thing as well, LGD are going to receive poke because the wave clear out of Rogue Warriors is a lot more long range, right? You have Azir, you have Tristana. LGD have to commit further to the wave to go up and take this turret. As you can see, finally they get up. Colt!
Oh, he jumps in. There's a great Emperor Survive, but an encore to start it all off, and that is the end of that for the side of Rogue Warriors. They held until they could hold no more, and the extra little bit of damage that you get with those Elder Drake procs just means there's nowhere for them to run, nowhere for them to go. Betty shut down on the fountain. They have no more minions, but there is no one left alive. It's a double-double. It might be a quote-unquote official penta. Never mind, not going to pick up that one. And that is going to be the game and the series to LGD. They do not give up a single death in their third game, and they take their second win of the season.
After what was a Baron steal from Ziv's ultimate on Gangplank, turns around, the Elder does its work, and like I said, LGD had to make such great use of the Elder Dragon for that game to stay in their favor. Otherwise, it just felt like they would have been outscaled with the composition from RW. They get into the base, they make the play. It is Colt in the end who has the Flash Nah, followed up by Peace's ultimate as hugs go through onto Ziv from... I actually didn't see who hugged him in the end, but...
I didn't actually see that. I didn't see who was the one who hugged him, but it was... yeah, honestly, it was a great game 3 from LGD, great game 1 from LGD, a great mid-game in game 2 from LGD, and they get the win. That's the important thing right now, because they are looking, like we've mentioned many, many times, at a monstrous schedule. They go to next Wednesday where they play Team WE. Then they play LNG, two very high-up playoff teams. Then they play FPX, a top 4 team in the league. Then they play E-Star, which is a little bit of an easier match, but this schedule doesn't get easier, and they have so many games to cover.
Yeah, they really do. It is good that this is a start, but the way it was won was just... it was just so questionable here. I mean, this is what we're looking at with the bottom of the barrel. This is what the bottom of the LPL looks like. It's a little bit messy. It's not peak League of Legends, but the fans, I'm sure, still enjoy it anyway. But, I mean, Penguin, I'm just surprised how that game ended. It felt like RW would be able to hold on to the base, but there's a lot of engage on the side of LGD. They're not paying respect to the inhibitor turret, stepping too far forward. They get punished pretty hard, and... yeah, man, that was 100% the way the game should have ended, right? Like, after what we've been through that series, of course that was going to end with a random Baron steal and a potential throw. I'm just glad that LGD held true and were able to keep it deathless in the end.
Yeah, kept it deathless, only lost 3 turrets and effectively the Rift Herald or 2, and of course the Baron. So as near perfect as you can possibly get, but... I still think, like, coming back to reality, even for LGD, like they are one of our bottom 4 teams. Like they will be between 17th and 13th. I don't think anyone is expecting them to be any higher than that. If they are, fantastic. Delighted to see myself prove wrong. But for them and Rogue Warriors, like Rogue Warriors now are 1-9. So they have 6 series left in the season. That is not a lot of time and not a lot of games to turn this one around. I feel like Rogue Warriors might be at the bottom.
I'm just going to say it. They're at the bottom. I mean, Rogue Warriors, with what I've seen, there is no way this team is going to pick up more than 3 wins, in my opinion. I'm going to be harsh. I'm going to be fair. I've also been told that, you know, I'm a little bit silly because I totally forgot. Of course, it was Uniboy hugging Ziv. You know, we remember AHQ, of course. So, thank you very much to Lyric who pointed that out, because I had a bit of a mind blank. I'm like, hang on, we're thinking LMS hugging Ziv, and I'm like, wait.
I hadn't seen Uniboy that much, so I don't know what he looks like. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't really know if that was Uniboy or not, and I don't want to say. I mean, because in case I'm just 100% wrong.
Technically as well. Remember that, you know, Kramer and Betty were on the same team in Flash Walls at one point. Remember that Kramer was actually in the LMS, and I think Betty was under him at that time when Kramer actually went to Worlds on the roster. So there is a lot of cool little rivalry here, a lot of teammates running against each other today. And, you know, it will feel good if you're LGD, especially if you're someone like Uniboy. His debut split in the LPL. He is performing decently enough, and I think there's always room to go up from here. But, I think in this series, like, for LGD, their learnings are going to be, you know, mid-game shot calling, right? Like, I think for both these teams. What were you saying? It was mid to late game shot calling. Feels like it's the biggest issue with these two teams.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like this is the biggest problem with them, and you know, it's hard to quantify that because in the LPL, like, it's so competitive. You can't just be okay. Like, I feel like in certain other leagues around the world, you can get away with being like, meh, like, it's okay. We can get away with these things. You can't get away with that here. I don't think, like, if there's too many teams and there's too many people vying for, like, high up in the table, that if you try to just, you know, wing it or be like, oh, look, like, for example, I think if you have an early game like TSM's early game is notoriously bad right now in the LCS. Yes. But I think if you had that here, you wouldn't be 7-3 like they are right now. You would be probably like, you know, probably 5-5, maybe 4-6, because there's just too many teams that will just punish you so damn hard. And for LGD and for Rogue Warriors, that feels like it hones true for these teams, that the league is just too competitive for them to really just kind of like throw away random Barons. You know, you give that Baron in game 2 to IG or to EDG. Games over. In fact, we saw it from EDG. EDG were miles behind against V5, and then V5 gave them one fight, and they took Elder, they took Baron, they took the game over. Right. Like, I feel like that's just the way the LPL works.
Bro, Lyric has PTSD from that, man. You shouldn't bring it up. that pulls him down. I know he's watching.
I'm sorry. He's not casting with me today, so.
Cry in the corner. You're right. Like, there's a bar set in the LPL. There's a really big one as well. And I think it's like that OMG, TT, LGD, Rogue Warriors, E-Star. They're all in that bottom pile that's like, these are our weakest teams. Anyone here could beat anyone, but we're expecting them to lose the majority of their games. And I think, you know, maybe TT has shown they're a little cut above that, even E-Star at some point, but I think we know who our bottom teams are. I think we know what we expect when we see LGD Rogue Warriors, you know, on the pamphlet for today, on the setup. Again, while we talked about today being a bit of a warm-up towards RNG versus FPX. But I think that's what makes the LPL interesting, right? We have so many different teams, so many different style of teams. They're not perfect, but they are fun League of Legends to watch because they sometimes bring a rabbit out of the hat for you to enjoy.
Yeah, well, we're going to have our MVP from that third and final game of our first series. It is going to be Kramer on this Lucian. It was really not going to be anybody else. Guy had 100% kill participation, 8-0 and 4. He just looked good on the Lucian. I think it's definitely something of a pocket pick for him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, taking Lucian to the bottom lane, you want to see him snowball early. You want to see him take over games. And the priority put from Quay to focus on this lane, it was perfect. Peace linking up with the Seraphine as well, giving the lane priority over to Kramer and Peace. It was, I think, a really good early game from LGD. Definitely deserved it here for Kramer. And you could see in these fights, he was just such a high-impact player. His burst was insane. And that's when you get into the Giga Broken Lucian territory, where we all remember on release, like, how good this champion felt. Well, when you're fed like this, you shred through the front line, and you're easily able to carry games.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like he found his gears on this champion and just never stopped shifting up and higher and higher and higher. He just able to, we could see him a couple of different times using the culling to just set up plays that just led into kills. You could see him going and just using it to just get towers. You mentioned it in the cast. He got 4 out of all 4 towers he was directly involved with taking. Yep. So honestly, fantastic game from him. Fantastic move from them overall. And yeah, I think the LGD, they'll take this win at 2-5. They're feeling positive. They have a lot of games to play, but at the same time, they're only 1 win away from where Suning are at 3-5. So yeah, you take the wins.
I think it's super fair here, Penguin. I think it's super fair. I mean, LGD have a lot of games to go. Who knows? They could be a team that hits middle of the pack. You're talking about it could hit playoffs. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But we are going to send it over to Wendy, who has an interview with one of our victorious players from LGD.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Quay from LGD Gaming with us. So first of all, congratulations on today's win. So how do you feel right now? 那首先恭喜你们赢下了今天的比赛嘛。那现在感觉怎么样呢？
现在的感觉挺好的，挺开心的，因为我们之前 开局是连跪的嘛，然后现在是2连胜，希望后面比赛也可以多赢几把。
I'm quite happy about today's victory because previously we were on a losing streak. So for now, we were able to get a 2 winning streak. I'm very happy about that, and I hope we can get more wins in the future. And for today's game, for RW, actually Haro is the one that always grabbed the tempo for the whole team. So as a jungler as well, how could you restrain his performance in today's matchup? 那说到今天的对局嘛，其实对面也主要以 Haro 来为一个中心，然后来尽量的打开局面。那同样作为打野位置，魁选手是怎么样去今天限制住对面的一个发挥呢？
首先我把我自己的野区刷野顺序管理好，然后我就围绕我们优势的那条路跟他打就可以了。
I try to focus more on my own farming pathing, and then I can focus on the lane that we can grab some leads more to play the game. And also, we feel like you guys really changed a lot after in Game 3. So could we know what's kind of the changes or the feedback after the Game 2? 那我们感觉到好像你们在第3局是有种焕然一新的面貌，所以想问一下，在第2局结束以后，你们队内有做哪些调整，或者说一些反馈呢？
第2把结束之后，我们大家都是觉得没什么，只是上把失误了，有点急，所以只要我们打好自己的，我们第3把一样可以赢下来。
After Game 2, we feel like it's okay to give the Game 2 to the opponent's team because in Game 2 we made some mistakes here and there, and we were played too rushed. So in Game 3, if we try to focus on our game contents, we were able to get the win as well. And also in Game 3, we feel like you started to target on the ball lane from the very beginning, and from the ball lane to grab the leads for the whole team. So could we know more about the game strategy? 那其实我们感觉，其实第3局你们从前期很早就主要去围绕下路来打嘛，然后呢整体打开局面，所以想问一下整体的一个战术策略是怎么样的呢？
第3把的话，我们 BP 就是围绕下路打的，所以我们只要把下路塔推掉，视野控好，龙控下来，我们就挺好打的。
From the ban pick phase, we try to target a lot on the bot lane in Game 3, and also if we try to push the lanes to get the tower and to do a very good vision around the bot lane to try to control all the dragons, it's quite easy for us to grab that win. And also previously, Kramer in the previous interviews have told us because there are so many rookie players in the current LGD gaming, so he believes you guys still have a huge room to make the improvements on. So could we know about which part do you think the whole team can still make some modifications or the improvements on? 那其实，在之前的采访之中 ，K 哥也提到说，现在的队伍其实是有一些新人选手嘛，但所以说整体感觉还有很大的一个提升空间。那你觉得可能队伍在哪些方面可以有更好的一些提升或者说改变呢？
我觉得我们的野辅沟通和节奏需要再好一点，然后上单要与整体的节奏再融洽一点。
I feel like basically our jungle support synergy and also jungle support communications can be improved. And in terms of our top laners, I think the communication and also the whole teamwork can also be improved. And thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again. 那是再次的恭喜你们。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And yeah, just feeling good about it. Obviously, a lot of rookie players, feels like he's a lot of room to grow, and of course wants to move and improve. But you know, good to start off with a win in terms of the new year. Start the season in your massive gauntlet of games with a positive.
I think the biggest takeaway there is that, like, you know, Quay knows that there's a lot of room to improve, but not even just that. It's the fact that LGD communication needs to be improved. It looks like the biggest issue with this team right now, and how they transition to the mid game. Played a comp more respective to how they played the second game, and to win out the series is still a win in the end of the day, Penguins. So looking to see if LGD can continue this and actually surprise us a little bit now sitting 2-5.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but that is all the time we're going to have. We're going to send it to a quick break. When you return, it will not be us. It will be Munchables and Dagda. We are done for the day, and we will be bringing you the next series, which is E-Star versus Top Esports. Thank you for joining us on this weird experiment.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
Controlling,
attacking, battling, exhibiting unprecedented skill. This represents the hallmarks of the LPL style.
Here comes your Galliolti flare! Oh, look like they just want to disengage this one now. They already got the pick onto the enemy jungler. Go, mini pick!
Advancing fearlessly, never backing down until the very last moment.
Sends him Penta gets caught out, that's the Quadra, looking for it, Bin will pick it up, get the Penta kill for Bin!
They stand on the grandest of stages. Hungry for a fresh challenge in this new season.
Rookie with the perfect position as soon as the curtain call comes out.
There's another one. He started without their top laner for 30 seconds of the game. The Shy holds them back into the team. Big gnarl team.
The fray, but they're taken down. Wanfeng is the one on the scene, and he's looking for more. He's looking for multi-kills as the triple comes up through.
Shuffle out. They gave this pick to Angel as it's a quadra kill. And you know what? It's Penta time.
The ultimate fight is about to begin on the Rift.
This is the best FPX have looked since they won the World Championship title in 2019.
Carson moves into the pit though. He wants this Infernal Soul point. Has to use the Aegis Assault, and he gets the Dragon against all odds, and he jumps out the other side of the pit. LPX on the back of the fight, trying to take down Carson as Nuguri is across everybody, stuns across the team, and Top Esports are scattered to the wind. Knight trying to escape, but there is no escape. When FPX want a fight win, FPX take themselves to 5-man clean ace.
At the core of this revival, you have LWX rising higher and higher as the vanguard to lead his team.
Right down the middle, yeah, Eric finds it, excuse me, OMG, ball strong, but Nuguri comes in, sweeps him down, and OMG getting low at half health. Is this Camille? He gets destroyed as well, and FPX are actually losing the fight. Eric forward, he goes, the fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky devil, you!
A return to the glory days for RNG has me feeling nostalgic. It's been almost 3 years since we last saw RNG at the top of the LPL table.
Can RNG get on to Rookie?
They've done it. Ming just takes him down. Solarflare gives the numbers advantage in RNG in a favorable state as Xiaohu steals away the Feather Storm. Lucas in a bad position. Attractor Repel doesn't save him. He gets the Ferromancy to mount up, and Wink drops as well. Shun on the round out, as even the Shy can't turn this one around. RNG may have secured the soul.
Xiaohu is no longer a mid laner in the top lane. He has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best top lane talent and then come out the better of it.
We gotta keep our eyes on Wink though, Hysterics. He's the big carry.
Well, the base is getting torn in the meanwhile though. Shun needs to smite this down. Getting Ocean Soul for IG would be big. No, stolen again. Wei just comes into Xiaohu. Hits a 4-man ulti. Wink's gonna go down. The Shy and Rookie at the back of the pit, and RNG are hightailing it for a series win.
Both these teams need this win. A win keeps your momentum. It keeps the gears moving and the rise to playoffs steady.
The Baron steal's going to be everything, but the Shockwave comes in. Wei's in the pit. Oh. It's all his. Wei's just stolen the Baron. Now Wink against it all. Going to get knocked into the wall. Rookie as well. Xiaohu follows up, and IG have just lost it all. No spinning to win. A double kill over to the 80 carry of RNG.
Feather Caller comes on out. Angel still surviving. Into the Dragon Pit he goes. Doomby trying to chase him down as SOFM is chased out. Sooning a falling left, right, and center. Bo gets himself a kill as Angel in the back of the pit will be taken down by Doomby. And SOFM falls as Bo flashes over the wall and gets his revenge.
neither team will be willing to give an inch in this series, and I'm hoping both will be pushing to run a mile.
已经先行倒在地上，这是EDG一波反打的机会。剑魔再次入场开启大面，他如同天神下凡。
焦掉了 Q 这边在观望，第一波进场加料只炸到了一个狗熊，加料回身已经被打断。哇，这波赛哥点卡到位了吗？
下一个是谁？阿卡丽又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉 ，TPDOT 交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，
来不到了。哇 ，Holder 直接瞬间融化。
英雄联盟任其完成了一个恐怖游戏 ，Holder 这一波真的下得不轻。
亚高在上城过以后，输出现在武器感觉在这。
哇，太惨了！这场比赛已经变成了一场屠杀。
血腥程度就是高，对，甭管打谁就一直打，真的就是一直打，连血腥程度都要比的吗？这个1、2赛局1次吧，打了多长时间啊？一塔还没推掉就打到2塔推完。
Tactical tries to find one. What's Carsey? Carsey needs to do something magic. 下雨了，有没有五杀？有没有五杀？The rookie of the year. Carsey needs to do something magical here. Oh, there it is again. The World Championship Final. Do you believe it?
我觉得 ZS 选手的话，因为之前我也有看过 LDL 的比赛嘛，然后我觉得他打得非常好，然后他来 LPL 的比赛打得也很不错，他就比较属于团队吧。眼下 ES 的话，我觉得我们的关键点在中路，因为我觉得中路的主动性很重要。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. Now you're probably wondering why myself and Dagda are currently dressed like fishermen. Well, to give you the long story short, it's because we're about to cast E-Star. And E-Star, what a load of Pollux, am I right? Am I right, Doctor?
Yeah, so myself and Munch were fishing for a couple of things to kind of put into the series. We just thought, you know what? E-Star are very similar to Pollux. Because Everyone knows the famous Norwegian study that they had really big issues with pollux getting into the salmon fisheries, eating all the food, and even when like E-Star have these good moments, they get the food, they end up overstaying their welcome, they're caught by the scientists, they're kicked out, and this is oftentimes the problems with E-Star, is that honestly they're overstaying where they shouldn't be. Even when they try to set up some of these perfect moments for themselves, they're not setting up their waves correctly, they're late on resets, their objective control kind of overall is pretty abysmal. And E-Star as a whole really need to pull themselves up if they want to be able to take on top esports today.
And you know, when you're looking at this team, there's a few new players in here. It does feel like they are small fish in a big pond, and quite often it feels like maybe they're swimming upstream, maybe they're in too deep. You know, they could end up in a lot of these situations, especially against a team like Top Esports, sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, I think they really need to summon up the courage here if they want to be able to go toe-to-toe with Top Esports. I don't think scaling's the way to go in this. I think you really need to take Top Esports early, try and gut them. And honestly, look, I mean, Carp a diem. You only live once here as E-Star. Give it your best shot and see if you can push it all the way against Top Esports.
But on the other side of the board as well, Top Esports, on a similar note, the way that they find their wins in the LPL is fishing for picks. They're always dipping their net in and trying to find what comes out the other side. So when you look at their games, especially against LNG, it was all based around their fishing mechanics, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. And especially the last 3 games that they played have very much been these pick-orientated styles. We've seen Knight picking up the Twisted Fate twice. We've had the... I'm losing my hat here. As we can see them actually going towards the likes of Pantheon as well. This has been very much the name of the game, and it's cool to see Warhorse trying to bring out multiple different styles from Top Esports. So I'm excited to see as we roll into this if they're going to have some fun with it.
Well, it's about time that we dive in and get over to Pick and Ban because it's already kicking off. So we're going to head over to the stage now. We were going to talk about the bottom lane for Top Esports as well because that's kind of a shark-infested bottom lane right there. But we can talk about that once we get into the game. But since Champ Select is underway, I'm going to take off my fishing gear, Dagda, and I'm going to start talking about League of Legends here. Well, it's time to get serious because, you know, when you look at the standings, Top Esports are needing some wins right now. We're going to start this draft off with a Kai'Sa first pick, very, very standard. A Felios ban is a little surprising to me. But then Kai'Sa with an Olaf, we've got the Gragas, which is just an incredibly good blind pick as well.
Yeah, this is actually kind of V-Stars respecting Jackie Love and Joe. As we said, they are insanely strong in this bottom lane, and they've actually been willing to pick the Felios into Kai'Sa, just shove under turret all day long. So respecting that. Top Esports, though, going towards this Gragas already could be going towards Joe of 369. Kai'Sa has played a little bit of the Gragas, but with the Olaf already locked in, that's out the window. On the upside, though, the Seraphine locked in. So we haven't actually seen a huge amount of Seraphine from our top teams, but definitely a lot of our kind of lower end teams have been toying with the idea of this Seraphine, trying to see what they can do. Great engage, strong in the mid lane, strong in that support role as well. And that flexibility in draft is so good for the Seraphine pick.
Yeah, really nice to see. 80% win rate so far as well. And another Hecarim coming through. We saw a bit of Hecarim yesterday. And Hacker is going to bring that one forward. But
he has a 10% win rate at the moment, so I'm not sure about the Hecarim, but we'll see how this one goes.
Hey, look, they managed to... Oh, wait, no, it lost yesterday as well, didn't it? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Top Esports, though, going to lock in this Tristana for Jackie Love. We're going to talk about this shark-infested bot lane. 2-0 and Jackie Love love to get kills. Tristana's pretty good at that.
Yeah, especially if you're setting up for kind of a kill lane. Like, you can go with this Gragas in the bot lane if you want the flash body slam into Tristana leaping on top of you as well. Huge amount of damage, huge amount of potential burst as well, especially when you hit that level 6 point. So the opportunity for Top Esports to double down on what has been the most dominant bot lane in the LPL in spring 2021.
Yeah, Sion getting removed from the table. This is something targeted towards ZS. He's been known to play a lot of frontline picks. Not really the kind of guy that wants to be massively a huge carry threat. He has actually had some good games on carries. I kind of wish they would lean towards him being a carry threat a little bit more, but what we have seen is a lot of frontline from him.
Yeah, and I mean, you can go towards the Narban here if you really want to as well, just try and take away a lot of his comfort. Then you're kind of looking at the likes of the Ornn and these kind of things as the big, beefy top laners that we have seen, because even then, the Gragas is already taken away by top esports, so you're starting to lead away from what has been ZS's more comfort-orientated picks, but we'll have to see if top esports decide to go towards that. For E-Star here, they're very much focused on Nice, with the Twisted Fate band away though, not seeing that kind of pick-orientated style that top esports have been playing, but we still have the likes of the Orianas and even the Syndra still on board as well for either of these mid laners to pick.
So Lulu taken off the board, as you say. Things like the Oriana, things like the Syndra, these are picks that we all know Knight for. Again, the Syndra hasn't felt as impactful in the most recent patches, but it's still possible to see it. And it's actually an Alistar ban, so both Oriana and Syndra still available. Now, he did just hover an Echo for a second there. It's worth talking about the fact that the Echo could be good into them, but Silas is locked in. And obviously the Seraphine could be in the mid lane for Irma still, or it could go down to Chelsea.
Honestly, I'm kind of like surprised that we didn't get the confirmation of where this Gragas was going. I feel like taking your support here, especially with stuff like the Rel still open, probably would have been a nicer call just to guarantee a good matchup for yourself in the mid lane, because honestly you're not certain where this Seraphine is going. It still could go down to this bottom side or could go into this mid lane, and I would have liked to see the flexibility left open for Nice, but it looks like Nice just like, cool, I don't really care. I mean, I'm looking at all these ultimates that are available on the E-Star side between like the Hecarim and that Seraphine ultimate. I'm totally fine to go into these team fights and steal away a couple of these ultimates.
Yeah, you better believe it. And we're seeing the Thresh hover. Anyone that didn't watch last split won't know that Xiaoxi is a bit of a Thresh prince. The Thresh, the Blitzcrank were really the two picks that he blasted onto the scene with in 2020 E-Star back in spring. And it feels good to see Xiaoxi on that Thresh once more, even though it's not been a big pick for him this split. Historically, it's been one of his exceptional standouts.
Yeah, he's played 11 unique picks this split, so he's been flexing a lot, but the Thresh has always been what he's known for, and he's gonna have his work cut out for him, especially in this bottom side of the map with Joe and this Tristana locked in with the Gragas. This is going to be a heap of pressure down in this bottom lane. You're going to be looking for Xiaoxi to try and kite out some of these engagements and make sure Jackie Love and Joe aren't just running away with that bottom lane, because if they do, top esports have opted into kind of this 1-3-1 style, and if you have this Tristana up and running, it becomes very difficult to match side lanes and also the pressure that's going to be in this mid lane.
Yeah, she's real good at the team fights. She's real good at taking those towers. But I don't really want to talk about the Gragas in that bottom lane. I want to talk about what was just swapped there, because we got 369 on his Jax. Now, this will be the second time he plays it this split, but this is a classic for 369, especially when it came to the World Championship. Bin and 369 seem to just fall back in love with Jax all over again. This is one of the picks that you just know that he has the individual capability to take over with.
And honestly, it feeds into the way the top esports play, because I think one of the most impressive thing about top esports is this team has the highest first blood rate in the LPL right now. But the curious thing is that Karsa actually has the 4th lowest first blood rate of any jungler. The entire thing is made up by just how strong these solo laners are, and their dual lane as well. Because their solo laners, both Knight and 369, are top 3 when it comes to solo kills. Jackie Love and Joe are top 2 when it comes to dual lane kills in the LPL. Like, having these strong solo lanes that you can play through is the bread and butter of top esports, and we're seeing it here once again with the counter pick for 369 in the top.
It's beautiful to see, and also kind of shutting down ZS. We talked about ZS being a guy that actually historically has liked to be the carry top laner, and he's had a couple of good performances on carry top laners, this Camille being one of them. But going into 369, allowing 369 to have that last pick means that they can shut down that window. And it's down to Irma and Rat to be the real carries. Rat realistically, because you expect with the Seraphine mid, it's very likely going to be that Moonstone build, so Irma is kind of going to be pushed back onto a much more defensive playstyle.
It's more so about like how this synergizes so well with ZS and Hacker, right? Because both these guys want to be diving into the backline, and then you just get this massive extended ultimate coming through from this Seraphine, and going to cause a lot of issues for top esports if they're trying to fight this front to back style. So I love the follow-up that this Seraphine is going to offer in towards these team fights, and especially when you're looking at ZS, in the early stages of the game against this Jax, he'll have a reasonably okay time, but Jax will get to a point where he just outscales in those side lanes, so you'll be needing ZS to go towards this kind of Divine Sunder or Sterix Gage build, go towards these team fights, and set up alongside Irma for these big engagements.
We'll see if they're going to be able to set that up and if they're going to be able to find the team fights that they're looking for, but the one problem with that as a win condition against a team like Top Esports is often Top Esports don't really allow it to get to that point. This is the kind of win lane, win game sort of team that wants to go for skirmishes, and we're getting that exactly in the bottom lane. JackeyLove exhausted, and Top Esports are happy to take that. They're going to go, okay, well, we'll just end the trade there. We've got an exhaust out. That's a summon a spell for nothing. We're okay with that one.
And this is what we wanted to touch on, was just how dominant JackeyLove and Joe are, in this bottom side of the map. Like, they have a combined KDA of 15 of like 10 for JackeyLove, 6 for Joe. Their gold difference of 15 is 1,000 gold. They have the highest CS difference of 15, the highest XP difference of 15. Like, these guys in the bottom lane are unstoppable with the aggression and just being so obnoxious and in your face. So when you see a pairing like this with the Tristan and the Gragas, you know they're going to go ham over and over again in this bottom lane.
The shark-infested bottom lane, and they certainly smell blood in the water. That's one of the nice little interactions, though, you just saw in the top side, where you've got 369 and ZS trading back and forth. You'll see that every single time 369 pops the counter-strike, ZS will try and bounce into it to get the stun and then step out of the range of the stun. So it's the way that you have to... It doesn't seem intuitive when you first look at it, but it's the way that you have to play this matchup as the Camille.
Yeah, eventually, though, this Jax just takes over this matchup. You can already see he's got the push there in the top lane, but... Oh, actually, he's been engaged on top.
Oh, the all-in the bottom side. Rat getting the bomb stacked up onto him. The Ignite won't be enough. That was 3 summoners used. That is 3 down on either side at this point with just Shoutsy's flash available, but this will be a wave crashing in the bottom side.
So nice job to force Rat out of lane. However, if we look at this kind of top lane shenanigans that happened, Karsa wasn't able to get that top lane Scuttlecrab despite 369 having the push. So now he's running down towards his bottom side to make sure that he can secure his own Scuttle. So bit of action kind of across the board here in this game, but certainly a big win for JackeyLove and Rat, especially when you look at that CS lead that's already been garnered for the Tristan.
Yeah, Rat falling behind a little bit in that bottom side, but you would expect that a bit, especially when it's JackeyLove and Draw. These guys, the criticisms we've had of Draw, let's just remember that this guy is a rookie coming into the split. Karsa has found Hacker in the jungle. 1v1 me, bro, screams Karsa as he charges forward, dives the towers, and now Irma should be able to at least answer the play. Gets himself a double buff for the mid lane. Knight in absolute shambles, wondering what on earth his jungler is doing.
That double buff is pretty big for Orma, because as you can see, being able to spam these spells is massive.
Oh, Rat's in trouble. Again, look at the damage out from JackeyLove. Pulled out on the Dark Passage. Now a hook thrown out, but JackeyLove hops away to safety. And they could actually hold this wave in a really awkward spot for E-Star.
Now, it is Tristana, which makes it a little bit more difficult to hold, but definitely with the size of that wave, they'll be happy to just try and freeze this, force Rat into uncomfortable positions, and although you don't have Joe's flash, that engage potential is still sky high, so already Top Esports coming out of the gate swinging. And when we're looking at their team composition, how they scale better into these side lanes, this is where we're trying to see if JackeyLove can get a lead in bot, fantastic, he can have a lot of turret taking pressure, crack open the map for Top Esports and allow them to operate in these side lanes.
And I want to go back to something that I very briefly hit on before we had one of our many all-ins in that bottom side of the map. And that's that while E-Star would love to try and find these big teamfight engages in the big 5v5s, quite often what we end up seeing with Top Esports, similarly with IG as well, is that the compositions they draft, regardless of the win conditions, quite often come down to we have such huge advantages in the laning phase that we would just brute force skirmishes early on in the game and snowball from there. And it's going to be down to E-Star to try and stop that happening early. You can see Hacker trying to do that as he moves in on the top side. Stun from 369 though. I don't know if they're going to be able to achieve much here. A TP being channeled. Shoutsy's on the way as well. 369. Ward hops and jumps on out. Hextech ultimatum available, but he's out of range. It's all gone awfully wrong for E-Star.
Look at the bot lane, though. Top Esports, they're about to answer.
They certainly are. They're going to go for a dive onto Rat. He's been abandoned by his team, and he will be sent back down into the sewers. It's going to be JackeyLove to grab himself a bit of kill credit and probably a few plates, while Knight hammers away in the mid lane as well. Top Esports already getting, what, like 600 gold off the back of this play, making a little bit more as another plate goes down. 369 survived everything. He's still full health. He's just farming away in the top lane.
And it's only a matter of time until they even turn this in towards a dragon. Like, they're trying to get this red buff. Doesn't really matter that they don't. Like, as you said, plates mid, plates bot, kills bot. And although 369 lost a little bit of CS top, it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Now, ZS trying to answer.
Oh, Encore comes on through, and we want to hear a little bit more singing, Irma, because that's an easy pick on to Knight. Now an opportunity to go to Dragon as well. You can see the recall from Joe. Him and Cars are waiting in the wings, looking for a pick, but spotted by the scanner. That means that no pick will come through, but JackeyLove is on the scene. He's got a Noon Quiver. He is way ahead of Rat. If a skirmish does happen on this bottom side, watch out for JackeyLove.
Yeah, you can see there, or E-Star would have loved to try and turn that into some sort of Rivet control or even Dragon, but with the fact that JackeyLove is so far ahead, having burnt that big ultimate from her in the mid lane, they just don't feel comfortable taking these fights, so rightfully back away. But again, you can already see, like, Top Esports starting to get control of this, and I like that E-Star tried to be proactive, but they need to not as heavily commit members towards that top side, because as you can see, 369, he's got a huge amount of ways of disengaging, and when you're committing 4 members top, it's so easy for the rest of Top Esports to answer across the map.
And the really sad thing about that play as well for E-Star was that if ZS could have just got in range for the ultimate, that play works. 369 goes down, and maybe they can turn it into something, but it would have also been fine to just wait a little bit, try and get a Herald first and use that play to try and brute force a turret instead. But unfortunately, went a little bit awry, and Knight is taking some serious damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, this actually, well, Knight's going to walk away from it, he'll be alright, but with the priority that you have for Knight in this mid lane, and also the fact that 369 is kind of set himself up for a slow push in top, it looks like with Karsa coming back out onto the map, they'll look to try and use that double priority to see if they can move over towards this Rift Herald, but E-Star have already started to come into this area and looking to start up before all those pieces land for Top Esports.
Well, it's been spotted, and both bot lanes are going to stay on the bottom side of the map. So this will be a 3v3 if we do see a fight for it. E-Star on the Herald, and it looks like Top Esports are opting out for now. Karsa is just waiting off to the side, though. Does have flash available, but Smite comes through from Hacker. Maybe it can be punished. 369 goes in, does get the stun, and they're just going to disengage. E-Star managed to get away. They grabbed themselves a Herald, though. This is a big win for E-Star.
I was actually wondering if E-Star were going to take that fight. And when you come into an enclosed corridor... Oh, hang on, bot side.
Not again. Not like this. Shall see the target this time. The bomb is stacking up. Exhaust does nothing against JackeyLove. He's already so huge.
Yeah, 2 kills already for this Tristan in the bottom lane. Very quickly going to be working up towards that Kraken Slayer. This is going to be insane. Like, he's going to get like 3 plates, possibly 4 plates just by himself. Like, that's insane. This JackeyLove pick is going to be so big in these fights.
Honestly, you can go Kraken Slayer in the Tristana, but with the targets that he's got on the enemy team, and with the fact that it's JackeyLove, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Gale Force just for more potential assassination on towards Irma and Rat during these fights.
And the problem is, how do you try to contain JackeyLove, right? Because he's going to be able to quickly take this tower. There's the Kraken Slayer just completed. You can then just shift him around the map. You can move him up towards this mid lane, have your Silas and Jax operating side lanes, kind of shut down how E-Star want to play. He can threaten the mid lane tower. He can push and roam very effectively towards these side lanes as well to create man advantages. Like, it just becomes so easy for Top Esports to snowball off of JackeyLove at the bottom.
Well, to be fair, on the side of E-Star, you ask how they can contain JackeyLove. Well, Shousey has an ability called the box, and when I need to contain anything at home, I usually store it in a box of some kind. So there are storage options,
but it
at least on the side of
lid.
E-Star.
The box doesn't have a lid.
Oh, that's true. There's no lid.
Yeah.
So, and he's Tristana, so he can just jump out again. Ah, there we go. So, logistical issues on the side of E-Star, which is not something we usually talk about in League of Legends. But 369 now getting the double TPs on the top side. Irma comes in, on-court available. Knight has arrived. Irma going to hold on to the ulti for now. And it's just going to dissuade the play.
And there's not really much that you can really get here as he starts kind of hoping and wishing that you can get some gold back in your favor. Because if ZS does get big enough here, there is an opportunity to just try and have this Camille push against the Jacks, prevent top esports from taking over side lanes, and then you can look towards like Dragons and Rift Heralds and Barons to find these more team fight orientated styles. But unfortunately for them, they just haven't been able to find it. 369 has done a great job of avoiding it and also having the support of Karsa and Knight here.
Yeah, Karsa and Knight have roamed up to stop the Herald play. It will get the charge on through, but they should be able to finish the Herald and keep the tower safe. So, first tower of the game doesn't go eStar's way, and look where Jackie Love is. This will be the first tower going the way of top esports. He's already finished that Kraken Slayer, didn't go for the Gale Force in the end. Huge amounts of gold. Look at that, 610 straight into the pocket of Jackie Love. He has a 40 CS lead. He's already got some kills as well. Jackie Love probably represents like 40% of the gold lead that top esports has right now.
And that's what I wanted to comment on, was just, again, eStar committing 4 members topside. Rat's just screwed. He's got to give away that bot lane tower, and sure, he got a plate back in mid, but honestly, with a lot of resources being committed to that top side and only really getting that charge off of the Rift Herald, it wasn't worth it for eStars. And this is the problem, is that they're just not being efficient with where they place their resources, and that's been a continuous problem that I've had with them over the course of spring 2021.
We could have a little bit of a fight happening. Rat, you're on the weak side of the map, my friend. You don't get to push this far out away from the base. How on earth that E landed, I will never know. Maybe my screen's dodgy, but that looked a bit weird to me. Hacker trying to push Joe away, but it's another kill going the way of top esports. Rat has gone down once more, and he is just not having any kind of fun today. And you know what, Jackie Love, he's happy to grab a couple of Krugs on top of everything else. He'll shove these waves in. Rat, you can see him running his hand through his hair. He knows that this ain't going so hot for him.
And one of the things that top esports have excelled at is utilizing when one tower goes down. Oftentimes they'll move 369, it looks like they're going to do it now, down towards this bottom side. He'll play that extended lane, but it means that what they'll do is just shove in super hard. They'll rotate him up through river and back in towards the mid lane or that top side to look for dives, look for control of the enemy jungle. And it's this kind of push-pull that they play that's super interesting to watch, and how they're able to wring so much out of just these small advantages that they pick up on the map.
Yeah, but when we're talking about the advantages that they've picked up on the map, obviously they have the one tower, they've got a 2,000 gold lead, and a Drake for themselves, and obviously the plates going into the pocket of Jackie Love, as you can see. But importantly, when you look at the CS numbers across the board, we've got a CS lead in that bottom lane for Jackie Love that is a tremendous lead. But even in the mid lane as well, Knight managing to pull himself a 30 CS lead, almost a 40 CS lead. And that's just based off of the laning phase alone, because Irma has gone for so many roams early on.
Yeah, and it's really starting to come back to bite them. You can see the first items coming through across the board. I hadn't picked up on it. Karsa's actually gone for a stride breaker this game. So not actually going with the usual gore drinker. He's just looking to try and catch people, use the pick potential, and especially when you've got a composition, as we said, that likes to play through these side lanes, this more pick-orientated style works so much better than the more team-fighting gore drinker build from the Olaf, and that's reflected as well in Knight, who's gone towards this Everfrost. This we've started to see creep up a little bit more, but certainly more of a team fight.
Oh, Rat. Oh, what is that damage? See you later, Rat. Oh. My goodness. Jackie Love, he's angry today. He is not messing around.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has just been an absolute stomp from Jackie Love. I really wish we just got to do a graphic on, like, the Sharks and the bot lane, because you can see now, like, they get one whiff of blood, one opportunity, and they're just going to take that and run away with the entire game, or swim away with the entire game, I suppose, if we're sticking with the fishing stuff.
Yeah, these guys aren't fish anymore, though. They have grown into sharks, and it is something to behold. I do want to point out, despite what we were talking about before, ZS and Hacker have decided to both go for the Triforces this game, which I have to ask you, Dagda, if you've got 2 Triforces across your team, does that make it a Hex Force when you combine it together? How many sides
you're a Power
Polygon
Ranger,
got?
definitely. I think that's how it works. It's maybe that's only Power Rangers. I think Hecarim, if you put him in the right skin, could look like a Power Ranger, so maybe that could work. But I'm actually not the biggest fan of it.
More of a Hexarim at this point.
Yeah, a Hex. Thank you. Well done. Well done. But, honestly, I'm not a big fan of the build from ZS. I would have preferred the Divine Sunder build coming through here, because honestly, I don't think you're going to end up winning out in side lanes. So as a Camille, just go towards this Divine Sunder in towards Derek's Gage build, and then you're more of a team fighter. You can lock down members, set up for the likes of Irma. The Triforce just doesn't really offer you enough survivability in team fights, and I think that's going to come to hurt E-Star if they just try to play through side lane.
Well, unfortunately for them, I feel like maybe playing through side lanes is their only option, because I don't know if you can really team fight anymore. They're 5,000 gold down, almost 6. And they're just losing. It feels like they're losing a tower every couple of seconds at this point. A Herald goes down in the bottom side of the map. And we can see a recall coming through from Knight, but he has TP, and the rest of the team isn't showing any signs to stop in. Hacker threatens the engage. Onslaught of Shadows in, but he's totally on his own. And now the TP back in from Knight. We called it before it happened. 4 members strong from E-Star, but it's a 4 versus 4. Jackie Love's not even here yet. Great encore across the team, but there is no damage. And Jackie Love has arrived, bouncing through with the resets. It's 3 kills for Top Esports, and they can run straight towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's not even like they can get Baron or they can get everything. It's 18 minutes into this game. They have just snowballed completely out of control. They're going to crack down the last few of these outer turrets. And how do you try and hold on at E-Star?
Like, let's not focus on how they try and hold on. Let's just focus on the fact that Jackie Love is quite happy to 1v1 a Camille as Tristana. Because, you know, Joe arrived there, but he was a little late to the party. That was definitely a 1v1 regardless. Jackie Love still had flash. Like, that... When the enemy Tristana can 1v1 your Camille, you know it's doomed. Those are the rules of League of Legends.
And when you're trying to engage here as Hacker, it's a 3 versus 4 and you're still losing out heavily, even when the rest of the team are like, this is a disaster. You know that this game is completely out of hand, and this is without even the Tristana, who's the most fed member of this Top Esports squad as well. You can see like the Phantom Dancer, the second item already completed for her, very quickly working towards Infinity Edge.
Well, Shousy's been caught. The flash stun from 369. Joe gets the barrel in to finish off the kill. Wants a little bit of credit for himself. He's 3-0-5 and he's having a great game. Joe, the rookie on this squad. And it has to be said, we questioned a couple of times if he was being too over-aggressive in a few of their series. This game, when you've got Jackie Love this strong, there is no such thing as too aggressive when the rest of the team just wants to jump in alongside with you.
Yeah, and he's even gone for the Moonstone. Or actually, it's the Battle Song as well.
Oh
sorry,
my
to get him
God, another
in as quick as possible.
Irma gets out-encored. Out-encored in the top side.
Yeah, look, what do? Knight just takes it, and when you're ahead, it becomes as much of a boon for Top Esports that they've got this crazy engage coming through from the encore. Jackie Love has become a split pusher. He said, hold on, I know you're not your Silas, I know you're Jax, but I'm just a fed Tristana, and I can take towers just as well.
They're 9,000 gold up, Dagda. They're almost 2,000 gold per minute or something. Oh, hang on, no, that's not true. I can't do maths. Forget that. I didn't do well at school, okay? Let's just move on. Baron is going to come up right now, Dagda, and Top Esports are just waiting for that to happen. They know that this ward is here. Joe's going to walk up and clear that as the Baron's already been started. And I mean, how do you even check this as E-Star? The trinket comes in. They know it's happening. They have to try and make their way into the play. Knight is going to play body block, as is Droll. They've both been spotted. Jackie Love as well was on a ward. Yeah, they're just going to finish this shot off before they even get into the pit. Baron is gone. And now Top Esports are like, oh, you want a team fight? Sure, no worries. We'd love to have a team fight. Come on down. Into the mid lane we go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. This is just brutal from the side of Top Esports.
I feel like Top Esports got a bit impatient of waiting. You know, we had a 3-game series to start out our day, and they just went, nah, we don't want to deal with that. We're just going to take this game and run away with this. And this is probably going to be a sub 25-minute win. Like, this is absolutely insane.
This is disgusting. Hacker just gets out with his life. The heal from Irma there. Rat in the meantime is almost one shot in the face by the E from Jackie Love. And they could just be sieging the towers at this point, by the way, but they'd rather dive and try and get more kills for themselves. But look at the top side. Massive wave crashing in. JackeyLove moving his way over as well. There's a blast cone for Carson to get into the base. There's another wave pushing mid as the top tower will go down. Shoutzy gets the play, but look at the onslaught of shadows. It's the wrong Hecarim. It's Knight that does it across the team as Top Esports send fear into the hearts of E-Star fans everywhere. It's going to be ZS just kicked away from the fight by JackeyLove as everything falls apart. 22 minutes on the clock. And this is going to be at minimum 2 inhibs, but I don't think Top Esports will stop there. They want to finish this one out. They've got reservations at Heidi Lau for later, and they got to get there fast. Look at the damage onto Irma. What can man do against such reckless damage? The towers are eventually going to fall. The minions are here. They're backing away. Surely not. Surely they could just end the game. They were just baiting for the fight. They wanted a few more kills. JackeyLove goes back in. Damage onto Shoutzy. And E-Star kick back to the fountain. Top Esports take a 17-2, 22.5-minute stomp of a victory over E-Star in game 1.
That was insane. That was absolutely insane. Like, that
felt personal.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's rather unfortunate that honestly this kind of just came down to the bot lane getting outclassed in a lot of situations. Rat and Jousey just weren't able to go toe-to-toe with Joe and JackeyLove, and you saw it reflected there, right? Where you end up getting a whole bunch of turret plates and kills onto this Tristana, and it unlocked Karsa to go and Karsa to play around the map, where he was keeping 369 in check. And even when E-Stars were investing 4 members towards that top side on 2 separate occasions, Top Esports were able to keep 369 safe once where he's able to get the flash away, and the second time you've got Knight and Karsa there. So every time E-Star tried to do something, Top Esports were there to thwart it, and in the bottom lane, JackeyLove is just popping off.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was on the bot side, as you say, there was a massive lane difference, but also 369 is like, you can play him strong side or you can play him weak side. It doesn't matter. He's just going to win lane. Even when he's getting dive, he just flashes out. I cannot believe that they didn't get the kill when they 4-man top at level 4 or whatever it was. Oh, no, it was later than that. But
yeah,
couldn't get the Hextech ultimatum down. 369 walks away. And I feel like from that point on, E-Star never really got another opportunity. They managed to sneak the Herald away, but even using the Herald, that actual tower push got thwarted while JackeyLove was pushing at the other side of the map. Like, every single moment of the game, Top Esports found something more every time E-Star made a push.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage from JackeyLove.
That's
God
insane.
Damn it. But yeah, this was just stomp. Like, there's not much to break down. This was an outclassing in the bottom lane. Knight being able to wiggle his way into pretty much every situation E-Star wanted to go for. And as well, like, we called it at the beginning as well, like, Knight has so many opportunities to go for fights here. When he's got the access, the onslaught of shadows, the encore, even stealing away the killer instinct as well, just to position in on top of people, to then use the Everfrost or get his chains down as well. Like, there's so many opportunities for this team to just pop off, and they did an insanely good job of it.
Yeah, it was truly something to behold, I think is the only way I could describe this game number 1. And feels like Top Esports are not interested in dragging this one out. By the looks of things, they want to finish this series in under 45 minutes. We'll have to see if they can keep that rolling. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to assume that they can. I will say the sides could swap, though. That was Top Esports on the red side. E-Star will have choice for the second game. I think most teams choose blue side, though, so we could just have a complete repeat of the draft. I don't know how you change this, aside from maybe banning Tristana, but I don't think it was just Tristana being the issue. I'm pretty sure JackeyLove can do that on things like Samira, things like Kaisa. You can still snowball.
Yeah. And that's the big thing, is like, it's even if you get rid of it, it's like, okay, well, even if you want to play a slower game from Top Esports in the bot lane, like we've seen them go towards the likes of the Senna, they just still pop off in the end anyway. It just kind of feels like an inevitability in a lot of situations with JackeyLove. Like, up until their series versus FPX, JackieLove hadn't died before 15 minutes. Like, this guy has just been on an absolute tear alongside Zhuo. They are the most dominant bot lane in the LPL. And unfortunately for Rat and Xiaoxi, they're now feeling the brunt of it. So I feel like even if you try and mix things up on that bottom side, it's just not going to make a difference.
Yeah, certainly in the laning phase, there are very few duos that have been able to hold up to JackieLove and Zhuo. That is a scary thought as we move towards international competition. I can't wait to see how playoffs are going to pan out. But enough about that. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go to a quick break. We're going to be back with game number 2 between eStar and Top Esports right after this.
This is the best FPX have looked since they won the World Championship title in 2019.
Carcer moves into the pit though. He wants this Infernal Soul point. Has to use the Aegis Assault, and he gets the Dragon against all odds, and he jumps out the other side of the pit. LPX on the back of the fight, trying to take down Carcer as Nuguri is across everybody, stuns across the team, and Top Esports are scattered to the wind. Knight trying to escape, but there is no escape. When FPX want a fight win, FPX take themselves to 5-man clean ace.
At the core of this revival, you have LWX rising higher and higher as the vanguard to lead his team.
Right down the middle, yeah, Eric finds it, excuse me, OMG, fall strong, but Nuguri comes in, sweeps him down, and OMG getting low at half health. Is this Camille? He gets destroyed as well, and FPX are actually losing the fight. Eric forward, he goes, the fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky devil, you!
A return to the glory days for RNG has me feeling nostalgic. It's been almost 3 years since we last saw RNG at the top of the LPL table.
Can RNG get on to Rookie?
They've done it. Ming just takes him down. Solarflare gives the numbers advantage in RNG in a favorable state as Xiaohu steals away the Featherstorm. Lucas in a bad position. Attractor Repel doesn't save him. He gets the Ferromancy to mount up, and Wink drops as well. Shun on the round out, as even the Shy can't turn this one around. RNG may have secured the soul.
Xiaohu is no longer a mid laner in the top lane. He has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best top lane talent and then come out the better of it.
We got to keep our eyes on Wink, though. Hysterics, he's the big carry.
Well, the base is getting torn in the meanwhile, though. Shun needs to smite this down. Getting Ocean Soul for IG would be big. No, stolen again. Wei just comes into Xiaohu. Hits the 4-man ulti. Wink's going to go down. The Shy and Rookie at the back of the pit, and RNG are hightailing it for a series win.
Both these teams need this win. A win keeps your momentum. It keeps the gears moving and the rise to playoffs steady.
The Baron steal's going to be everything, but the Shockwave comes in. Wei's in the pit. Oh. It's all his. Wei's just stolen the Baron. Now Wink against it all. Going to get knocked into the wall. Rookie as well. Xiaohu follows up, and IG have just lost it all. No spinning to win. A double kill over to the 80 carry of RNG.
Feather Caller comes on out. Angel still surviving. Into the Dragon Pit he goes. Doomby trying to chase him down as SOFM is chased out. Sooning a falling left, right, and center. Bo gets himself a kill as Angel in the back of the pit will be taken down by Doomby. And SOFM falls as Bo flashes over the wall and gets his revenge.
Neither team will be willing to give an inch in this series, and I'm hoping both will be pushing to run a mile.
the beautiful city of Shanghai. It's sunset over there as it's getting towards 7 p.m. at this point. But where I am, it's almost 11. And by the looks of the first game of this series, Top Esports don't want us to get to midday before this series ends, because that was brutal. Top Esports just absolutely dismantled E-Star. I'm much more enjoying my Dagda, of course. Let's just jump straight into the MVP, because he was just jumping straight into every fight across the course of this game. It is, of course, JackieLove. He absolutely annihilated Rat over and over and over and over again in this game.
Yeah, I think you missed an over.
There
was no stopping him. Honestly, it was insane to see, because we kind of tried to highlight the fact that JackieLove and Joe were so strong in the bottom lane, but we really got to see it there. They're just the lanes for Top Esports are so insanely dominant in their style, and when you're able to get these leads for someone like JackieLove, you know he's just going to run away with it. And you know that this was the game plan as well. Like, they locked in that Tristana so early to fight against the Kai'Sa, and from that they just took over the game.
And you know, it's one-sided, yes, but it's still incredibly fun to watch a team like Top Esports just style on people. I don't know what happened with that E from Knight. That was definitely just the wrong direction, and he still managed to get onto Rat. I don't know what was going on there.
Oh, I think that was the
that
killer instinct. I think that's what
yeah. Okay, I was just... My brain did not compute that, but yeah, this is the pretty much final fight that we saw. Knight having the best onslaught of shadows in the entire game, just to make Hacker feel bad about himself. Yeah, there's not a lot of analysis to throw at that one. That was just Top Esports, real good. E-Star, not so much.
But it's good to see, isn't it? I mean, especially when we're looking at Top Esports, kind of having like the Lost to Rogue Warriors looking a little bit shaky. Now coming in after the Spring Festival, they're like, now we got to do this. Like, we've got to be in form, and we're starting to get to see that once again. And it does fill me with a little bit of happiness, because especially when we saw Top Esports struggling and JDG struggling, like our two kind of the two teams that were leading the new generation of the LPL. It's good to see that this organization is back on form.
And it's much needed. It's a little bit late, I would say, because we are well beyond the halfway mark at this point, and they're still sitting in the middle of the table. But certainly against teams like E-Star, they have to look good. They have to be dominant, and clearly they are. The question for me is just, will they be able to keep that ball rolling against some of the other top teams? Because even if you pick Tristana, it's not necessarily going to be the same case against some of the better teams in the LPL. So certainly, when it comes to the macro as well, though, pretty clean from Top Esports. I think snowballing a game to this level is a really, really underrated and under-talked about skill. Like, there are not very many teams that, when they get a big lead like this, can just close out the game like that. Like, that's a rare skill, and I think Top Esports is one of the teams that really exemplifies that ability package.
Yeah, Top Esports are one of the best teams we have at kind of wringing every advantage that they can out of something. Like, where one team will be like, oh, we can get a tower mid and a dragon. They'll be like, oh, we've actually like computed that we can get this tower mid and have enough time to get bots, still back away for the tower, and just barely manage to escape as the rest of the team comes back onto the map. They're really, really good at just kind of picking up every little thing that they can when they get a lead like this, which is why they're so terrifying. But especially as they start to get those towers down in side lanes. We saw it here, how good they are with just, hey, bot lane structure goes down. Right, we've got 369 who's down here. We are going to push in waves. We can either collapse onto this bottom side, or we can have 369 come join us mid for a bunch of dives. Like, they're very good at understanding kind of the flow of the map, how to use these wave states to just garner more and more leads for themselves.
It's beautiful to watch, but it's time to watch it all over again as Top Esports head into game number 2 against E-Star here. And it is going to be Top Esports over on our blue side now. So banning away the Twisted Fate, the Renekton, whereas the Kai'Sa is banned once again by E-Star. I am curious if we see a Tristana ban, or maybe even a Tristana takeaway, because I'd be surprised if Top Esports were to first pick something like the Tristana.
Yeah, I'd be surprised as well, especially when we're kind of looking at a lot of the jungle picks that are very, very up there, like the likes of the Udyr that just got banned away. I'd imagine that we're still going to see them kind of teeter over towards something as like a jungler for Kai'Sa early, and then try to set up the rest of their lanes out.
Well, Olaf has been banned as well as the Udyr. So a couple of the big junglers being removed, and obviously we did see that Olaf from Top Esports in game number 1 of the series. So changing up their tact coming into game number 2, and Samira taking off the board once again. So a couple of strong junglers, things like the Lilia as well, very first pickable. I'm curious where they go, but it's going to just be this flex Gragas again.
Yeah, so the thing is, Karsa actually hasn't played the Lilia yet. Like, he's one of the few junglers that hasn't. He's much more focused on, like, how do I support the lanes? And he has actually picked this Gragas AP style, going in towards the jungle, Predator, looking to try and support those lanes.
Watch.
Exactly. But I think this is the style that we're looking at, because, like, we're looking at the Udyr taking off the board, Pantheon, Graves, both kind of falling away from the meta, especially when you look towards Pantheon. So this seems to be kind of his more comfort pick when a lot of these kind of beefier, more supportive style junglers are taken off.
Well, Rat and Shousey go, well, you want to make us weak side? We'll show you weak side, and they lock in the ultimate weak side bot lane with the Aphelios and the Thresh. Should give him a little bit more safety during that laning phase. That's a dangerous hover, ladies and gentlemen. We all know what Jackie Love can do on a Draven. I don't think it'll be locked in, but after game number 1, you know, I wouldn't be that surprised.
Maybe. I would more likely to see an Ezreal, I think, here, or could potentially go for the Kalista, but certainly an Ezreal, I think, works well. Unlocks you off from that bottom lane. It means that he can go and roam around, but it looks like instead they are just going to go towards the Kalista. So they are looking to, again, fight this lane, go hard, but you need an Alistar. You need a Rel maybe as well. Actually, I think Rel would work wonderfully here to try and set up this play, because the big thing about Rel is that you can actually interrupt the Lantern if you're able to put that ultimate down at the right time. So I think that will be probably where they go, but actually opting towards
One second.
The Lucian for Knight, guaranteeing the Gragas jungle.
It could be Jarvan support, right? Jarvan Kalista is kind of the new thing. I would love to see it from Joel. Whether or not that comes through, we'll have to see, but certainly if some support patterns come in, Jarvan Kalista could be an option. The Lilia we talked about, though, hovering here by Irma, could go over towards Hacker. Incredibly strong jungler right now.
Yeah, and the big thing about having something like the Jarvan means that instead of with the Rel interrupting the Lantern, you just lock the two of them in together in the same place as the Jarvan. So it's like, you ain't going anywhere. But I'll have to see how it does work out. I'm excited to see anyway. Like, regardless, we're getting action in that bottom lane. And especially when you're looking at the likes of Knight going towards Lucian, he's going to be perfectly fine in this mid lane. They will try and probably look for something a little bit sturdier in the top lane, I'll say, for 369. Maybe something like a Gnar, or at least something that can play this more passive role in the top side of the map while they focus on bottom lane here for Top Esports.
Yeah, Rel taken off of the board here by E-Star. Again, just these aggressive supports you expect the bans to go towards. Something like an Alistar as well would be a reasonable ban. This Sion, once again banned by Top Esports. They really, really don't want ZS to be able to opt out of that top lane. They want to make sure that he has to fight against 369. But also, on the support point, we could just see that Gragas withdraw once again. That could easily be flexed now.
Yeah, I think when you've already got the Lucian, you've got the double AD there, I think that they're going to be basically signaling that this Gragas is 100% going jungle, because you don't really have many AP junglers that are still left and available. Now, they still could go for like some crazy flexes, like and put them in towards the jungle, maybe bring out something like an Italy, but I personally think that Gragas is going to go towards the jungle. But as we were looking at these last few bans coming in, Sion taken there, another Aurelia ban. Yeah, this basically signals the Aurelia that they want to go for Gnar, or at least maybe even try and bait out something like the Gnar, and then go for the Jace for 360.
We'll have to see how the top lane trades pan out in this one. As wouldn't be surprised to see just a blind pick mid lane. Oh, it's not blind pick at all. You've got the Lucian there, so you can pick a favorable mid lane matchup. Save your top lane until you know exactly what you're going to be going up against. But it looks like the set comes in. That could be set mid. It's possible.
Yeah, I think it is. It does give Knight a lot of control in that mid lane, though. Like, set doesn't really like going against AD mids because they provide so much consistent damage. It's a lot more difficult for him to survive the mid lane matchup. So I'm surprised to see Irma take the set, but I mean, it will still provide a very strong front line for the likes of E-Stars. And now if you end up pairing him with another kind of bruiser in the top here for ZS, that can be a pretty devastating front line to play against. Okay.
Well, Mr. Dagda, you were incorrect on the jungle, I'm afraid, because Karsa ain't going for the Gragas. He's going for Skarner, and it's our first Skarner of the LPL split as well. We've been seeing it across the world, certainly a lot in LEC.
Where's the Nautilus?
We finally get to see it. It's Nautilus support. It's Gragas top.
Where's the Gragas top, is it? Okay.
Oh, that's not that surprising. We see a lot of Gragas top.
No, what I'm thinking is So what I was actually thinking was you could put the Lucian top. There we go. Put the Lucian top. Because it's good against the Gnar, you put the Nautilus potentially in towards the mid lane. You have Knight playing like a Doombeast style, and then even the Gragas support. But it looks like Knight could even be playing an AP Gragas mid. So I don't know. This is all over the place from Top Esports.
Okay, so here's forget the win conditions, forget the compositions. We got Knight playing AP Gragas mid. What we need to look out for this game is some style from Knight, because Gragas mid is the kind of pick that you can really show off on. He can be really good, like you can just get kills with the ult and all that kind of stuff, but what you can do is drop a Q, use your ult, knock someone into the Q, then belly pop them and one-shot them, and it is maybe the most stylish way to get a kill in the whole of League of Legends. So I want to see these kind of shenanigans. After game number 1, Knight, you got to show off for us, man.
So I'm just going to say, Top Esports have dialed on E-Star in this draft because they picked the Lucian. They baited us. We're like, Lucian mid, Gragas jungle, AP, AD mid. It's cool. It works out great. However, because they've now swapped that Lucian top, you actually get the counter for the Gnar in the top lane. Lucian does really, really well there. I was actually trying to spot there. I think it might actually be the phase rush maybe for the Gragas. Yeah, so this is actually a phase rush. Gragas is a super strong counter to Set. So basically what you do is every time Set tries to use his W or even tries to engage on top of you, you just Betty Bop in, you pop down the Q and auto pop the Q and you just phase rush away. And it's impossible for the Set to land his W on top of you because of how fast you are. Like, this is such a cool strategy coming in from Top Esports.
And a good strategy from E-Star as well, as they get a cheeky little cheese kill onto JackeyLove down on the bottom side of the map. Rat the first blood of this one. JackeyLove not using any summoners. He knew he was just going to go down there as Cast takes a couple of hits. Did get a ward down onto the red buff. So nice start here by E-Star to at least find themselves a small advantage to kick the game off with.
And the big thing was the kill went to Rat as well, right? So now he's got a longsword for himself coming back into lane. He's going to be in pretty good shape and already trying to give some alleviation down towards Rat and Shousey to see if they can have a bit more control in this bottom lane. And I think Hacker will probably be trying to play down towards this bottom lane as well, just to try and make sure that this Aphelios doesn't end up falling prey to Jo and JackeyLove going very aggressive.
So let's quickly talk about the AP Gragas as well, because we saw, I believe yesterday it was Fnatic that were playing AP Gragas. I think Whippo played it and went for the Everfrost first. And it was him and Niski both went Everfrost in the same game, which is why I remember it. I'm curious what kind of build Knight ends up going for, but I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar because it felt really difficult to deal with. A lot of CC, a lot of mobility from the phase rush. Really, really obnoxious to trade against.
So I'm actually not sure if Knight is even going to go AP. I'm actually curious to see if Knight goes a tank build here. Because you've got no real frontline, right? So the Gragas kind of ends up playing that frontline, and specifically when I've seen phase rush Gragases, it has been going more towards this tank-oriented build. I saw it a lot in top lane as a counter to Set back, like, at the end of, what was it, maybe, but basically when Set got announced. This was when we started to see a lot of the Gragas coming out as a specific counter to the Set and top lane. So he could end up just going back towards a tank-orientated build, provide the front line that you need, and then work in conjunction with Karst to just let JackeyLove and 369 be the carries. But as you said, like, you've got a multitude of builds as well where you can go Everfrost. We've seen a lot of Night Harvester for the AP Gragas' top lane. Like, there's a lot of flexibility in Knight's build here, so we'll have to keep an eye on it and see what he decides to go with.
Yeah, we'll certainly check back in on that as the build develops, and we'll see. With the Doran's Ring, I feel like that leans towards AP, but honestly, I'm just going to wait and see. This is Knight we're talking about anyway, so he does what he wants in that lane, and JackeyLove wants a bit of revenge. Oh, that hook was so damn close. You could see JackeyLove being so aggressive on towards Rat, and there is a 10 CS lead in the bottom side already, and the wave is only like 1 minion in favor of Rat right now, as Karsa is toying with the idea of a dive in the top side. ZS is in mini Gnar. He's got a bit of health to work with, but here we go. Minion wave is under 369, and they get a TP out of Irma. They're just going to back away. They're like, all right, we're happy with that one, because now Knight gets to crash a wave in mid instead.
Yeah, I don't think they were ever actually going to commit to that dive. They're just trying to see if they could get that TP out. But really smart pathing from Karsa, understanding, look, Hacker's going to be roaming down towards his bottom side. I can just show top here, get that TP out from Irma. Now you get that free reset for Knight. You still have Karsa getting the Scuttle Crab on top. It's just great play and great pathing from the top esports jungler.
Yep. Baiting out the teleport. Beautifully done here. And, I mean, one of the things we always say about Karsa, right, is that he is one of the more intelligent junglers, very much a team-based jungler. Less about finding himself an individual advantage and finding ways to get his laners ahead. And that doesn't just mean ganking. That also means these smart map plays, because you can see he's down in CS right now. He is falling behind individually as a jungler off the back of that play, but Knight is getting springboarded as is 369.
But this screams to me that top esports are looking for a dive on bottom lane. Because what they're probably going to look to do is, like, off this reset, right? The wave's going to be shoved in. For Jackie Love and Joe, you set up this slow push that you can turn into the TP from Knight into a 4-man dive on bot, turn back towards the dragon, and start to get this Kalista up and snowballing and getting these early objectives for yourselves and powering through what is going to be an incredibly strong mid game when you look at this Kalista and this Lucian in the top.
Well, they might have a dive for top lane as well, because ZS is in trouble. Knight with a very weird flash. He flashed and belly bopped the minions that were surrounding him. The Gragas hitbox on his E is a
Watch 369 there. 369 is losing it. He just saw that happen and he's giggling away to himself on the camera. That's hilarious.
You love to see it. And I was asking for Knight to style on people with the Gragas. That ain't happened so far. That was literally the opposite. He styled on himself with that play as Irma looks for a trade. But this is exactly what you were talking about. You just bop them away, you drop the barrel, and you sprint at the speed of light with the phase rush.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do as Irma. Like, it's impossible to actually get any sort of damage onto him. However, we're looking bot lane. Joel overextended.
Hacker is there, and he is level 6 as well. He's just going to pull himself over towards Xiaoxi. I think Jackie Love is just going to abandon his support on this one. I don't think even Jackie Love had noticed that anything was happening. He just continued farming the entire time. It's like when you engage in our bot lane stack there.
Thanks, Munch. I appreciate that. You know?
No, I was saying
see how you're going to do
farm.
getting the plat this season, all right, buddy?
That wasn't an insult to you. That was an insult to me.
Oh, sorry. I was only half listening because I was kind of looking at I was looking at where Hacker, because I liked where Hacker went there. I was watching where Hacker was because I like that he tried to like counteract the play that we just talked about with the potential for the dive bot. Getting that kill onto Joe shuts that entirely down. You can see that wave is still crashing on towards bot side, but having Joe now dead, not really having the support there, it's a lot more difficult for top esports to set up that play. So Hacker actually buying a lot of space for the E-Star bot lane.
Yeah, nicely done, and they will be able to just play this wave underneath the tower and get themselves doing all right. And I will say, East are so far looking pretty in this game. They're almost 1,000 gold up. They managed to get that first blow with a cheeky little bit of cheese. They get a pick in the bottom side as well. So both bot laners of this shark-infested bot lane, as we've labeled it, have now died in this game. And Rat is totally okay to play this slow from this point out. They don't need to keep fighting. They've got a Felios Thresh. They want to play this lane as safe as possible.
Exactly. E-Star don't want to do anything until, you know, the 25-minute mark, especially with no cleanses. They want to make sure they got the QSS there. And that's why Hacker, you can see here, he's doing a really good job of just trying to figure out where top esports are going to go and playing around it.
Yeah, but he doesn't actually want to be near top esports because they're just going to kill everyone in sight. Explosive cast doesn't quite connect, though. Irma doesn't really have any damage, and 369 is happy to play at range on this one. Knight throws in a barrel, and he is already chunking people. He did go for that AP route in the end, as Castle looks to re-engage the dive. ZS about to turn Mega, but they kill him before he can. Castle walks away from the turret. This is at least a couple of plates here, no. But I think they want Irma as well. I don't think they're done just yet. Base breaker's good. The stun is there, but the damage from Knight is more than enough for a kill.
And that's where we see Knight's TP being used by top esports. We talked about how they built that advantage already. We're just waiting to see when they pull the trigger, and they end up using a topside onto 369. So plates and everything galore going topside. As Xiaoxi actually takes a good amount of return damage in this bottom lane. They do need to be careful. Like, even with the lead that they've got, Kalista will still do Kalista things if she's managed to get away with it.
All right, let's take another look at this, because if you want to learn how to dive towers, this is Top Esports giving you a masterclass here.
Yeah, exactly. Knight being under the turret there after getting that TP in. He's so good in these turret plays because he's got the CC, he's got the disengage and kind of the get away from your tower ultimate with the explosive cast. But they don't even need it here. They managed to force E-Star back enough that they get one, they reset the damage, which means that they're not going to be taking all this ramp up damage when they go for this second round of dives again. So very well played from Top Esports.
Beautifully done. And each of the team members holding enough aggro at the right amount of time so that they can juggle that well. And now over towards the Herald they go. 369 back to the top lane. You can see Hacker on the bottom side of the map. I'm not sure if he started off Drake or if he's just doing the scuttle crab there, but 369 wants a solo kill. The culling gets ZS so damn low. No flash available. If there had been, I think that would have just been a kill. And look at this. Herald given over to Jackie Love. We know where that Herald is going. We know where you can expect Carcer to start to move in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, the big problem here, though, is that because Top Esports invested everyone towards this top end of the map, E-Star actually get the Dragon. And when you're thinking of like a mid-game fighting team, right, they all want to get these Dragons stacked because that's how you force the opponents into fighting them. But for 10 minutes into the game, that's the first Dragon going across, and it's going to E-Star. So Top Esports haven't really got themselves up and running yet and finding ways to force E-Stars to fight.
Knight blasts Irma away here. Will be pulled back into the fray, though. Has to flash from this one. Dark Harvest picked up by Hacker, nonetheless, as well. But the bot lane tower is defended, and you're absolutely right. E-Star do get the first Drake of this one. But if game one is anything to go on, I don't think Top Esports are that interested in Drakes. I think they're much more interested in the gold they can get with this Herald. You can see Jackie Love has returned to the bottom lane. We've got a reset coming through from Rat. It's very possible Jackie Love just slams the Herald as soon as he can get towards the tower.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think that it means now that Top Esports definitely have to play this heavy pick-orientated style. Like, trying to see if they can crack open this turret on the bot side with the Rift Herald, start to use the fact that they can move in, get some vision control. Knight having these 3 kills as well gives him a lot of priority in mid, and try and pick members off of E-Star as these turrets start to go down, just to how far ahead Top Esports are in the kind of the tempo and the fact that they have this Rift Herald.
And I just want to point something out as well. As you mentioned, Knight being on 3 kills already. When he got those 3 kills, he'd already bought a Dark Seal. He's on 6 stacks right now. He's going to go for the Medjais. We all know Knight always goes for the Medjais. He's already massive. I can just feel this being one of those games for Knight, you know, where he just gets such a huge lead early and could turn it into something magical. And I'm curious if this bot lane play is going to happen soon. We've got half of the time burned down now on the Herald that Jackie Love has. And if they don't make a play towards this bot lane soon, it may be a bit of a waste to give this Herald over to Jackie Love. You can see Carson now moving in towards that bot river. Just try and set up potentially a dive, maybe just to try and finish off the tower.
It'll be hard to try and operate this as Top Esports, though. You've got 2 TPs available on this E-Stars lineup, whereas you've only got maybe one in a couple of seconds here for Knight. So trying to get numbers advantage on this bottom side is going to be really, really difficult.
Hacker's up towards the top side, trying to make a cross-map play. There's actually everyone from Top Esports moving towards the mid lane or moving into the jungle. I can't even see the minimap. There are so many pings going off right now. Jackie Love waiting off in the wings. Nobody spotted on the ward just yet because they want to dive the mid lane. 369. Oh no, flash and smite from Hacker. It's going to answer the flash from 369. ZS is here. The wallop should mean the Gnar is good, but he dodges the watch out Eve. 369 still goes down though. There's 4 members strong here. Rat knocked back, as is Shousey. The depth charge flashed away from. And E-Star actually outplaying on the map right now. As E-Star find the first pick. Herald finally goes down. Jackie Love gets a few hits in onto the tower to make sure that he's getting that gold. He'd love to get one more plate, though, as the pull comes in. Shousey will go down underneath the tower here. The Ren from Jackie Love. That's 3 plates, and he wants to make it a 4th as well.
And that's actually a bit of a mistake from Hacker. I know you were saying, hey, look, they got the dive on top lane, but Hacker invested so much time in towards that top side when they knew that Top Esports were going to make a play in this mid lane. And it means that they don't actually have the numbers advantage. Chelsea tries to go for the hook, but you can see there, you're instantly pulling Joe back out. He's totally safe. And great job from Carson to lock down Irma and set up these kills for Top Esports alongside the plate. So again, even though you get a kill on towards 369 the top lane, yeah, that's cool, but the rest of Top Esports are making gains on the rest of the map.
Yeah, the play top lane is cool, but have you ever made a play in the mid lane? Says Top Esports. 400 gold ahead now, so that gold lead the E-Star once had, unfortunately, has been thwarted. For Top Esports, this is the point in the game where you expect them to start to accelerate things. When you look at the items across the board, 7 stacks now for Knight. We've got a shield bow as well as boots coming through for Jackie. And look at Knight. That's half of Irma's health gone. Knight's not even been tickled just yet. Another barrel comes in. Knight knows there's nothing Irma can do about it. Knocks it back in. He's still going on this one. I feel like the ult was a slight overcommitment. Hacker's on this side of the map as well, but Joe knows exactly where he is. Top Esports are just controlling the entire map. Jackie Love looking for towers. The minions might just finish this one off, and he gets the local gold as well. And Top Esports, they can just play at range. They can play at arm's length against E-Star and still win out.
And that's the thing. Like, if Knight doesn't kill Irma, that doesn't matter. All they're doing is drawing people around the map for these plays.
No! He's gone back into his jungle, but it's not his jungle anymore, Dagter.
No, and that's the problem, is that, like, when Irma's lost control of this 1v1 against Knight, Knight can go for these plays. And look, you either commit multiple members as E-Star to save this tower mid, or Top Esports just rotates bot until it kills their bot tower. They still get the dragon off of this play as well. Like, this is how Top Esports are able to wring so many advantages out of these little advantages that they already have, and just blowing the game out of proportion. So even though we're looking at, hey, you know, 1,000 gold lead for E-Star at the 10-minute mark, this is looking good. It's now swung to a 2,000 gold lead. Dragon's going over in favor of Top Esports, and now this is how Top Esports are in the lead.
Yeah, and then suddenly what looked like a good start for E-Star has fallen asunder. And they got their first Drake as well, which slows down the Dragon Soul win condition, I guess. But I don't think Top Esports want to last long enough for a Dragon Soul knock up onto ZS. He doesn't even get to go Mega. Juo pulled out at the last second by the Fate's call. The dot's not enough, and he's got a stopwatch. Hacker's going to go down as well. Xiaoxi's trying to finish off the kill, but the Titan's Wrath shield is there. No way does Juo get away with that one. It was actually Jackulov that ended up going down in the end. He's the one to die instead of the support.
I mean, look, Joe had to make the play. He had to get the highlight moment. Nice.
Oh, the Dark Passage pulls Rat out, but now the dive from 369 to finish it off. But Moonlight Vigil is good. Xiaoxi surviving, and now a TP being channeled. Rat wants, or ZS, wants a little bit of revenge, but he's belly bopped. And look at the damage Knight is doing. He's like 2v1. Yeah, bring it on, Sunshine. I'll take you any day of the week.
Excuse me, sir. I've got this pamphlet that has 13 stacks in it right now. That's why he's just able to smack ZS across the face with his Mage Eye Soul Stealer right there. Knight is huge, and even ZS, who comes in thinking he's fine, Mini-Mar form cannot compete with the power of this belly on Gragas.
AP Gragas, baby. Who knew that was what we'd be seeing today from Knight? But I don't care whether it's meta. All I care is we get to witness the glory of Knight bringing it to the stage. He's got his Magi, he's got 13 stacks, and he is feeling himself today.
Yeah, this is so nicely played by Knight. And again, it just adds to even more confusion for this Gragas pick on Top Esports. Because now you got to worry about, hey, Karsa plays it, 369 plays it, Joe plays it, Knight plays it. I mean, it's only a matter of time, it feels like, until Jackie Love is playing the bloody thing. So it's just, how do you try and deal with it? It's so cool to see these little nuances in draft come out and really having big impacts in this game.
Oh, ZS has to pop the Mega Nard there. Just about survives. The tower will go down. Local gold shed between those two players. Now Juo has been Dredgeline. Just Dredgelines on the spot, and E-Star are like, well, he used his Q, so I guess he's out of here. They leave him alone from that point. They respect the ability even if it didn't work.
The attempt was made, and that deserves the medal.
It's the thought that
That's
counts,
what gets him out.
know?
Yeah, You can see the helicopter parents that were Carson and everything, though, were in that top side as well. So they're kind of like, we don't really want to deal with this. So they end up backing away. Again, though, top esports. Terra goes down top. Terra gone in mid. That bot lane Terra is short-lived as well with 369 already there. So already these structures starting to fall. And with this composition that top esports has that does so well at making these picks happen, when the vision gets denied by top esports moving into your jungle, it's really difficult for eStar to hold on to control of this map.
And I mean, you're not wrong, Dagda. You're not wrong. And we're getting to the point now where, just like in every top esports game last year until Worlds, and just like we saw, or just like we expected to see at the start of this year and haven't really seen so far, it feels like this is the level of top esports that everyone was just waiting for. The Lunar New Year is over, and it feels like they're back on form again. I don't want to get too excited. They're against eStar. Let's not get carried away. Obviously, this is a win that top esports, by all rights, should be getting, right? eStar is one of the bottom teams in the league. But it does feel like top esports are having some fun with this series and taking an opportunity to strut their stuff a little bit.
Yeah, and especially when we kind of saw the top esports were falling off, to have them now coming back in such strong fashion is really, really good. And even their win over LNG was very convincing. Like, playing, as we talked about, this more kind of pick-oriented style that we're seeing again in this game, where it was more like the Twisted Fate and trying to use that cheated tempo to get around the map. This time around, they're just using their waves better and being able to get Knight out of lane. We saw how he could use that TP early, gets in towards the top lane, solidifies a bunch of kills for 369, and it's these kind of plays that I love to see from top esports, how they are so cleverly using the wave advantages that they have, the TP advantages they have, to snowball these leads dramatically.
All right, I can feel it, Dagda. This is the fight that's coming up where Knight styles on everyone and he gets the big Gragas play. There's a hook onto Rat. The explosive cast just pops it. Irma, you know, it's a great haymaker. It looked good. It did a bit of damage, but he still goes down. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And guess what? It's 20 minutes, and that means it's Baron o'clock for top esports.
And with double AD carry, Callista, Lucian, you're going to destroy this thing. Yeah, eStar are down. They're getting the dragon for themselves. But we already said, look, top esports, they've read that this dragon is not really going to be a win condition. It's going to be way too late before you really have to worry about it as eStar. So they're just going to look towards the bigger objectives like Baron, like looking for these picks and snowballing the game that way.
Knight's been found as... oh, the heal comes through. He still dies to the dot, though. 369 wants to answer for it, as Hacker surely will be the next target. Waiting for the E. It's on cooldown, so he actually can't get close enough. Caster's waiting for the teleport. Irma's here, but he's tanky. 369 could be in trouble here. Jaguar is just pushing at the top side while all this goes on. He doesn't care if his teammates die. He does not care about the fate of 369, who's desperately trying to escape through the jungle. Irma trying to close the gap. Crescendum's there, so he can't get the group with Gravitum anymore. And everybody gets out somehow. The wave just going to crash on the top side as Jackal have recalled. But hey, we got some pretty T-Tours production right there.
And you got a few consolation prizes for eStar as well. I mean, the shutdown that was on Gragas for Knight going across, also getting some of those stacks up. But fantastic hook from Zhou. And as you said, party in the back as the cast goes in to shut down the Aphelios. This is just non-stop aggression from top esports. But the problem was, it needed to stop at some point, because aggressing on towards this dragon, when you've already committed towards Baron, you've already know you've given it up, is just bizarre to me. But I mean, that is top esports, right? They always try to take out a little bit more than they can chew.
They love to extend a little bit, and Knight just lost a whole bunch of stacks. He was getting close. He was getting close to stacked. Oh, excuse me. He was getting close to stacked out there. But unfortunately, he got hooked and he went down. Good hook by Shousey. We've got a great hook in that fight from either of our supports. So we all know that Shousey don't miss those hooks. He is truly an exceptional Thresh player. But now we get to see top esports setting up across the map, looking towards the bottom lane, as they do still have a couple of Baron buffs across their team. They've still got a minute to work with on those Baron buffs. They're going to grab a tier 2 in this mid lane at very least. You can see 369 hovering towards the bot side. Doesn't want to overextend though and get collapsed upon. But if they can crash some waves simultaneously, they're going to be able to grab some inhib towers for themselves. ZS pushing still in the top side, has his TP, but his Meganar has just timed out. So if he were to TP now, he'd be exhausted. This is the window for Top Esports to brute force their way into the base. There's nothing ZS can do about it, even if he does TP, and that will be the inhib taken.
E-Star just realized, look, we're not winning this fight anyway. ZS now gets TP'd on.
And he's just going to TP out. Knight arrives a little too late, and all he'll be able to get for himself is a Gromp. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. TP for TP. Knight's one is far less valuable, but honestly, I think at this stage, E-Star, they're not really going to get much more of a chance to get out of their base with the wave pushing in bot side, with the fact
Don't
that
need
you've
to
got
TP
this.
if you're already with your team.
Yeah, exactly. But you've got to now have ZS deal with this bot side pressure. You're going to have 369 you can push in top. 4-man stack coming in from Top Esports in mid means they're going to be putting pressure onto this inhibitor turret in the mid lane as 369 hits top side tier 2. So it's you just can't be everywhere on the map right now for E-Stars, and it's just looking like a done deal now for Top Esports.
Yeah, Top Esports can just gain control of the red quadrant of the map for E-Star and pressure out on this top side tier 2. They have run out of Baron though, so it's not as easy to siege, and they do have very short range AD carries here, but if they get a second on the tower, they will burst through those objectives. ZS is on the bottom side of the map. He just used his TP to escape, so if a fight kicks off, this would be 4v5.
Yeah, I don't think Top Esports really need to go for this style play, though. They're looking for more kills. Like, they are definitely being bloodthirsty right now. I would have preferred, as I said, to see, like, 369 pushing top side, right? You send the rest of Top Esports in towards mid to threaten onto this turret, or at least have somebody threaten that mid lane inhibitor. Because otherwise, E-Star would just sit under this turret all day, clear the waves with this Infernum on to the Aphelios, and not worry about it.
Hook onto Casa, but he's kind of happy to be cooked there, just like, you know what? Let's just go for the dive. If they fight us, they fight us. If they don't, we get the tier 2. Best of both worlds. Why play macro when you can just try and fight them? I kind of like that style of play, Dagdev. I'm okay with this.
Hey, I mean, if it works, right? And it's just kind of like swinging your wallet in their face going, we know you can't do anything right now. They're 6,000 gold lead coming in for Top Esports. And it, honestly, they can kind of do whatever they want from this point forward. Like, it doesn't make a difference. They're going to be able to pick up this Baron in a minute and a half, and from that point forward, E-Star just don't have the wave clear to deal with Baron minions.
Jackie Love is trying to chase onto Hacker. You can see him pushing forward. Him and Knight battling for the cannon. It's Jackie Love that gets it in the end. As the Drake spawns, this will be the second Drake of the game for Top Esports. Obviously, E-Star were able to get 2 Drakes earlier on trading while Top Esports are on the top side of the map, but unfortunately for E-Star, I fear that they may be the only 2 dragons that they get this game. In fact, they may be the last 2 objectives that they got in the entire game, as Top Esports feel like they're starting to put their foot down a little bit, because Baron's up in 45 seconds, and we just saw how much Top Esports are able to achieve with Baron buffs. There's only 2 towers left standing in that base outside of the Nexus.
And this has just been the snowball just out of control from Top Esports from the get-go. And unfortunately for E-Star, this is where it's gotten too much. Although Jackie Love.
Irma's got in onto Jackie Love, forces the flash at very least, but 369 culling onto Rat. Look at the damage he is doing on that backside. And Caster's arrived. There's still only 4 members of Top Esports here, but that is plenty in their mind. Showstopper to the back line, but they've got to pull onto Hacker and take him down. Into the rest of the fight they go. Rat falls as the double kill comes for Jackie Love, and he wants a little bit more on top of it. Give him the triple, finds a little bit more with the quadra, and all they have to do is chase ZS down. And we all know what team we're talking about right here. This is Top Esports. ZS, your fountain cannot save you, my friend.
He's teasing. Jackie Love's looking, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it with that. Gnar running back towards the fountain. Top Esports just say, right, whatever, we'll take the game instead.
Surely not. Surely that cannot be the case. ZS comes in, pulls Jackie Love onto the fountain. ZS, you beautiful man. Completely ruins Jackie Love's day. Tries to emote, gets immediately shot down by 369. The game will end, but hey, ZS managed to get himself a little caveat there. Managed to get himself a bit of a party pooper medal.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Jackie Love, he gets the win at the end of the day. The Penta would have been nice, but convincing stuff here from Top Esports. And this is what we were talking about in the opening of the day, was just how good Top Esports are running away with these small advantages that they get. We see it there, where Karsa baits the TP out into the top lane, then just turns that in towards the Knight being able to outpace Irma to the top lane. Now they're getting even more gold for 369. They're getting so many advantages. All the turrets are going down. There's just no real stopping them as Eastar.
Yeah, kind of hilarious to see as the handshakes go through, Jackie Love and ZS kind of make eye contact. He's like, you got me. And they have a bit of a giggle together. Good to see a bit of camaraderie between the two teams. But yeah, Top Esports. I mean, at the end of the day, let's be honest. We look at this in the standings, we look at this in the schedule, and we're like, yeah, this is going to be a 2-0 for Top Esports. It was just about what fashion they can pull this 2-0 out. And they're showing that this is a team that you have to fear. This is not a team that the first half of the split really accurately represents. And I feel like I've seen the conversation on Twitter and on Reddit a couple of times about how we're overrating teams like IG and Top Esports. And the problem is, when you're looking at these teams, they have players on these squads that are exceptional world-class talents. And if you watch as much LPL as we do, you see these guys in some of the series, and it's clear to me that they don't care about some series and that they're not trying. And they'll lose those series, and you're like, well, I guess that doesn't really matter. And then people call you biased, but then you get a series like this, and you're like, hey, look, it's Top Esports. They just body these kids whenever they want to.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that, like, I mean, a lot of people say it doesn't matter before Chinese New Year. I'm of the opinion that it does, but that doesn't mean that players have the same opinions as me.
Yeah.
So it oftentimes kind of gets to after Chinese New Year, these teams wake up. Usually it's a shorter time now. Usually it is about 2 weeks, but you can see even after the 5 weeks that break is kind of the players going, whew. And especially for teams that have gone to Worlds. Like, if you look at like some of the teams that have gone from like the World Championship into Demacy Championship into LPL, then they get the 2 week break, and then it's coming back. You kind of need that mental reset at the same time. And it really does look like after butchering LNG, after butchering Eastar, Top Esports are back in fine form after the Spring Split Festival.
Right. So what you're saying is Jackie Love just needed quite a few nights sleep to get over the hangover that he had during the semi-finals. I see. So he's finally made it past that night of karaoke, and he's finally back on form once again. But yeah,
he's ready.
Throwing a little bit of shade, but ultimately Top Esports back on form. I'm excited to see Top Esports in this form against some of the top teams, because I don't want to overstate it. This is a win against E-Star. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They do still need to prove this in their coming series when they're playing against some of the top teams like EDGs, FPXs, and RNGs. Can they still look this good? Can they make these clean macro plays? Because even in this series, you can see that they're kind of messing about a little bit. They're certainly not playing optimally. Against some of the other top teams, you don't get away with that stuff. They will punish you.
And I think that's the thing as well, is that, like, if you got to come into playoffs and you're not hitting those super high seeds, like, that's a long way to play through playoffs. Like, don't forget, our playoffs now extend to 10 teams. So if you are in that bottom kind of half of the playoff teams, you've got a hell of a lot of series to play to until you get to face off against our upper echelon. And you're just showing everything. Teams get a lot of time to see exactly what they're up against. What are you hiding? What are you going for? And they can come to the table with a fully prepared prep. And you're like, I haven't seen EDG, FPX, RNG play in 3-4 weeks. I don't know what this team has.
Yeah, it becomes a difficult question when we get to playoffs, especially with the new format, because when you're getting to the top spots, when you're getting to the top seeds, you get into a double elimination bracket. So there's even more value on the top seeds than there has been ever before, because the playoff format is no longer single elimination towards the end of the bracket, but it's still single elimination for the majority of teams in playoffs. So those top spots, really, really valuable this time around. So you can expect teams. I mean, we saw IG taking down EDG. That's a huge turnaround for IG, because they've, let's be honest, had a really shaky start to the season. Same thing now for Top Esports, but we need to see a more significant win for Top Esports before we can really start talking about this being a top team again. I'm just glad that we're at least seeing them playing a lot more confidently and with a bit of a clearer plan, and basically just saying, look, we're still top esports. We still have the ability to just absolutely dominate games.
And for me, it's that top half of the map. Like Jackie Love and Joe, we've touted about saying, like, they are the most dominant duo in the LPL right now. But for me, 369 has been a little bit lackluster, and Knight hasn't been having the best performances. So actually seeing that top half of the map start to step up, especially 369 today, the Lucian was fantastic, his mechanics were on point. But even when we go back a step further to game one on that Jax, I was a bit worried when I saw all this attention from eStar starting to move towards that top side of the map. But he took it on the chin. He was just like, cool, I'm going to be able to escape away from this. It's not really going to matter. And then having Knight and Karsa roam up again to keep them safe. These are the kind of things that in the past would have stumped top esports and then started to slow their pace of their game down, not allow them to play this very quick, very excitable style of killing a bunch of towers, getting these picks. Now I'm starting to see the top esports of old come back into form.
Yeah, and especially 369 actually having a really good series as well. As you say, surviving a lot of that pressure, and he was one of the players that definitely at the very start of the split had a bit of a rough start to things, so it does feel nice seeing him feeling a little bit back on form, especially pulling out things like the Jackson game number 1, playing weak side really well. But also, we got to talk about the mid laner. Knight bringing us AP Gragas, like, it feels fantastic. Let's take a look at some of the clips of that pick, because, you know, in classic Knight fashion, he went for the Medjais. He's just bopping around the map, dropping barrels and taking names.
Yeah, it's a party wherever Knight goes in this game, and he was looking damn clean doing it. The flex in draft working out very, very well for top esports, and honestly, it's so cool to see when we kind of expect, you know, the Syndras, the Orianas, the Zoes, these kind of things from Knight, to now see him play a very different style is really cool to see, and having so much success on it, understanding still how to get out of lane, impact the map, and working so well with Karsa to take over in this game.
I feel like Knight gets the MVP on this one, and honestly, it could have gone across the board. I think Knight had the best score, but regardless, even if Knight just played average, as long as he played decently on this Gragas, just picking the Gragas gets you the MVP in this kind of situation, getting to see something like this. And now, as you said during the game, Dagda, top esports officially have a quadra flex pick that's also totally first pickable. That, in terms of drafting, is an unbelievable advantage to have for yourself. It's like we had with Set in 2020, right? So many teams could first pick Set and just play him in pretty much any role. Top esports can do that with Gragas, and we'll find out over the next couple of weeks if other teams can start to pull this pick out in other lanes as well. We're going to head over to the stage, though, because Wendy's standing by with Karsa, our Scorpion King, the first Skarner of this season of the LPL. Let's find out what he has to say.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Karsa from Top Esports with us. So first of all, congratulations on very clean 2-0 victory, and we think like Top Esports is really on very good form now. So I'm satisfied with today's performance. 那首先恭喜你们干净利落2-0拿下胜利嘛。然后现在感觉 Top 也是状态火热，对今天的表现还满意吗？
今天的表现我还可以吧，因为我们比较没有犯什么比较大的失误嘛，然后也是比较顺利的都拿下了比赛吧。
I'm quite satisfied with today's performance because we didn't make huge mistakes in the game, and I think it's a very smooth best of 3, so I'm very satisfied about this part. And so let's move on to today's game. In game 1, it's super one-sided, and the attack from Top Esports was just wave after wave, and you didn't get the opponent's team any chance to fight back. So could we know more about the overall tactic in game 1? 那说到第一局，感觉是非常一边倒的，感觉你们攻势是一波接着一波，没有给对面丝毫的机会。想问一下，第一局整体的一个战术思想是怎么样的呢？
第一局的话，主要就是我们下路打得比较好嘛，就我们因为他们辅助虽然前面游走的比较多，但我们下路也有抓住这个机会吧，就直接把我们下路平推了嘛。然后其实应该也没有特别有什么思路，就只是我们对线都对比较顺利而已。
I think in game 1, our bot duo were able to get a huge advantage. Although the opponent's support, he tried to did a lot of roamings and help the other teammates, but we were able to make good use of this and to make a huge advantage in the bot lane. So I think in terms of the tactic, we don't have the specific strategy, but we just make super good use of our laning phase and have a very good laning phase. And also in game 2, in the ban pick phase, you have chosen Kalista as well as Lucian Lucian, those two very dominant champions in the laning phase in the first 3 picks. And lastly, you have used Skarner to fulfill the whole draft. So could we know more about the ban pick strategy in Game 2？ 那说到第2局，比较有趣的是，你们是在前3手直接拿下了卡莉斯塔和卢锡安这2个对线特别凶的组合。然后呢，最后1手你是拿到了蝎子，也是这个赛季首次登场嘛，然后呢完成了这样的一个 BP 的拼图。所以想问一下，整体一个 BP 的思路是怎么样的呢？
主要卡莉斯塔跟卢锡安是比较大家认为会比较前期的英雄嘛，就是前面会有先权，然后能够保证像蝎子这些比较劣势英雄的野区，就想说可以选一个发育打团的英雄，然后在他们保有前期优势的情况下，我也能保住他们后期打团。
In many people's view, they believe like Kalista and Lucian are the very early game champions. So in this case, that means they can have a super dominant in the laning phase. And this, because of this, I can choose a jungler champion that can be quite weak in the laning phase, which is Skarner. And also with Skarner, we although I believe that the Kalista and Lucian can get some leads in the early game, and also Skarner is super good at making the engagement and also can be a scaling champion to protect the whole team in the late game as well. And also in Game 2, the opponent's team, they try to pay more attention to the ball lanes in the early game, but at the same time, Top Esports will focus a lot on the top and to make so many tower dives. Could we know more about how to handle with the early game tempo in Game 2？ 那感觉第2局开始，对面也是非常针对你们的下路嘛，但是呢，与之应对的也是你们一直在做一个上路的越塔，然后着重去打上路，所以想问一下是怎么处理一个前期的节奏的呢？
主要就是卢锡安打纳尔算是一个小 counter 吧，就是至少369打这个对决是挺有自信的，然后就在他有先权的情况下，我们中野就自然还是要往上路靠一下，因为下路的话，其实感觉在下路对抗的话，我们不一定是100%稳赢吧，但上路如果能够压制的话，我们帮上会比较好赢一点。
Because for the top lane matchup, we feel like Lucian can counter the Gnar, and also 369, our top laner is quite confident with this matchup. So together with Knight, the 2 of us, we try to focus more on the top lane. And also the reason for us to not focus on the bot lane is because we think like focusing on the bot lane, we cannot have the 100 win rate because of the early game laning phase. So that's a reason for us to smoothly play the game around the top, around 369. And also my last question is, currently we have seen so many different jungler champions appeared on stage. So could we know what do you think are the tier 1 jungler champion in the current meta？ 那其实在最近比赛中，我们也看到有很多的大英雄都能够登场。那在你的心中，可能现在版本的一个 T 级别大英雄会是哪些呢？
应该还是乌迪尔吧，因为这英雄不用什么操作，刷野又快，就感觉这英雄还是挺适合现在版本的。
I feel definitely Udyr can be the tier 1 champion because this champion didn't need to focus on the mechanics and he can do the farming so quickly. So I think this champion suits this meta super well. And thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们 and see you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Castle. Yeah, great insight coming out from him as we move forward with our day. And a dominant win from Top Esports at the end of that one. What a way to win out the series as well. Carson defending the Skarner pick, saying really, really good in the early game, but also great as a frontliner towards the late stages, but using that ult defensively as a peel option. So good to see a little bit more insight on that Skarner pick, especially when it's the first time that we've seen it this split here in the LPL.
Yeah, super interesting pick. And again, I love the draft from Top Esports. It was so clever, so creative, and obviously baiting E-Stars into a lot of different places, but I'm hoping we'll see a little bit more of that as we start to go forward.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we've got a bit of a doozy coming up. The following series is going to be insane. It's RNG against FPX. It is the battle for the 2nd place spot definitively here in the LPL. We'll see who can get the edge right after this.
左一已经先行倒在地上，这是EDG一波反打的机会。剑魔再次入场开启大面，他如同天神下凡。
交掉了 Q 这边在观望，第一波进场加料只炸到了一个狗熊，加料回身一能被打断。 我这波这个解卡到位了吗？
下一个是谁？阿卡丽又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉 ，TES 交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，
连不到了，往后的直接瞬间融化。
英雄联盟更是完成了一个恐怖游戏 ，Holder 这一波真的下得不轻。
雅高带上陈复以后，输出现在人气感觉在这里。
哇，太惨了！这场比赛变成了一场屠杀。
血腥程度就是高，对，甭管打谁就一直打，真的就是一直打，连血腥程度都要比的吗？这个1、2赛区是吧？打了多长时间啊？一塔还没推掉就打到2塔推完。
On my level, I be on my level, I be on my level. Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gonna go down. Lapping the competition, why they telling us to slow down? Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy. We set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you.
샤오 선수는 좀 매우 공격적인 선수인 것 같고 그 과정에서 이제 좀 정글과의 소통 같은 게 잘 돼서 이제 이득을 볼 때 잘 보는 그런 선수인 것 같고 제가 게임할 때는 그런 부분을 좀 유의해야 될 것 같습니다. 또 RNG의 좀 플레이 스타일이 좀 탑에서 강한 픽이나 강하게 하는 플레이에서 좀 시작되는 경우가 많아서 그 부분을 가장 유의해야 될 것 같습니다.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, and it is time to sink our teeth into something very special here. It's the match of the week between RNG and FPX. These two teams both sitting on 7 wins right now. They are looking to secure themselves 2nd place in the league. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, as always, as we head into this one. And we're just going to jump straight into a couple of things we want to talk about before the game starts, because I don't know how far away the game is, but I'm going to assume it's coming up real quick. So let's start off by talking about the FPX jungle situation. I'm sure a lot of you already know. I'm not going to go into the details, but Bo is out of the roster. Tian is not in a state to play right now. So they've promoted their FPX Blaze jungler, their academy jungler. He's called Beichuan, and he is known as the Echo King. This guy's an ex-streamer that has challenged himself to become a pro and has now made it onto one of the best teams in the LPL in his first year as a pro player.
Yeah, so this guy is actually currently known as the best Echo player in China. That is how big of an accolade this guy has. So came across, started
Bear in mind, Knight exists.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So they wanted to try and get this guy in because he was a streamer, as he said, to challenge himself. He only started this year, and now all the stars have aligned to bring this guy from streaming to LDL straight into the FPX lineup. But still, when I look towards his champion pool, I look towards the way he plays, still kind of a little bit of a solo Q-esque style to him, where he's much more focused on what's going to be best for himself, but does work very well if he's able to work with Shen Yi, who's the support on FPX Blaze, and is actually able to group up with his team. So if we get Chris being involved in this guy in the same way that we had him, directing Bo, I honestly think Beichuan's mechanics can do a lot of work, and he will do a lot of good. Like, this guy had the 3rd most MVPs in the LDL for the Spring 2021 split so far.
And when you look at his match history in the LDL as well, obviously he's only been playing this split, so there's not that many games, but there's around 10 or so games. He's never had a 2-0 loss. He's had 2-1 losses, and he's had 2-0 wins. This guy, when he's winning, is dominant. And you can see, more than happy to be the engaged for his team, especially on this Pantheon.
Yeah, and he has a lot of these kind of pocket picks. Like, the Pantheon was one that he worked towards, but expect a lot of the Lilia, the Nidalee, these kind of picks to be coming through. And I'm hoping that we can see Crisp kind of take his hand in the same way that he saw with Bo, and then start to lead FPX back to what was the promised land. Because with Bo in the roster, this team looks so incredibly clean.
Yeah, and on the other side of the board, we have to talk about RNG as well, because this is going to be the top of the table test for RNG, because we've seen them looking dominant against some of the lower tier teams. We've seen them looking good against some of the top tier teams, but they haven't played against our very tippity top teams just yet. So now up against FPX, this will be a test for them as well.
Yeah, it's massively going to be a test for them, and I think that a large portion of this is going to fall back towards Wei. Wei needs to be the one that's in control of the jungle for a large portion of this, and trying to play towards this top side, because certainly when we saw Xiaohu playing into the likes of the Shy, he really struggled against the Shy, and you can see it in the Silas matchup where he ended up like falling behind, getting a bunch of CS going across. I don't think, or in this matchup, that FPX are going to give across the same 3 kills that IG did to facilitate Xiaohu. So if Xiaohu's not getting the attention, Nuguri can just run away with this game, because Nuguri's been so incredibly potent in that top side. So I think Wei will need to control both the new guy in Beishuan and control this top side of the map to ensure that there's no funny business going across in favor of FPX.
Yeah, and let's be honest, if you're a new top laner in the LPL, if there is any player that is going to find a top gap, it's going to be Nuguri. This guy is an absolute monster. We'll see how the top lane is going to pan out, but I want to move towards the mid lane, because this is a lane that often when we're talking about FPX isn't really about the actual mid lane matchup. It's more about how these players can influence the rest of the map. Doinb versus Cryan. These guys are both hyped up coming into the year.
Yeah, and you can actually see, looking at their champions, that both these guys play a very similar style. It's more about getting out from the mid lane, roaming towards these side lanes, and setting up the rest of their team for success. And when we have been highlighting both junglers in this matchup, we're going to be looking towards them moving in support with these mid laners. So expect a lot of tussling back and forth in draft, in game, as both these players try to find that priority that'll let them leave lane and facilitate those side lanes.
Yeah, I want to see them getting out of that lane, but also when we come to the draft, look at the picks that we're seeing. Obviously, the Twisted Fate there for Cryan, whereas for Doinb, it's like exclusively roaming picks. You've got the Rumble, you've got the Rise, you've got that Renekton. He's more than happy to go towards things like the Twisted Fate as well. There are plenty of picks for Doinb. The one that's really exciting to me is the potential of a Kled pick. We've seen him play more than once now. Very good at the roam. Obviously, once you're level 6, you can just charge into any lane that you need to. So looking towards the map, we'll probably have our eyes towards the top side of the map. I expect that's where things kick off, but even down in the bottom side as well. Both of these teams have terrifying bot lanes. Like Ming and Gala have really cemented themselves as one of the stronger 2v2s in the league, but they're up against LWX and Crisp, who every single time we cast FPX, I feel like we have to reiterate that Crisp is on a tear right now. Him and LWX in the 2v2 have looked amazing.
Yeah, and I feel like we don't get to talk about Gala and Ming enough, just because of how much priority is put towards Xiaohu and Wei and Cryan playing towards that top side. But Gala and Ming have got the 4th most duo kills in the LPL as that bottom lane. They have the 3rd highest CSD difference, gold difference at 15 as well. Like, these guys are no pushovers, and especially when they're able to do all this with just the on their own. They're not really getting much interaction from Wei. It speaks volumes to how strong this bottom lane is. So certainly LWX and Crisp, who have been flying high for so long in that bot lane, would now be forced to go toe-to-toe with these guys. And I want to see if Crisp can have that same impact on the map when he is going to be locked in against Gala and against Ming, or if Ming can keep him in check.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Ming can do in this bottom lane, but Dagda, it's about time we find out, because we're going to go into Chapter Select for game number 1 of our fight for 2nd place. RNG 7-1 in the standings, FPX 7-2. Whoever can take the series climbs their way up to the 8 wins. Will be tied in wins for EDG, but EDG will still have the advantage when it comes to those standings. So 2nd place on the line for both of these squads. And when we look at the bans, jungle bans across the board here with 3 there, the Seraphine, a Hecarim ban coming through as well. We are going to see some interesting picks coming through in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, but I still think that almost favors play, right? Because you're getting the Olaf, even the Gragas to a certain extent, the Udyr, the Hecarim, the Nidalee band. Like, you can now just go towards a first pick for the likes of the Lilia here. If you want to 2-4 way, set him up for success, but it actually looks like they're not going to go towards it, which may give Beishwan the opportunity to go towards the Lilia, which was his most played jungler in the LDL so far this split.
I'm ready for the blind echo jungle lock-in. I was born ready to see that. Probably won't see that one. It's going to be the Rel hovered right now. Crisp has been exceptional on this Rel pick. I believe he's, or he was 100% win rate. I think that was shattered in their most recent series. But it is going to be, as you say, the Lilia for Beitron, his most played in the LDL. Definitely a comfort pick for him. Wei goes with the Graves, and it's going to be Ming on the Alistar alongside Gala's Kai'Sa.
I'm curious to see how FPX react to this, though, because you can either fight fire with fire, which is what we're going to go with, or you can go for the range, but instead, that's Samira coming in. So a very strong bot lane for LWX and Crisp, and one that I expect Beishwan to play pretty heavily through. And when we were talking about wanting to see Beishwan kind of working in conjunction with Crisp, this is the best way to do it, because Beishwan, at his heart, loves to gank. Like, it doesn't matter what the champion is, he wants to get involved in these lanes, he wants to be setting up these kills, and when you've got a kill lane in the bottom lane, such as the one for FPX, you can expect early action into this bottom lane.
Well, the Camille being banned away from Xiaohu towards the top side here. It's answered with a Renekton ban as well. Obviously, Renekton is a scary pick in the hands of FPX because it could be for Nuguri or it could be for DoinB. So taking that one off of the board. And over towards FPX. Things like the Gnar obviously can be banned, but Nuguri has really favored that Gnar, so wouldn't be surprised to see them open that pickup and allow that as a blind pick for Nuguri.
There's two big picks I'm looking at for this mid lane, though, and it's the Twisted Fate and the Rumble pick, because the Twisted Fate allows you kind of to cheat that priority that we were talking about, allow you to influence either the bot lane or the top lane here from both sides, and also the Rumble, because again, it just is so difficult to stop Rumble from being able to roam. And when we look at DoinB and also Cryin, who have got several games on that champion, this is a big one to see if they can have impact in those sides.
Silas has been removed and they've got 4 seconds to make a decision. Their Kled ban comes through. That is some serious respect being given to DoinB there. The Renekton and Kled bans, don't be fooled, those are mid lane bans against FPX, believe it or not. And a Sion locked in, very expectedly going up towards that top side for Nuguri. Over to RNG then. What do they go for in the solo lanes here, Dags?
Well, I mean, you can look towards the Azir if you want to. Here for Cryin, pretty much the go-to in a blind situation, because it's so difficult to get priority against the likes of an Azir. And then looking towards that top lane, kind of the world's your oyster here, Xiaohu. And I never want to say like, yeah, Xiaohu will go towards this, because at the end of the day, Xiaohu's a mid laner. I never really know what this guy's going to bring out. We've had like Syndra's tops, we've had Akali's tops, we've had Orianna's top, but I mean, the Gnar has been his go-to. This will be his 7th game on the Gnar. And especially into something like the Sion, where you're not going to be under too much threat. You can push in this wave, effectively start to chip away at those turret plates. It feels very at home for RNG.
Oh, but Nuguri goes for the Jace.
It's the Sion.
He is real good on these carries. It's going to be Sion, man. It's DoinB, let's be honest here. Jace really good in the matchup against Gnar. And DoinB more than happy to just play literally any champion in the mid lane. All right. Mid lane side, I guess that's what we're doing today. Dagda, the draft has been spicy already. This series is delivering, and we're not even on to the riff. What are your expectations from these comps?
I feel certainly for FPX that there's going to be what we were expecting, like heavy focus on these side lanes, trying to obviously set up Nuguri just to get vision for him, make sure he's safe to go and battle against the Gnar. Jace wants to be going aggressive against Gnar so then you can punish that range advantage, but you need to make sure you've got the vision to keep you safe. Well, on the bottom side of the map, I'm overlooking to see if I can get Beishwan invested into this bot side, get some kills going for this Samira, while this Sion is just scaling out of control and trying to find moments of opportunities to use that ultimate to get into these side lanes and just double down on the pressure that FPX have already gained there.
That's the big thing we're looking for, is getting out of the mid lane and getting to the side lanes. One thing I will say about Sion is, yes, he's a tank, but when it comes to getting priority in the mid lane, Sion can one-shot a minion wave. Just walks up, E's, W's, Q's, minion wave is gone, and he can just go elsewhere. So Cryan might have a bit of a harder time bullying out doing B in the mid lane than you'd maybe expect on face value. But that bottom lane as well, the 2v2 is going to be something to watch. LWX and Crisp, very aggressive. Season 11 lane right there. There's Gala and Ming with some more classic champions, but just as aggressive. We're going to head on to Summoner's Rift, though, as we kick this series off, the game of the week here between FPX and RNG. The battle for second place is underway.
And as we come into this, I am looking towards Wei. Wei has been, for me, the standout jungler and the standout performer in a lot of situations in RNG. He's been insanely good at being able to track the opposing jungler, figuring out, what does my opponent want to do? How can I shut that down? And then activate what our game plan is for RNG. And in this situation for RNG, it is very much a role of containment. It's trying to make sure that, hey, Doomby doesn't get out of mid lane, Cryan is able to scale into the late game. Gala is able to scale into that later portion of the game as well, where Kai'Sa starts to just do more than the Samira in team fights. And especially towards Xiaohu in this top lane. If you can try and set Nuguri behind, maybe try and set up for some dives with like TP advantages and stuff like that, you can put this Jace behind, and a Jace from behind is pretty much nothing to offer to this team.
Ming going for the sweeper right at level 1 here, just to make sure he knows where Crisp is in case a level 1 2v2 does go off. And that's something we've seen a little bit in the LPL, especially with these Alistairs. If the Alistar is with the Samira, quite often we see them just flash for a level 1 trade because of the synergy that you have on the CC. Crisp not going to go for a knockup just yet, though. Playing this one safe for now.
I'm keeping my eyes, though, on the junglers, because both junglers are pathing down towards this bot side, which is why you can see it's so tense here in this bottom lane. They both want to try and get that push. Both hit the level 2 first, because that'll guarantee them help towards Scuttle for the jungle.
It's all about the junglers in the early game. And we've got 2 farming junglers that are very, very good at making their way through the map quickly. One thing that can be said as well is Graves exceptionally good on the single target camp, so being able to start where the Gromp is and the Wolves is a much faster start for him than starting on the bottom side of the map. So you can see him already onto his chickens there, but similar story over for Beishwan, because he's the opposite side of the coin and he got to start the map with the chickens and the Krugs.
It does mean, though, as both junglers corrugate down here, that you've got push in mid for Cryan, you've got push and bot coming through for RNG, so it's going to be very difficult for Beishwan to actually try and get any of the Scuttle Crabs on this bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just wrap back up towards his top side, nick a Scuttle Crab for himself, and then look for the reset. You kind of need to wait a little while as Liliat before you really can have a massive impact in these lanes. You don't really have the damage, you don't really have the CC to really have those big impacts, as Crisp goes a little bit too far.
Big trade in this bottom side. Crisp taking a lot of damage, Ignite burnt as well. Gala trying to get some free hits in on the back of the fight. Beitron hanging in the wings just in case some kind of dive came on through. Wei is here as well. And FPX already feeling the pressure. Ming wants to go for this one. Jumps in, gets the stun onto Crisp. The junglers are here, but Ming is the target. And Beishwan enters the LPL in style. The double kill. He's bouncing along through the lane. And he keeps his movement speed going. Gala flashes out. But that's the way to make your entrance into the FPX.
And this is what we talked about for Beishwan, is that his mechanics are great, but he just needs someone to kind of guide him a little bit. You can see there, Crisp is like, hold your horses, lad. There is definitely going to be something coming down in towards this bottom side of the map. He stops the recall, turns the dive around, and now he's looking towards mid.
Cryan won't be tagged, though. He's just going to help Doomby shove this one in so Doomby can get himself a reset off. But, you know, Beishwan was the giant question mark coming into this series. He's replacing the superstar rookie Bo. Beishwan's basically trying to say here, hey, I'm a superstar rookie too. I'm a streamer. I'm supposedly the best Echo in China, at least according to my chat viewers. And we'll see if he can live up to the hype around this player as he comes on in. He doesn't have the LDL accolades that Bo had, but so far so good for the new player.
Yeah, and Beishwan is definitely a confident player. Like, I was talking to Risa, who sent me a lot of information, so shout out to her on Twitter, because she was filling me in on, like, this guy considers himself, like, the first person to bring Echo Jungle to China. Like, this guy has got, like, he's a confident dude. So you can tell now that, like, already picking up 2 kills, he's going to be in his comfort zone. This is where this guy is going to shine. So I'm delighted to already see that even though Tien and Bo haven't been able to step into the roster, you've got multiple fallbacks here for FPX.
Doonby still never got his chance to reset earlier. Finally, we'll be able to head back to base, grab himself some more mana, finally get some items on the board. And once you start to get a couple of items as Scion, that's when it starts to get a little bit easier. The Sunfire certainly helping with clearing those waves. Or not Sunfire, you know what I mean. The Barmy Cinder will help him to clear the waves. And he just TPs straight back into the mid lane. And you can expect in the next couple of minutes to start to see Doonby getting out of that lane. Once he gets to that 6, he can really roam and start to impact these side lanes like we talked about before the game.
Well, he's already kind of doing that. You can see there setting up the vision down towards his bottom side, hovering on the blast cone. Ming trying to move topside, though, to stop the bleed that Xiaohu has against Nuguri.
Thing is here, Nuguri has a bit of movement speed, has flash, but he's just going to all in onto Xiaohu instead, and then flashes out to safety. It's going to be an ignite used by Ming, but a flash from Nuguri, so I think that's a win for RNG if they don't bleed out on the bottom side.
But this is the problem, they are bleeding. Actually, the
flash comes through from LWX. Massively aggressive here, because Wei is on this side of the map as well, and this could be a huge punish. Blade will stopping a bit of damage, but here we go. Gala grabbing himself a kill, and the rest of the team arrives for both sides. The TP from Nuguri is a little bit late. Gala could be in trouble if Nuguri goes a bit more aggressive. Shock Blast doesn't quite connect, and Nuguri's gone too deep, and he's pushed back into the fray by Crying. Beautiful Shurima shuffle, and RNG are coming out on top in these scuffles.
Oh, it's messy from FPX. They'd actually got the big win there. The fact that Ming had gone towards topside, they'd shoved Gala away from the turrets, meant that they were winning heavily on the bottom side, but over-investing into the bot lane gets the kills for RNG. They get the TP from Nuguri as well, plus the kill. Like, that was a disaster.
Yeah, but Wei might have found his own disaster right here as Doonby just going to be sliding across the map. Doesn't manage to hit onto anyone, but you know what? Again, it's the thought that counts, Dagda. That's what really matters. They will at least secure the Scuttlecraft.
I don't know. Look, you can say the thought that counts, right? But I've just seen FPX blow every advantage that they had from Beishwan's playing the bottom side. Like, oh, hang on. Beishwan mid, actually.
Yeah.
No,
find some new advantages in the mid lane. Yeah.
So they had this big CS lead and this wave push in the bottom side. They could have turned that in towards just turret plates, snowballing that advantage in the bot side, and just taking Gala out of this game. If Gala's got Ming, who's gone topside, and you're stealing away all this, you're losing all this experience, you're losing all this CS, you just don't get to hit the point where you're strong or even able to contend with LWX. The fact that Gala managed to get back, get some of that CS, even get kills for himself, means he's actually even with LWX right now when in the gold department, and you don't really get to control this lane as heavily as you could as of FPX, especially now that Doonby has tossed away that ultimate as well, not being able to get into that bottom side.
One thing I will say about what has transpired so far this game is when you look at the CS numbers across the board, it's feeling real good for FPX with a 20 CS advantage in that bottom side and in the jungle as well. As they look to grab themselves the first Herald of the game on top of that, they have control of the bottom side, so the Dragon can't be traded right now. Beishwan just going to take this opportunity to reset. It will be Wei starting this Dragon off. I was expecting a bit more of a contest. We saw LWX and Crisp were over there, but Ming moves up, and this should be a Dragon traded. So Herald for Dragon. Wei did smite there. He's got a second smite available, so it shouldn't be the end of the world, and there's no contesting.
Yeah, FPX's focus right now is just completely shifted towards the top side. Get the Rift Herald. You'll probably see Beishwan go for this full clear on bot side, roam up towards top and use that Herald to just cement that lead for Nuguri, especially with the turret plates already being chipped away down by the Jace. Doonby taking a bit of a beating in this mid lane. This ain't gonna let up anytime soon. Unfortunately, Azir is really good at poking even ranged champions. The fact that you're a melee into this lane is only going to make it 10 times worse.
I actually think that the fact that he's only 20 CS down is kind of an accolade almost in this matchup. I feel like it's pretty difficult to get anywhere near the mid wave if you're playing Sion mid, but I mean, let's be honest, I'm not exactly an expert in Sion mid. Who is? I guess Doing B. I think he's the only one in the entire world. So
actually,
yeah, we'll see how that continues to play out.
Militza in the LEC is a big Sion mid player.
Oh,
I'm going to leave that little nugget of information for folks. When he was in EU Masters, he played a lot of Sion mid. But either way, coming back to this
Set
game,
mid as well.
I want to look at Ming. Ming has been doing a really good job of trying to shut down the plays that we're talking about to solidify this lead for Nuguri in top lane. But the problem is that, like, he hasn't really been able to find big advantages for Xiaohu, and it's hurting Gala quite a bit to consistently have Ming out of lane. Even when it looks at like the levels for Ming as well, it's not going great. And this is the problem that I've seen with RNG, is that when they start to fall behind, they try to go for these plays that catch their opponents unaware, whether it's like picks in river or in mid lane, or having Ming consistently roam top. They did this a lot against Invictus Gaming, but it doesn't always pan out for them. And it's kind of this coin toss to a certain extent, where if it works, it's great. If not, you end up just further behind, and you're starting to see the results.
Swirl Seed is blocked by a caster minion there. Had that landed onto Ming, it could have been a really big opportunity, but Herald going to be just slammed down in this bottom side. Phaetron going to help shove this in, and they're looking for the first tower of the game if they can find it, but might be a bit of a challenge. No reinforcements coming for RNG though, so they might just have to back away and respect the 2 versus 3. Phaetron's going to stick around, and LWX will be able to finish this tower off. What happens on the other side of the map, though, is Wei looks for an opportunity on the top side.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Wei will get anything, though. You can see Nuguri is firmly under his tower. He's perfectly happy to just farm from afar, and even has the ward there.
Nuguri's just like, all right, 1v1 me, bro. Let's do this. I'm quite happy to take the skirmish against Wei. We'll be able to survive. Pushes Wei away a little bit, and maybe can just clear the wave underneath the tower.
FPX have been doing a really good job of reading RNG though, and this is why they're able to commit members bot side without losing anything across the map. Apart from that one flub trying to dive that bottom lane tower, they've actually been answering everywhere that RNG is positioned. Ming roams towards that top side. Cool. Let's push this wave in bot. Let's use this Rift Herald, get some gold in favor of LWX, and get this Samira snowballing, because Samira is going to be one of their big sources of damage and a potential win condition in these team fights. So with the Samira now having that 20 CS lead, having a full turret to herself, she's going to be accelerated towards that Immortal Shield bow.
And one of the crazy things that's happening so far this game, when we look at the gold difference right now, it's 2,000 almost in favor of FPX. And the crazy thing about that is so much of it is down to Beishwan. When you look at these junglers, Beishwan ahead in the kills, but also 20 CS up. Wei is an exceptional jungler. This is not the kind of guy you expect to fall behind, especially on a farming jungle like Graves.
Yeah, and to give them their credit, I mean, Beishwan turned around that first play, the terror dive from RNG in the bot lane. From that, he's just taken control, working very heavily with the bot lane to just solidify these leads. And it's fantastic to see that once again, it's these rookie junglers from FPX coming up and joining in with the veterancy that is on this roster. Like 4 world champions. It becomes a lot easier for you to kind of take off the pressure that's there, because you know these guys can perform, and it gives him the opportunity to figure out how he wants to play the game, and he's doing so well so far.
Feels like Ming is in a permanent 2v3. Wherever he goes, Crisp and Beishwan match him with a random laner as well. Wei now could be in a 1v1 with Nuguri. Does have a Kai'Sa nearby, knocked back. And in comes Gala, but the flash over the wall from Nuguri! And he gets the solo kill, 2v1. Unbelievable. Now Xiaohu will be slept underneath the tower. LWX pops that one maybe a little early as they go for this extended dive. 300 HP on Xiaohu. They're quite happy to just wait for another wave. Cryan has to use his ult defensively, flash over the wall, and RNG in full retreat because Gala on the other side of the map is just desperately trying to get some plates.
It will be answered, as you said, in that top side, as you can see LWX would get it. Beishwan trying to steal away the chickens to get a little bit more for FPX, but wasn't quite able to do so. It's still great for FPX though, because with Nuguri trading that 1-for-1, the play pretty much goes even as the turret plates fall away.
Beautifully done by Nuguri to find an opportunity there. Every single time Wei tries to gank Nuguri, Nuguri just swaps to hammer form and just flies into the fray, tries to 1v1 Wei before whoever's in lane against him can match. RNG, though, will find themselves a second Drake off the back of all of the shenanigans that have been going on so far this game. Nuguri just shoving out. Will have to retreat on the bottom side. Resets across the board. Let's take a second here, Dagda, and take stock of what's happened. Because RNG have got 2 Drakes, whereas FPX, focusing on different objectives, have a 2-tower lead for themselves and a 2,000 gold lead as well.
And potentially 2 Rift Heralds as well, because this Rift Herald is going to be spawning now. You've got the faster resets coming through from FPX. They're moving over to try and take that objective. And with this composition FPX has, it's very much focused kind of on this 1-4 with Nuguri being a side lane threat. So focus on the Rift Herald and towers is actually going to net them a lot more because they open up the map, they buy more space and more vision for Nuguri. And this Jace isn't going to fall off. Like, this isn't a matchup that Nara is ever going to just scale into. This is permanently in favor of the Jace because of the range discrepancy, because he can poke so effectively, especially with the tier that Nuguri's picked up so far. So expect with this mid lane tower bet to go down that FPX can now split open and allow more time for Nuguri to play into this 1v1.
RNG do finally get their first tower of the game though, but with the Herald charging in, this tier 1 not quite going down, but you can expect FPX to be able to finish that one off when they finally get an opportunity later on into the game. Doinb coming from the top side here, maybe looking to make a play, but he's perhaps overextended. Does have flash if he wants to just ult out of the play, but he's not going to waste... Oh, wait, he did use his ult during there somewhere. I didn't actually see what happened there, but Patron looks straight onto the tower. That's a little bit greedy, Patron. You got to back away, my friend.
Yeah, that was a series of unfortunate events. So you get the ult from Doomby actually running straight into Wei. So Wei able to stop that one from following up, and then Cry not quite able to connect with the ultimate. So 2 whiffed ultimates. Now the TP coming in from Doomby once again. FPX committing heavily towards this mid lane tower because they see Gala in the top side.
And this will be the last tier 1 cracked on the side of FPX. They've opened up the map for themselves. And just in time, because the next Drake is up in 3 minutes. And that one's going to be important. This is now where FPX have to start to contest these Drakes. They can't just trade them away forever.
The big thing as well was in that last scrap, Xiao Hu used his TP, was interrupted by Nuguri as well, so they're not going to have that TP available for this dragon. Whereas when you look towards Nuguri, his will, I think, actually no, it won't quite be up, but if you can delay it for FPX a little bit of time, you can certainly commit to that, or even just use the fact that Nuguri can shove in these long lanes now to creep him over towards this dragon and have that man advantage as well. So definitely FPX in the driver's seat, and it's not so much for FPX about like getting these dragons, it's more so about preventing RNG from having a place to fight. If RNG can find these 5-man fights where Xiao Hu can get the big engage, you got Cryin and Gala free hitting, that's where RNG are most dangerous, and exactly how FPX don't want to play them.
Okay, so avoiding these fights. So in that situation, is there a way for FPX to actually get a Drake? Because theoretically, RNG could just group up, right, and just say, hey, look, if you want this Drake, you've got to 5v5 us. And if that happens, maybe FPX fall out of the game.
I think the best bet here is to try and stick Nuguri up towards this top side. See if you can create this long lane where Nuguri can push in. He can then move down towards through river in towards the dragon and make sure that you've got this man advantage. Because ideally it's Xiao Hu or Cryin who are trying to deal with that. But this is still a little bit difficult because even in the split push, Cryin still has his TP where there's none available for FPX.
Doinb is doing something. As it looks like he's going to commit to this play on towards Cryin. Cryin just zips away. He's, I'm sure, some question mark pings thrown at Doinb there. I have no idea what the goal was, but there we go. Nothing going to come of it in the end. Doinb just going to reset, and Cryin will be able to finish this tower off. Look where FPX are on the map, though. All the way as far deep into that jungle as they can possibly go. Getting some deep vision, because Drake is up in 45.
I don't think RNG needed to commit with Wei and Ming towards the top side here. They should have been defending that vision in their bottom side jungle now. Actually, no wards really in the FPX inventory means that they don't actually have a huge amount of information as to where RNG are. But a late resets coming across, as you can see from Cryin, means they're going to have to burn this TP to get Cryin in and try and fight this 5v5 for this next dragon.
But Doinb doesn't have TP or his ultimate available, so it becomes very difficult for him to get over there. He's having to walk, and you can see LWX was just on red buff. RNG can surely just burn this down long before FPX can ever answer.
Yeah, unless you can get some big damage sticking from Nuguri here. Otherwise, like, actually, it's gone. Like, they're not even going to get to go for the fight.
Well, they just want a 5v5 anyway. Doing for the second time this game is just going to slide down that route. Chris comes in with a couple of magnets, but unfortunately, they've run out of stick. And he's just going to fall apart in front of everybody. Cyan doesn't manage to find the knockup. Here we go, triple sleep coming through. Beichuan wants to extend the fight, but FPX just can't find a way in right now.
And that's the problem. If Doomby isn't able to find that engage and you're starting to move in towards these jungle paths, it's so easy for Cryin and Gala to sit in the back line. They have the Emperor's Divide to keep them safe if anyone on FPX really tried to engage on top of that, and they're just poking you out. You've got to walk through Ming, you've got to walk through all these Sand Soldiers, way pumping out damage in this AoE cone. Like, that's a perfect spot for FPX.
Really, really difficult fight from
RNG.
FPX and for RNG, yeah. Really difficult fight from FPX. They're now just under 1,000 gold ahead. Their lead was far more significant gold-wise earlier on in the game, and it's Infernal Soul point for RNG. This is looking good for the boys in gold. And FPX, I mean, they had already lost the Drake. Maybe you don't brute force this. It was a bit of a botched fight, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a Hail Mary play. I think FPX kind of realized now that they're in an awkward situation where this next dragon is going to come up. They will have the TPs at least to try and play the map a little bit better, but certainly they need to be as a 5-man unit at this next dragon. Otherwise, FPX, with the amount of just damage and how powerful this Infernal Soul is going to be for them, there's very little that FPX can do to try and fight against it.
Yeah, RNG on the cusp of that Infernal Soul, and it would really turn things on its head. And I have to say, while the kill count is low, this has been a tense game. This has been a very close matchup so far, where we're seeing these two teams playing through intelligent macro instead of just trying to scrap at every given opportunity. And it's an interesting look, especially for FPX, which is a team that so far this split, the way we've kind of categorized them is almost as a boxer, right? Taking a lot of small hits, looking for a weakness, then taking one huge blow that blasts this game open. Feels like on both sides of the board, that's the way this has to go. RNG, that window is at the Dragon in 2.5 minutes. FPX, we're still yet to find where that weakness is on the side of RNG.
It felt like both teams ended up kind of dodging haymakers in the early game, with FPX and Beichuan making this play down towards bot lane, then RNG turned around the FPX play. Now FPX trying to go desperate mode with Xiaohu on bot side. They've started up this Baron.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a controversial call, honestly, as Crisp just going to be trying to clear minions. 5,000 on the Baron. TP being channeled. RNG happy to go for a 5v5 here, and FPX are going to allow them exactly that situation. Doomby taking a lot of damage from Xiaohu, but they reset. They got the TP from Xiaohu. They avoided the fight. Beichuan gets a bonus blue buff on top of everything. That's a little boon on the back of the Baron play. I can't think of another beat.
Well, look, cast your minds back to what we were talking about, right? These TPs and having Nuguri playing off in the side lane is how FPX in this 1-4 can try and win out this game. Well, you've now burnt the TP on towards Cryin, the TP on towards Xiaohu, and with this long lane in the bot side, Nuguri can now shove in, he can do a lot of work, so it's on RNG now to try and shove out mid, shove out top, and make sure that there's not the opportunity for Nuguri to try and make some pressure in this bottom side of the map before the dragon spawns. And with top lane already shoved in, RNG instantly move towards this mid lane.
Yeah, you can feel that they need to start to accelerate things now. They can't afford to give Nuguri time in this bottom lane, but they're not going to start this Drake off just yet. Mid lane is neutral right now as the waves have been cleared. Doomby can just move up and clear the wave top. And Nuguri gets to shove under in this bottom side. Halfway done on that tower. And Drake coming up in 50 seconds. So RNG can't commit too hard to this top side because they've got to be ready. They've got to get some vision down because this Soul could win them game number 1.
The thing is, though, RNG have played so heavily towards this Baron that they're actually not resetting. So with Xiaohu having to clear that bot side, now Cryin re-pushing out that top wave, there's no TPs and they haven't backed. So RNG, they're not even going to consider this dragon. They instead just want to use this opportunity to get some vision on the Baron, maybe even start it up for themselves.
So FPX the ones with a positional advantage for the Drake right now. And it could be that RNG have to give this one up. I wouldn't have been surprised to see them try and trade Drake for Baron, but FPX not going to be foolish enough to go for that one. Doing B. This is the nice thing about having a Scion on your team. You can face check every single time. He is so tanky. He's practically invincible. And Nuguri, in the meantime, can quite happily solo out this Drake. Way's moving over, though. Has Smite, has his dash available. This has been spotted. Nuguri has to be careful. We need Beishuan here for the Smite. Spot onto Way. They can put him to sleep if they need to, but they don't need to for now. They're going to use that to try and find a pick. Instead, Doing B moves in, knocks up, gets the combo flash from Way, though. Keeps self alive. Doing B happy to be the front line, happy to be the target. Chris comes in with the Magnet Storm, and the rest of the team to follow. Stuns across the squad, and Xiaohu falls to the shock blast of Nuguri. LWX just about surviving. There's a lot of damage, though. Gala comes in to try and make the play. The Blade Will blocks so much damage. LWX life stealing on the red buff, and the re-engage comes through. Knocked in is Nuguri as he falls, but LWX with another kill. It's 2 for 2, and both teams walk away wounded.
Yeah, both teams stumble away. That was bloody on both sides, but RNG definitely getting the advantage there, and that was what we talked about, is in these jungle corridors, RNG's composition can thrive, where you've got Cryan and Gala perfectly safe behind their front line. Many opportunities for Xiaohu if he can get that ultimate off. Wasn't able to get it this time. So FPX, they almost find the pick. They almost get the fight that they wanted to turn over towards this Baron, but unfortunately not quite able to get the nail in the coffin there.
And really importantly, FPX have bought themselves another 5 minutes with this Drake. But again, really trying to force these long-range engages by FPX.
And, I mean, it could have worked out if the rest of FPX were in position, but you can see there that even with Doomby coming in for the ults and the knock-up, the rest of FPX are only now getting into position where they can fight. So, but at that stage, RNG have regrouped. They've actually forced or at least set themselves up in the phalanx, so you can't actually get past them. And look at Gala. Like, Gala and Cryan this whole time are just know they're safe behind the Emperor's Divide, know that they can't really be touched, and when Gala gets that opportunity, he flies in and starts to get that damage down onto FPX.
Yeah, Nuguri sees an opportunity to go in. Cryan punishes that, but then Cryan ends up trading his own life because he had to go in to get that Emperor's Divide. Gala and Cryan's flashes both on cooldown for this next fight. In fact, when you look at RNG, 4 flashes on cooldown, whereas LWX will have his. Nuguri, Beishuan, they all have flash available. So if a fight happens in the next couple of minutes, you can see a bit of an advantage, a bit of a window for FPX if they could find that skirmish. Baron is that window potentially. Baron could be the objective to force the play. Recall comes through, though, at the last possible second from Ming, and he gets out with his life.
There is the opportunity for FPX, though, because you've got Doomby on the super tank, to just start up Baron, try and see if they can bait out these TPs once again. And actually kind of looks like they're considering it here. Although there is that ward just at the pit there that will spot them out. Crisp, nice job catching that. So again, FPX trying to force these numbers advantages by bullying RNG into committing these TPs early.
Let's be honest, Dagda, this is the LPL. We don't care about the Baron, we care about the blue buff. And Wei is the real champion at the end of all of this. Ming taking a bit of a hit, but let's be honest, Doing B, not the biggest hitter in this team composition. One thing that I think we have to importantly point out here is that the teleports are back for RNG. So that window of opportunity we saw before around the Baron for FPX doesn't exist right now unless they can force a TP out of Cryan and Xiaohu, which is a tall order.
Yeah, and again, that's why they're hovering around this Baron. Nuguri, though, will have advantages in this bot side, but with FPX resetting, again, RNG getting control of this Baron area. And this is the dance now. This is going to be the back and forth as both teams are waiting for the other team to blink so they can get these advantages.
Take me to the ballroom, Dagda. I'm ready for a dance. And FPX, they're like, all right, let's kick this one off. It's a bit of a salsa as the pace of the game is starting to speed up. 6,000 on this Baron. Ming is trying to get in, spots it out. There's Doing B trying to engage the fight, trying to buy time as the Baron is taken, flashes out for his own life, goes into zombie mode. As the cranberries sing in my ears, but it is going to be FPX trading just a death of their mid laner for a Baron buff.
And I love this. Nuguri didn't go back towards bot side. Was like, look, I've got that push. This is where we can use the fact that Xiaohu needs to be in bot lane right now. They move him to the fight without the teleport. It does mean, though, that you're going to get a trade for towers here as RNG will be able to get this mid lane turret down. But honestly, as FPX, you're delighted with that because it buys you so many opportunities to continue Nuguri's side lane dominance and put some pressure down in this mid lane as well.
Yeah, LWX actually, or Crisp, sorry, actually managing to defend that mid lane tower. But now, importantly, with that Baron, you have so much priority in these lanes. They can shove out in the mid and in the bot lane and set up for this Drake that's coming up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, TP coming in from Doomby as well, making sure that he's back in place for this. So again, RNG, they're trying to call the bluff, say, right, if you go towards Dragon, we don't care. You're only on one Dragon right now. We're going to use it to get your mid lane towers instead.
Well, they'll be able to take one at very least. Doomby taking a bit of damage, but he's happy to be that front line and block it. Dragon taken now, and FPX, they're happy with a tier 1 for a Drake at this point in the game. That's 2 Infernals on the trot, and that damage, even without the soul, is going to start stack up. Infernal Drake is one of the best ones that you can stack a lot of. Now it's their turn to go for some pushes. They've got the Baron buff and an inside track in the mid lane. Cryan taking a bit of damage, but he walks away with his life. Mid lane tier 2 taken by FPX. And guess what? There's a wave already prepped on the bottom side. This is the macro that we always talk about with FPX as they start to clean up some standing gold and they extend their gold lead on the map now to about 4,000, 3,000.
This is a very much a slower pace of FPX though, and it feels like it's much more because they're trying to play around the side lane and play around Nuggery. It's all about trying to burn, as we talked about, the summoner spells, the TPs out of Xiaohu, out of Cryan, and use the man advantages that they have across the map. It's not like this very quick, okay, 5-man move into dives, into like trying to orchestrate all these damage and fighting plays. This is a much slower pace, and it's paying off for FPX, because as we saw, straight up 5v5s, they aren't as clean cut for FPX, but this map movement, using the Jace, using Doomby's TPs to cut off RNG is working far better for the FPX roster.
So let's take a moment here as we're beyond now the 30-minute mark. This Baron is going to fall off FPX. We're not going to Drake for another 3 minutes. But that might not stop us fighting here as Ming takes a big old shock blast from Nuggery. I think both teams will back away from this play. The last 5 seconds of the Baron, I don't expect many towers to go down from this one, but actually FPX do have a cheeky window on this top side here. LWX and Nuggery together will be able to finish off a tier 2. So that means now RNG have 3 outer towers remaining. They are locked into their base when it comes to standing territory. But I want to quickly address the topic of potentially scaling as Beishan. Every time I try and bring up this topic, they're going to start fighting. Maybe this is the topic I needed to talk about the whole time. Talk to me about scaling,
I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, because you've got these here. You've got the Kai'Sa. Yeah, the 4v4 definitely is in favor of RNG, but the fact that you've got this Jace means that Xiaohu always has to try and deal with it. Maybe it's Cryan who always has to deal with it. And that's why FPX are trying to avoid these team fights, because they know if we get into team fights, RNG are just too big right now. So they're trying to play the map state and force RNG into these awkward positions where they're making these terrible calls, or at least trying to force them to make terrible calls, and get advantageous moments for FPX. And I think this is really interesting to see, because FPX as a team, like, this is uncharted territory for them. Like, they have the fastest win time in the LPL. They win their games at about the 28-minute mark in most cases. This is a very different style where we're not getting the blood, we're not getting the very fast pace. They're looking to slow it down and play a different style.
They are getting a pick onto Crisp though, and it's going to be the ult committed by Xiaohu. 1 for nothing in favor of RNG, but unfortunately for them, no neutral objectives for another minute and a half. So Crisp, would be back on the map. Doomby going to look to try and clear this wave. He is Scion, so he can't step up that far to get his combo off onto the wave. And actually, this is kind of hard. Without a significant mid laner, without a mage to clear these waves, that is a lot of damage from Nuggery onto Cryan. Half of his health bar at a single accelerated shock blast, and it is a tier 2 in the end for RNG. They will have to reset off the back of that one, but a pick into a tower, it's a nice little play from RNG.
Yeah, and this is the problem. If FPX actually don't get maps control... Oh, nice little Zhonya's there from Cryan. I mean, he's going back to buy Zhonya's now anyway. So I'm sure he's all good. But either way, coming back to this point, if FPX don't have control of the map and they can't actually be the ones who are using the tempo, they have to draw Nuggery back in to be part of the 5-man unit, because he, as you pointed out, right, B-Munch, is the only real wave clear here. everyone else has to go pretty short range to do it, and against the likes of an Azir and even Xiaohu on the Snare, that's not what you want to do. So FPX kind of have to go with this push-pull style, as Nuguri might have found Ming.
Well, Wei is there as well. Nuguri is going to be eradicated. Huge pick once again for RNG. That's 2 picks in a row, and now into the fight we go. Remember, Cryan accidentally used his stopwatch. If he goes down, he doesn't have that Zhonya's. He went for a needlessly large rod, so he is vulnerable. FPX, it feels like they've consistently been playing 4v5. They do not have any side lane threat. The Baron goes down. They're moving over towards this Drake, but they're going to be late on the play. Sleep could be used to try and buy time here, but looks like that's going to be held for now. As the team of FPX moves towards this Drake, they've got to burn this ASAP before RNG can arrive. Looks like they will get the Drake for themselves. That's 3 on the trot now. And it looks like RNG will allow the reset. We don't quite get the fight. And FPX holding on by the skin of their teeth in these situations.
Yeah, and there was no wave mid either, so it wasn't like RNG could push them out bot and try and bounce back with that Baron to clear that mid inhibitor. So FPX just about managed to eke away from that one with 3 dragons for themselves. Now though, this wave clear again gets called into question, because you've got a Baroned up RNG who are pushing out these side lanes. They're the ones in the driver's seat now, and they can look to crack open the base of FPX.
It's getting tense here, Dagda, because gold is almost exactly even. It's 3 Drakes apiece with an Infernal Soul coming up in 4 minutes' time. RNG have a Baron. They don't have the best team when it comes to 1-3-1ing, but they can certainly use the Baron to brute force a couple of towers if they group up. And once again, to reiterate something you were saying before, this is very much a game of FPX trying to outplay on the map. They can't just go for the 5v5, but as I say, that 2P walks in, takes a huge amount of damage, but they will be able to clear this minion wave and stop the play onto the tier 2. That cannon is going to be annoying, though. Shock Blast will deal with it. Xiaohu, by the way, is in the mid lane. Gets the demolish off onto the tower. Will quite finish that one off, assuming that these minions are taken down. But that will open an opportunity on the bottom side for the tier 2. RNG doing a really good job of playing multiple lanes with this Baron, and now they look towards inhibitor towers. Ming has to be careful, and DoinB forces the fight, goes in, has to flash straight back out. The Magnet Storm comes in across the team, though, and this is the moment for FPX. LWX in like a Beyblade, turns golden and keeps himself alive. FPX, oh, beautiful snipe from Gala to turn it around, and another snipe comes back from FPX. It's sniper warfare here on the Rift, and suddenly Xiaohu's alone in the world.
But that is such a big win for FPX. The fact that they managed to hold on to their inhibitors, they're able to force back RNG, get some control back in this game off of a beautiful engage from Crisp. Once more, this pick of the Rel paying dividends for FPX. You're going to see it here where you get Ming flash in with this big pulverized combo as DoinB overextends, but this Rel Magnet Storm stops the follow-up from Wei, locks him in place, and sets up beautifully for DoinB to annihilate that front line, unleashing LWX onto the very lonely back line of RNG.
Beautiful snipe on the end as well from Gala, but then immediately answered by Nuguri. That's 1,000 gold that Nuguri just got. Oh. Check out his items. He's full build, and he has a Serpent
Fang. Yeah, and I'm only just looking to kind of go, okay, well, I mean, we have some shields that are coming out from, like, the Killer Instinct, even from Cryan having the E as well, is giving him some. The Sterix Gauge, I don't think is on Xiaohu. I could be wrong with that. I'm pretty sure he's gone full tank after the Stride Breaker, but there are some shields there, not a huge amount, so I'm kind of surprised to see the Serpent Fang, to be honest, but I'm trying to rack my brains as to kind of what you would finish out with. Maybe an Edge of Night, but or even actually, I wouldn't mind a Cerilia's Grudge here. Maybe even a bit of slows, but I don't think you're getting full value out of the Serpent's Fang right now.
He's maybe just looking to one-shot Garl. Maybe that's the game plan there. He's like, okay, Killer Instinct can't save you now, buddy. I don't know, but I'm excited to see it, because I think this is the first Serpent's Fang I've actually seen in competitive this year.
Yeah, one of the big things, just a reminder to folks about Serpent's Fang, is that, like, if, say, you get the excess damage that's done onto a shield and the shield evaporates, that excess damage does go onto the person. so it goes onto the health bar. So you actually get like a decent amount of burst out of it. So certainly when you're looking towards these more squishy members, that Serpent's Fang will do a lot of work if they have a shield attached to it.
Hold that thought, Dagda, because Xiaohu is about to turn Mega and he's trying to find a way into this fight. Flash available, but it's denied. 40 seconds on Infernal Soul, Dagda, and FPX are trapped in the base right now.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have a very short game. The fact we're 40 minutes of staring down the barrel of either team getting this Infernal Soul. And honestly, with RNG having this control, I don't see how FPX can test this. You're walking blind into so many members of RNG, so many opportunities for Xiaohu to look for these big Gnar ultimates. This is the danger zone for FPX.
Nuguri has TP available. Doonby more than happy to be the one face checking. Crisp has been blown up before this game, and it might just happen again. Blade will keep him alive for now, but the Ignite is there. The collateral damage, in they go, and LWX is down. This is the moment for RNG to put their foot down in the LPL and try and finish this first game off. They win out the fight, and they do not move towards the Drake. They move towards the Nexus.
They know that the FPX are done for. We said you cannot walk through here as FPX, and Crisp is standing side by side with Doomby. He gets caught up in the ruckus, goes down, and RNG will take game one.
Nuguri's in trouble, has a GA though. Xiaohu trying to make this dive happen. They're trying to end the game. It's 2v5 and make that 1v5. Nuguri's alone, and he's slammed into the floor. RNG say enough is enough. They take out FPX with a 5-0 ace, and they win out game number one.
A magnificent performance from both these teams in this game, standing toe to toe, throwing everything that their compositions could offer in the hopes that they could get an edge. But with RNG stacking these early dragons, able to force FPX into these team fights, it spelled disaster for FPX. As these team fights started to rack up, they couldn't keep control of the map. The lack of wave clear on their composition started to hurt them, and then it all blew open at the eventual Soul fight.
And you know, I was expecting this to be a really fast-paced, like really excited, super close game and of just battling in the mid game, right? But we saw a really slow, really tense, macro-focused game, and we saw intelligent trading across the map from both teams. And it felt like in the very early game, it was FPX winning out on those trades, but RNG over time managed to eke out enough advantages to close this one out.
Yeah, and a lot of that came down to the fact that Wei prioritizing these early dragons, and even when you don't have the given priority on bot lane, he was finding some nice timing windows with FPX putting a lot of their resources elsewhere, like we talked about towards these early Rift Heralds. So he'd already knocked 2-3 off, and then from that perspective, RNG can use the fact that FPX are investing time in towards these dragons to then get pressure elsewhere. They knock down the mid lane turrets. They're starting to get deeper vision. They're starting to figure out where FPX are moving. And it was that slow method, like you can see on the go graph there, how long and how close this game was. And unfortunately for FPX, just two of these fights go astray. And from that point, RNG get into the driver's seat and take back this game.
And you can see what I mean about the gold difference, right? FPX had the advantage in terms of gold for the vast majority of this game. And they were doing a good job of playing around the fact that RNG had Soul Point, playing around getting those Infernal Drakes later on in the game. But RNG, at the end of it all, had the better team fight, consistently finding picks onto players like Crisp. And those individual picks opened up the map for RNG, gave them leverage and ways to extend their own gold lead, and ways to extend the lead that they had in control of this game.
And it was very well played by RNG. I mean, we had that initial flub from them where they tried to dive onto his bot lane. It was answered by Beishuan, but from that, they kind of took a step back, reevaluated where they were and said, right, how do we actually win this game? And again, coming back towards Wei, he was like, look, if we want to find these fights, we need to get dragons. That's the only way we're going to be able to really force FPX to fight on our terms. And from that point, he was like, cool, stack them and rack them. get towards 3 dragons, make sure that, at least from FPX's perspective, it's really difficult for them to try and use the TP advantage on Nuguri to play towards both Baron, both Dragon, and still keeping pressure on a side lane. So well played by RNG to kind of identify in the long run how they were going to win this game.
Beautifully done by RNG, and that puts them 1-0 in this series. Xiaohu swapped to top lane at the start of the split. We all thought it was hilarious, but it turns out it was a recipe for success. We'll see if they can close this out and net themselves second place in the league, or if FPX have more in the tank right after the break.
This is the best FPX have looked since they won the World Championship title in 2019.
Carcer moves into the pit though. He wants this Infernal Soul point. Has to use the Aegis Assault, and he gets the Dragon against all odds, and he jumps out the other side of the pit. LPX on the back of the fight, trying to take down Carcer as Nuguri is across everybody, stuns across the team, and Top Esports are scattered to the wind. Knight trying to escape, but there is no escape. When FPX want a fight win, FPX take themselves to 5-man clean ace.
At the core of this revival, you have LWX rising higher and higher as the vanguard to lead his team.
Right down the middle, yeah, Eric finds it, excuse me, OMG, ball strong, but Nuguri comes in, sweeps him down, and OMG getting low at half health is this Camille. He gets destroyed as well, and FPX are actually losing the fight. Eric forward he goes, the fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky devil, you!
A return to the glory days for RNG has me feeling nostalgic. It's been almost 3 years since we last saw RNG at the top of the LPL table.
Can RNG get on to Rookie?
They've done it. Ming just takes him down. Solarflare gives the numbers advantage in RNG in a favorable state as Xiaohu steals away the Featherstorm. Lucas in a bad position. Attractor Repel doesn't save him. He gets the Ferromancy to mount up, and Wink drops as well. Shun on the round out, as even the Shy can't turn this one around. RNG may have secured the soul.
Xiaohu is no longer a mid laner in the top lane. He has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best top lane talent and has come out the better of it.
We got to keep our eyes on Wink, though. Hysterics, he's the big carry.
Well, the base is getting torn in the meanwhile, though. Shun needs to smite this down. Getting Ocean Soul for IG would be big. No, stolen again. Wei just comes into Xiaohu. Hits the 4-man ulti. Wink's going to go down. The Shy and Rookie at the back of the pit, and RNG are hightailing it for a series win.
Both these teams need this win. A win keeps your momentum. It keeps the gears moving and the rise to playoffs steady.
The Baron steal's going to be everything, but the Shockwave comes in. Wei's in the pit. Oh. It's all his. Wei's just stolen the Baron. Now Wink against it all. Going to get knocked into the wall. Rookie as well. Xiaohu follows up, and IG have just lost it all. No spinning to win. A double kill over to the 80 carry of RNG.
Feather Caller comes on out. Angel still surviving. Into the Dragon Pit he goes. Doomby trying to chase him down as SOFM is chased out. Sooning a falling left, right, and center. Bo gets himself a kill as Angel in the back of the pit will be taken down by Doomby. And SOFM falls as Bo flashes over the wall and gets his revenge.
Neither team will be willing to give an inch in this series, and I'm hoping both will be pushing to run a mile.
Gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way to see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth.
对上刘青松的话，主要是我跟他认识也蛮久的吧，因为我们两个有些时候一直在交流嘛，交流上游戏上面的经验各方面的，然后打他，希望他下手轻一点就行了。为了赢下方 Plus 的话，就可能团战跟视野方面还有边线要处理好一点吧，然后只要这些不出事的话，应该有机会。
Ming said he needs Crisp to go easy on him in this one, but I have to say, based on game number 1, I'm not sure that that's the case, mate. I feel like maybe Ming is looking pretty good at this one. I'm Much Balls. I'm joined by Dagda as we head into game number 2 between RNG and FPX. And it was a slower game than I was expecting, but still super close, super intense game number 1 here.
Yeah, insanely close game number 1. But this is what I wanted coming into this series, right? Was just seeing them putting everything on the line to try and get this victory. And this is why it's a battle for second place. You can see, like, it's not only about trying to find these early advantages and running away with it. You've got to fight for every bit of gold, every turret on this map, if you want to hope to take down either of these squads.
All right, let's take a look at our MVP for game number 1 before we jump into Champ Select for the second game of this series. And it is going to go the way of Gala in the end. 9-1-6 on the Kai'Sa. Really, really great performance. I think the big one for me was when he managed to get the snipe in the fight in the bottom lane. Like, just after the fight had finished, managed to get the Void Seeker through and turn it into a little bit more for his team.
Yeah, what I love about Gala is how much he does with so little. And I know, like, when you're talking about RNG in the past, it would be all of it putting their investment into Uzi. But honestly, Gala gets so little. I think all the way back to the start of this game, Ming wasn't even in the bottom lane. Ming was gone, pieced out to the top lane to try and help Xiaohu. It was Gala who was slowly getting this gold lead for himself, slowly trying to accrue these wins. And then when he got to team fights, he was able to have these big pop-off performances. And you'll see it in this fight here where waits out so much of the CC, waits to see FPX overextend, and the second he gets that opportunity, he flies in with the killer instinct. Great positioning consistently for this guy, and honestly, when Gala entered RNG, nobody really had high hopes for him. We're like, yeah, he's a bit of a, you know, a standard player. Like, he does his job, he'll kind of do whatever, but he's not going to be a big carry. This split, though, Gala has really stepped up for RNG. It has impressed me massively with the performances he's had.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance. This split especially, he looks amazing. And it does feel like that late game insurance for this team. It doesn't feel like they often play towards him in the early stages of the game. But if he's allowed to scale up to the late game, which is exactly what we saw here, he can really pop off in those fights. The team fights especially, I think, his speciality. But I have to say, on the other side, let's take a moment here to talk about FPX, because I think a few people coming into the series were thinking, you know, FPX, new jungler, we don't know what to expect. Maybe this won't be a top 2 team anymore. Maybe the magic is gone. But Beitron in his first game here, maybe like one of the most intense series of the entire year so far for the LPL, and he managed to match up to Wei.
Yeah, and did it in a very big, I mean, way, excuse the pun, but like getting that turnaround on the playing bot side, like catching Wei in his in movement there, and then being able to run away with the game. Like, even though RNG were the ones picking up a lot of these dragons, Beitron was like 2 levels ahead for most of this game. And it came off of that play, turning that into a bunch of just farming far, far quicker and kind of keeping Wei in check. So I'm hoping that we can keep that going in game number 2, because as we said, a lot of this early game is decided by these junglers. If you can keep Wei in check, make sure he's not helping Xiaohu out too much, he's not having this big influence in the mid lane or even in bot side. When you look towards Beishuan as well, he's already working very well with Crisp, so I expect a lot more attention towards this bottom lane once again. Like, there is a lot to keep your eye on for both junglers in this series.
All right, well, let's talk draft here for a second, Dagda, because I'm sure we're going to jump into the game very shortly. And I'm just going to throw an opinion out there, and you tell me how incorrect I am, or whether I've hit the nail on the head here.
I'll get the essay ready, just to tell you where you went wrong.
I sort of like the idea of the Sion mid, right? I get it. Doing V's doing his thing, the dark technologies, whatever. Surely, having a mage in these later stages of the game could have helped a lot for FPX being able to actually fight the enemy.
Yeah, I think look, Doomby is kind of happy to take this back step when it comes to being a damage dealer, but I think when you're up against the Azir, it's really hard to go for some of these picks, especially when you look towards like the Twisted Fate was banned away. I'm pretty sure Rise was banned away as well, so he's kind of been left down the totem pole when it comes towards picks that can actually contend with that priority that the Azir offers. So unfortunately for him, he kind of gets caught between a rock and a hard place. Unless, like, he may have been able to go back towards, like, Victor or something like that, but it's not really what you expect from Doomby in FPX.
Twisted Fate was open as well.
I'm pretty sure it's banned away. But either way, yeah.
I can't remember. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about this draft, because it's already underway. We've got the Kai'Sa first pick. So Gala had an MVP performance in game number 1. He's going to repeat that one. The Crisp Rel once more. Beishuan has the Lilia banned this time. Instead, they're going to go towards Renekton, assumedly for Nuguri, but maybe Doomby.
Yeah, I think it might actually be a Doomby pick here. I imagine the problem that I'm seeing here, though, now with locking in that early Renekton, is you got to lock in either your jungler or your AD carry here. So what do? Do you prioritize Beishuan, or do you end up seeing the Samira, the Xayah taken off the board? Now you've got a premier AD carry there for Gala, and LWX has been knocked right the way down when it comes towards the rankings of her AD carry. So you're kind of stuck here, and at least it looks like they're going to prioritize LWX. But for Beishuan, the same stance. Like, you've already got the Lilia, Nidalee, Olaf, Gragas, Udyr. Now Graves taken off the board as well. You start to prioritize even more of these junglers, and like the Hecarim, maybe even like a Kindred or like Lee Sin. I mean, you're already right the way down.
Look at that ban. A Karthus ban. Yeah. The respect towards Beishuan. They know the kind of player they're going up against. This guy, for anyone that didn't see the start of game number 1, this guy used to be a streamer. He challenged himself to become a pro player. He is known as the Echo King, self-proclaimed best Echo in China. He was a streamer last year. This year is his first year in pro play, and he's been very quickly escalated to the main roster for FPX. And that Karthus jungle ban is directly aimed at him. He loves those AP junglers.
This could actually be the Echo game. Just because there's nothing else left on the board. Like, you are so far down the list right now.
Look,
it's kind of insane. Like, there's no real other farming junglers. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go for a full heavy kind of like... Okay, they do get the Hecarim, yeah. So, you're still on the back foot here when it comes towards against the Graves. Graves clears super quick. And it's going to be kind of difficult for Beishuan to keep him in check.
I just realized that because they need AP on the side of FPX, right? So this is going to be Renekton for Nuguri. It has to be, and they have to put a mage mid, I would assume.
Well, I mean, Nuguri has played like Kennen and these kind of things, so you can still get that into the top lane. But yeah, you're right. You need some sort of AP pick here for FPX. But it looks like we may not. Could actually just be the Cassiopeia. Actually, Cassiopeia does pretty well into Sion. So I'm going to hold on. This could be Nuguri taking the Cassiopeia top. But no, it looks like we're just going to swap around. Either way, you get kind of a very similar story from RNG from the last game. Very much this front-to-back style team fight. Big old tank/engage tool for Xiaohu. Crying on this mage that can try and hard force some pressure into this mid lane. And then they can look way to try and take over from this jungle role. Whereas on FPX's side, they've tried to get in towards some of these decent matchups for themselves. But like the Renekton in that top lane, Doomby going in towards Victor will give him at least an answering tool for this Orianna, but certainly we're looking at a less scaling opportunity, I'll say, for FPX when it comes to these team fights. So they certainly need to be powering through both Beishwan and Nuguri if they hope to have any sort of hopes for these early Dragon fights.
It's going to be an interesting one. It's a very different style of composition from FPX, but it does feel a little bit more like in this game, both teams kind of want a similar thing where FPX can go toe-to-toe, assuming they don't go too late into the game, against RNG in a 5v5.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case of trying to stack these early dragons, certainly. So I expect again Beishwan playing very heavily down towards the spot side, trying to see if they can get the Samir up and rolling, and then transitioning that into the dragons, rather than looking towards the Rift Heralds and these kind of objectives more so towards the top side.
See where Beishwan goes in the early game, but Wei, one of the more intelligent junglers that we have in this league, exceptionally good at tracking the opponent, figuring out how to play either on the opposite side or on the same side of the map. Bear in mind, Beishwan on that Hecarim can be a little weak early on, so maybe Wei can find some entrances to the enemy jungle and find some ways to punish onto Beishwan. But we're heading into game number 2 here, Dagda, in our battle for second place, our match of the week between RNG and FPX, and onto Summoner's Rift we go to see if RNG can close this one out in style or if FPX are taking us to a full day of games.
And again, I think a huge amount of this game is going to rely on this mid jungle. Because we already kind of said, hey, look, you know, Beishwan wants a bit of time to farm up, get himself into a good spot. But when you're looking at Doomby going towards this Victor, he won't be able to kind of have as much priority as we usually expect from Doomby. He doesn't have the same big impact when it comes towards getting these roams off. But if he can get the opportunity to join with Beishwan, look for a 4-man dive bot, the likes of this CC that the Victor can operate around can do a lot of work. But it's just a case of trying to unlock Doomby from that mid lane.
One of the big things in this game as well that I feel like we're finally seeing is the conversion of Xiaohu from a mid laner to a top laner. The longer the split goes on, the more he is opting into just playing top lane picks and actually playing the top lane that his team needs from him. And it feels like really a development of him as a player. And it's exciting to see him growing in this role.
Yeah, I mean, he's played so many unique champions up here. Like, you know, the Syndra, the Oriana have both been in this top side of the map. So you still have a huge amount of flexibility and some really creative team fights that come out of RNG as a result of that. But when it's able to go back to bog standard, a lot of the team is just going to feel more comfortable, right? Because Cryan knows what he's supposed to be doing on an Oriana. Gala knows how to play around a big, beefy front line. It becomes a lot easier for RNG to find these fights, and especially against a team like FPX, where you know how talented this roster is. The easier to operate, the better in a lot of situations.
Especially in these super tense games, quite often that can be the difference maker. I mean, in the last game, I would argue that there was a lot harder for FPX to win in the late stages than it was for RNG, down to the drafts that we saw coming on through. Beishwan has his sweeper available, so despite the ward spotting him out from Cryan, at least he's able to clear that one and continue the push up towards the top side. On the opposite side of the map, though, Wei pathing down towards this bottom lane. He has a big amount of push going from Ming and Gala, though, so you don't expect him to be able to find a gank there, but maybe just be able to find himself a scuttle threat.
I think it'll just be scuttle into backing. The big thing about spotting out where Beishwan was is you're free as Gala and Ming to keep up this pressure on the bottom side. Try and chip away at this turret for a little bit, especially with Wei being in the vicinity to help you out in case anything goes awry. So at least a nice bit of breathing room for Gala and Ming. Whereas that's reflected topside for Nuguri, who is really trying to punish this Scion every time he moves towards a minion.
Yeah, he is desperate not to let Xiaohu have a single CS. They're fairly even for now, but that lead, I think, will only get worse in favor of Nuguri, at least in the early stages of the game before Scion has any armor to work with. There's a similar story in this bottom side as LWX being kind of bullied underneath the tower, trying to sweep up as much of that CS as possible. But as we mentioned, the jungle pathing, Wei would just be finishing off this bottom scuttle. You saw Beishwan grab the one towards the top side. And Wei, as we head towards the 4-minute mark, could look towards a Gromp respawn, but I don't think it'll be up just yet. Ming going to drop a ward down on that one. And it looks like they're quite happy to concede the Gromp. They'll allow Beishwan to go for that on his own side, because Wei wants to reset and get his own jungle.
Actually, curious ward from Doomby there, just trying to see if he could spot out exactly where Wei was going to be. So both teams operating with essentially full knowledge because they're going to spot Wei as he enters into this top side. And that might signal Beishwan to try and go for some funky plays on towards his bot side, or even try and help Doomby in this mid, because you're going to see Cryan getting that reset there. So he'll be back in lane, and with that big wave underneath the turret, Doomby won't be able to push this out, and there's the opportunity for Cryan here to walk back to lane and hold on to his TP if he wants to.
I feel like he's all eyes on Wei right here. When there's a ward on his Gromp, there's a ward on his Wolves. Wherever he goes, the cameras are pointed at his direction. Any kind of misplays, the whole of FPX is going to spot the mechanics. But Wei
this is
moving towards
Beishwan.
the chickens. Beishwan
Doomby has him back.
Should be able to finish this on. One more Q. Does get the big chicken. Will walk away. Cryan not moving over just yet. But Beishwan stays for a Scryer's Bloom. Playing it on a knife's edge here. And he's actually going to move towards Cryan in the mid lane there. As Wei will start this Drake off. Crisp is here. This will be spotted out at very least. Although, I'm not sure if that's true anymore. Crisp didn't spot it for there. We'll spot it now. LWX is nowhere near though. And Beishwan is on chicken. So Crisp does need to back away from this one. This will be RNG just grabbing the Drake. No contest from FPX.
LWX isn't there. They could take the fight after, though, off the reset from LWX, but nice job from Ming, forcing Chris back, although it's not over. Here's the TP from Nuguri.
Nuguri wants a little bit more action here. He's going to look for Ming to start this one off, but can't find the stun. Completely denied. Ming playing bouncer for his team and stopping any of the mischief that FPX wants to kick off.
That was clutch from Ming. LWX had actually gone from the early reset, and Wei using that timing to sneak away the dragon. But if LWX had been able to get back with those that Fam Scepter, having the reset, and even Nuguri in the bottom lane, that would have been such a big boon for FPX. But Ming shuts that all down, and now Crisp.
Oh, the 2v2 going in favor of Wei and Ming. It's not a 2v2 you often see. But Graves is back in the bot lane, I guess. The first blood going the way of RNG, and LWX is way overstayed. Has to flash away from Ming.
I am very surprised at how kind of a mixed game Crisp, well, not even mixed, like how poor of a series Crisp has been having. Like, his Rel pick has been instrumental to FPX's wins. Getting out of the map, working with Bo, making sure they're able to get these, but he goes for the engage here. Or actually, looks like he's trying to save LWX, but gets caught underneath the tower, then ends up getting stunned. Nothing he can do here, and ends up falling down. And even in game number 1 as well, it was him getting caught that ended up giving so much control over towards RNG in the mid game as well. So really Crisp not having the best of days today.
Yeah, rough series for him, and he was the one getting picked off a couple of times in that last one. Obviously, there's a part of that conversation where, as the support, you do have to be the one getting in dangerously to get some vision before these big
you
fights.
Also have a Scion, though, that can help, you know?
That's true. But a lot of the last game, Doomby did end up having to be on the other side of the map, clearing waves and things. So I feel like a lot of the vision responsibility at least fell in the hands of Crisp alone. But I don't want to be too much of an apologist anyway. That one... definitely the bot lane of FPX, who have been praised endlessly so far this split. Misplaying a couple of times in a row.
And I think, to give Crisp his due, that one was certainly a little bit more on LWX, who got caught out underneath the tower. But either way, more kills going in favor of the Galen and Wei. Now they have control over this top side of the map as well, because Wei, already sitting on the Noon Quiver, is in pretty good shape. He just hops over the wall to start up this Rift Herald. And with the shove from Xiao, who the push from Cryan as well, there's not really much you can do here as FPX to contest.
I mean, FPX don't even have vision of this just yet. Some pings going that way from FPX, though, as Beishwan moving over. You see the bot lanes roaming up as well, and Dagda could have a bit of a scuffle on our hands, but the Herald will go down before this ever kicks off. It is finally warded. Beishwan wants to steal. He's in there with the smite, but Wei grabs it. The fear onto one man, but Chris forced out of the fight, and Beishwan will go down. 2 kills now for RNG. Nuguri jumps into the fray. Shockwave to peel him away from Wei, but that is a huge amount of damage. Renekton loves these fights. Will finally go down, but LWX spinning around like a Beyblade and takes one for himself. The answer can't quite come through. Gala trying to get it, but the double from LWX. He makes up for his blunder in the laning phase, and FPX finds some kind of answer.
It's a 3 for 2 with the Rift Herald going in favor of RNG, but Still, FPX, they're committing so heavily to these early fights, but they're not really in the position to do so. RNG had already moved Gala and Ming up. You already had Xiaohu and Cryin who were able to collapse first, and it means that it's like Beishuan going over the wall here. Nobody from FPX is nearby as he's able to take that smite, and by the time Beishuan dies, that's when the rest of FPX come up. So FPX, this could have been a great fight, but the fact that they took so long to actually get into position really came back to bite them.
Nuguri ends up going down for his trouble, but then in goes LWX, just spinning around. And this kill onto Ming at the end. I feel like there's a little bit of vengeance for LWX for what has been happening this game, because Ming has been the star player on RNG so far in game number 2. I think LWX finally getting a little bit of cathartic play coming through. Ming is looking for a dive as Wei moves down as well. There's a TP. Oh, it's bad news bears for Crisp and LWX. They're just going to try and clear the wave, but everybody is here. The Goon Squad is in, but that's a Magnet Storm and a stun through everyone. Shockwave comes through. LWX dashes out the other side. No way did they get away with this one. What? How have they pulled it off? It's unbelievable.
They had every right to die in that play. RNG had set that up so well. They get the TP from Xiaohu from the top side, using the advantages that they had. They were trying to get the kills, get the turret into Dragon. And FPX, they somehow managed to worm their way out of that. That was amazing play from Crisp and LWX to get away.
I actually cannot believe my eyes. Crisp jumps in, the Magnet Storm, the stun as well coming through. LWX can then just slide away through the minions. And at RNG, they do get the first tower. They also grab themselves a Drake off that one, but Nuguri should be able to answer the tower at least in this top side. And you saw Doomby grabbing a couple of plates mid as well. So once again, just like last game, every single play one team makes on the map, the other team will answer it elsewhere.
Again though, like even though the goal is dead even, still these dragons are going the way of RNG. We saw what happened in the last game where RNG are able to use these so well to play around the map state later, but you see there Crisp, Magnet Storm into the big knockup, and it just means LWX is able to slip away through these minions, and this is obviously something that's still available. We're still on patch 11.3, so you can actually hop away Samira, but that's just showing the slipperiness of this comp, and the fact that Crisp got away as well is baffling to me.
Unbelievable. So well played. They didn't even use a flash, by the way. They didn't even have to flash.
They didn't even have them
to get out of that one. So really, really exceptional stuff. And you know, we said these guys have had an incredible split. Kind of disappointed in them in game number 1, and they come into game number 2, and they're like, all right, time to make some plays. LWX making the pop-off plays happen at the Rift Herald, despite the earlier blunder, and then that survival there is just something exceptional. Nuguri pushing now in this bottom side of the map. You can see Xiaohu here to answer, but Beitron and Doomby are on this half of the map as well at the same time. I don't think it should turn into anything.
I'm actually looking at Nuguri's build. He's gone straight for the Stride Breaker. So he's looking to definitely use this in team fights as a pseudo gap closer, but to try and like lock down Wei, Cryin, Gala, and bypass the issues of a front line to lock them up for Doomby and LWX. So it's going to be really interesting to see Nuguri try to find these interesting flank angles that allow him both access to that back line and then to operate with this Stride Breaker when it comes into those.
So I do want to kind of recap for a second here, Dagda, and catch up to where we're at with these two compositions and what needs to happen next. Because once again, RNG have stacked the first 2 Drakes of the game for themselves. Game number 1, we saw them grab 3. Are they in a position to just keep on stacking Drakes here? Because it feels like FPX are the ones that, in the mid-game, should have the stronger composition.
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, honestly, the fact they've stacked 2 is a big advantage for them, because as we saw in the last game, they're perfectly happy to forego Dragonfight 3, 4, 5, and then kind of look for the later portions. And RNG is a team that definitely likes to use the map pressure that it, like, corrugating or at least collecting yourselves as FPX down towards Dragon can give. And you can see it at the moment right now where they were considering going for that dive on towards top side, but at least it gives them a lot of control over this top lane. And when you're looking at this Rift Herald that's about to spawn in the next couple of seconds, RNG would probably need to give this up, and as you said, like, not try to fight this mid-game spiking team from FPX.
So FPX should have the advantage. Xiaohu smashes his face against a wall at 100 miles an hour. It's impressive that he managed to pull that off without a whelp of pain. That is a man that can take a hit. But ultimately, it's going to be Herald spawning as well in a few seconds' time. And FPX, you can see them grouping up towards the top side of the map. The Drake not for another minute and a half. So this should be an opportunity for FPX. Baytron just going to be resetting, though. Not looking to just start the Herald off immediately because LWX is nowhere near. Nuguri is quite happy to sit on the opposite side of the map. Has the teleport available. And if Xiaohu answers, should mean a man advantage for FPX.
And that's why RNG are... Oh, he's caught. Is Nuguri out?
And again,
does he get away?
He doesn't know the TP's happening. This will be stopped by Wei. Nuguri, we've seen him all in Wei a few times this series, and he's going to do it again, but the shockwave is there from Crying. Stride Breaker can't save you now. He wishes he had a Gore Drinker for the health, but a big play coming out from RNG to punish Nuguri once more. And FPX, what can they get off for this one? Certainly the Herald, maybe a tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's what RNG were trying to say, was like, look, we can't fight right now. You've got 1 items across the board. FPX are way too strong. Let's just go and make a play bot side, use the TP advantages that we have, and try and get some much needed gold back into our hands and get some pressure on the map as well. So at least RNG doing work rather than just, you know, giving up Rift Herald and going, well, I guess we won't fight, but actually turning it into something proactive.
And I love that we're seeing so much more from Wei this game, because we talked about how in the early game, Baytron actually had a big advantage over Wei in game number 1 of the series. This time around, Hecarim, a much slower jungler than what you expect out of a Lilia. And Baytron's starting to fall behind a bit comparatively to Wei, who's been so proactive in getting these kills early on the game. Every play that RNG have made this game has revolved around Wei.
I don't feel like RNG need to fight this dragon, though. I mean, they're going to, but I don't think you want to.
Well, let's wait and see. Dragon down to 2k. Should just be smited out here. Drake goes down as Crisp is chased off. And Wei was looking for a 1v1 against the pony instead of trying to connect onto the Drake here. Which pony is the question? I've just realized there's 2 ponies on the side of FPX. Got a bit of a horse race going on through the jungle as Ming is trying to contest this one. They're all just going to jump on through. Crisp actually flashed on that one. But the tower will be defended here. Drake taken by FPX. It was tense, but no team fight comes down.
And that's what I was going to say. I would have preferred to see RNG, like, threaten the dragon, but have, like, Gala and Crying hold in mid lane, try and see if they can get down this mid lane turret. But they fully committed to River, which meant that they couldn't really threaten that mid lane turret. And although Crisp flashed past the gap, it was to make sure that FPX had full health bars and had the opportunity to contest in case anything went down at the dragon. Or sorry, at the mid lane turret.
And you know what? I've just realized Baytron is in love with the fact that it's going to be Cloud Drakes this game. Not only does he want the ult CDR, but having Cloud Rift, having that movement speed in the jungle as Hecarim feels fantastic. It's like permanent ghost mode.
I think that's where we see the difference between the 2 ponies. It's like Cloud Dragon for Hecarim. Hell yeah, I get to go quick. Cloud Dragon for Rel. I can still waddle. It's like, what do you do?
To be fair,
either way, though,
the ult CDR, he's still happy with it.
I know, but like the movement speed is a little bit lackluster, I'll say, on a Rel. But yeah, I definitely think that, like, even looking at the likes of Doomby, like, for repositioning after using that ultimate, that would be great. Same when it comes towards Nuguri. Like, and even the Infernal Trigger as well for LWX. A lot of great opportunities for FPX to use those movement speed upgrades, but FPX hovering mid, trying to see if they can stop RNG from taking this turret. We'll be able to do so.
Xiaohu gonna grab himself a blue buff, much needed. Nuguri arrives a little too late to force the 1v1. Ming in, but Baytron dashes himself out using that ulti. Crisp having to Hex splash out of the play as well. A group up here in the mid lane from RNG should secure themselves this tier 1 tower. We'll just be answering for the one that FPX took earlier on. So it's 2 for 2 in towers. 1 on a side lane and 1 mid on either side. And this is a very, very even game right now. RNG, though, with the 2 Drakes with 1,000 gold lead, does feel like they're the ones with a minor advantage. And once again, we talked about them having a bit of a better composition for the late game. So it feels like the onus right now is on FPX to try and make some plays and close this gap.
Yeah, it's going to get to a point where Beishwan just gets one-shot by everything on RNG. Like, he's just not going to be strong enough to deal with this. And although you can kind of see, like, even scaling in the mid lane, certainly this Kai'Sa is going to be so strong. She's even gone towards the Kraken Slayer. It's not even Gale Force. Like, they're all in on RNG's side on that late game scaling. And unfortunately for FPX, because again, they haven't been prioritizing these early dragons, there's no need for RNG to fight them. They're going to just play the map. They're going to just let go some of the next few dragons, try and get some of the standing gold for themselves, and accelerate this composition to a point where they're happy. Like, you've still got turrets top that they can take. They can still threaten mid lane structures. There's so much gold on the map that RNG can look to play around rather than just the dragon.
And I feel like Dune B especially has had quite a quiet series, honestly. Obviously, this game he's on the Victor, right? Like, his farm is fantastic. He's just scaling into things. He'll take a while before he can do much in this one. You really want to be on sort of the 3 items before Victor's really hitting his stride. But in game number 1 on the Sion as well, like, didn't really manage to have the impact in the side lanes that we wanted from him. Quite often was a little lackluster on the ultis, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more as the game progresses from the super carry in the mid lane. Fran, on the other hand, the Orianna has been instrumental so far. Xiaohu, him and this TCL banner, man. Every single time he sees this TCL, he's just enraged. Has to slam his face into it over and over again.
They're not
Mink
done though.
flashes forward. Good flash from doing B there. Managing to keep himself safe. RNG grouped up in a bit of a death ball. Nuguri will just clear the wave and have to move away from the situation as Way looks for an opportunity there. But FPX are quite easily telegraphing that they don't really want to go for the fight on this one. Playing at arm's length. 10 seconds until that Drake though, so I don't think they'll have a choice. Nuguri, the target, as RNG commit to the player. Surely this should be Drake for FPX. He flashes out. He's going to survive on this one. His TP is available as well. And now RNG re-enter the Dragon Pit here. FPX going to start it off and pull it out of the pit. Beishwan over the backside of the pit. He's looking for a flank. Hex Flash, though, from Ming is beautiful. And they set off the fight just the way that they want. LWX surviving, but he's taken down by Way. Shotgun blast to the face as the rest of RNG just group up and take down the members of FPX. One by one, more notches on the butts of their guns. And it's going to be a 4-for-1 trade and a Drake for RNG.
Too many members of FPX tried to flank in that fight. Beishwan was at the back of Dragon Pit, Nuguri was zoned away, and all you're left with is Crisp to try and defend against 5 members of RNG. That is never going to go well. RNG get the Dragon, now they get the Baron, and all that gold is going to do wonders for Cryin and Gal.
Kind of hilarious ult once again from Xiaohu. Like, I'm not sure how many games of Sion he has played, but he ulted for a bit of movement speed to get past the crap. Maybe just try to race on this one. Either way, though, it's a Drake, Baron, sorry, taken by RNG. 3 Drakes on the board as well. Every single advantage they could ask for is going their way right now with a 3,500 gold lead. They are on the cusp of finding themselves that 2nd place in the LPL.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought process here from FPX was. Like, you've no vision on Ming, but you've no frontline here either. So the second that FPX get engaged upon, you've nowhere to run. Doomby has no flash, RNG just collapse, and then FPX's frontline eventually arrives to the fight and goes, whoops, sorry guys, our bad. Like, it was a weird set of decision making from FPX, and it nets RNG a big win, and potentially that could be the game changer here for RNG, where now 3,000 gold in the lead, Baron in their hands as well. They can suddenly sweep all the standing gold that is still on the map and just start to take over with this late game scaling composition.
It feels like FPX were trying to position, like, okay, let RNG start the Drake and then force the fight. Oh, Crisp You're in the wrong spot, buddy.
No.
Shahu's happy to just keep him there. And once again, Crisp is caught out. But this time, his team tried to help. And they've caught themselves out as well. Doinb in a 1 versus 3 here because Beitron can't get into the fight. Another knock-up from Ming. Doinb still surviving, though. Not much damage there. Finally goes down as Gala finds the kill. Nuguri in 1 versus 3. They've got to get Gala. The fear is there, but they can't lock down the Kai, so they can't get the kill. Nuguri now stunned up as Gala looks for more. Nuguri cannot close the gap. The Renekton can't find the way in. And in the meantime, the rest of the team has died somewhere else. And RNG blow this map open.
And just like that, RNG are able to find their wins, playing out this map so incredibly well. Now, they're going to crack open this mid lane inhibitor. They can rotate over towards this bot side as well. And this is going to be a pretty old big Baron buff that they're going to make use of.
And it's been a really unfortunate game here for FPX. We asked if Beitron would be enough to fill the shoes of Bo, the void that Bo has left in this roster for FPX. Game number 1 looked pretty good on the Lilia. Game number 2 on this Hecarim, feeling like we need a little bit more. This was a tall task for FPX coming into this series to be able to match up to a team like RNG. Feels like maybe our answer is before us here. Let's take another look as Crisp gets caught out. And this fight did come close at the end of it, but RNG doing a great job of protecting Gala there. I want to see what happened mid.
Yeah, just LWX gets caught in the edge of that shockwave. Nice job from Crying to set that up, and they just chase him down. From this point, like with the speed ups coming through from the Orianna, you're not escaping here as LWX. And it's a bit of a mess but from FPX, and I don't know how much can be put onto Beishwan, because honestly it feels more so like the shot calling has been a bit messy from FPX as Xiaohu.
Xiaohu's a tanky boy. He's okay to go for this one. LWX going to be stunned up. Dashes out, though. Has the style points to go into the fray. Gala knocked into his GA, and maybe this is the opportunity for FPX. Nuguri in onto the skirmish. Has a bit of sustain, but goes down eventually. Now the rest of the team is here, but they're too late. And Gala is popping off once again. This man in the bottom lane for RNG, consistently carrying and making things happen for the squad.
RNG are so good in these fights. You can see every time they enter, it is Xiaohu prime position to front line, making sure FPX can't just have LWX dash in with the Inferno trigger, because there's too many things that he has to watch out for. Now, mid lane inhibitor down. Top lane outer turret is down. Like, overall, you've got everything to play with here as RNG. A 10,000 gold lead that has been garnered in the last 4 to 5 minutes of play.
And with the way that RNG are playing right now, they are looking down the barrel of a 2-0 win over FPX and guaranteed second place when we look over this fight once more. Great engage once again from Ming. LWX not having the damage to do much. The GA comes through from Gala, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and Gala being able to step away from this fight, heal up, then come back in, finishes off LWX. Like, the GA down is going to be big. Same with the flash and the heal, but unless Crisp can find this miracle play, you're not going to be able to fight his FPX.
All right, Beishwan, let's see it. The steal is not there. Soul goes the way of RNG, and with a pick onto Beishwan, with Ming finding more on Crisp as well. RNG find yet another double for Gala, but he's shut down by Nuguri on the backside, and Doinb coming in as well. LWX has the style points, pops off with the Beyblade, but he gets taken down in the end. 2 versus 4. Nuguri goes in and finds yet another assassination. Doinb, though, knocked up, and Ming is there. Nuguri versus the world in this game, and it looks like the world is gonna win on this one. RNG get yet another fight, and they get themselves the soul.
And they will secure themselves second place in the LPL. RNG have looked so damn good, although looks like they're not going to be able to finish just yet. Maybe I'm biting off my words here, but either way, this is insane from RNG. Their team fighting has been incredible. The way they played the map here has been second to none, and FPX are struggling as a result. They tried to go and contest on towards the soul, but not finding any sort of flanks, not finding the opportunity to get onto Gala and Crying with Crisp, leaves them with nothing left.
It's a rough one here for FPX. It's a difficult loss for them to take, but I want to celebrate here what RNG are doing. The cleanliness, I guess, of the gameplay that we're seeing from RNG.
Silky
everywhere they go, it's beautifully set up, it's beautiful team fight, and Gala again and again is looking amazing. Nuguri is trying his damnedest in these fights to shut them down, getting the kill on Crying and Gala in that last one, but it's still not enough. A Baron goes the way of RNG. They're 12,000 gold ahead. And now it's just a matter of walking at home. This is the victory lap for RNG on the back of what looks to be a 2-0.
And you got to question the shot calling from FPX here. Like, early game, not putting focus again on towards these dragons with a composition that just doesn't scale as well into the mid game means that RNG have no real reason to fight. And even when RNG do, they're just finding the better positioning. They're finding the better opportunities to play the map. And now they're looking to end this game. Xiaohu pushing in mid lane. Collapsing on towards top.
Here we go. Knockups across the board. Xiaohu, I take it back. He's a great Scion player. Gala with yet another double kill. LWX though answers with one, but the bouncy boys are here and they're bopping everyone around the fight. Nuguri desperately trying to get back onto his fountain, but Gala says no. More kills into his pocket as the base is in tatters. RNG cement themselves as the second team in the LPL. They are the second best. And in week 8, we get to see them go head to head against EDG to fight for the title.
If you had told me this was going to be the world that we lived in at the start of start of spring, I would have laughed at you. Like, RNG have found an amazing way of playing out these games, with Xiaohu stepping into the role as this top laner, having Wei dictating and controlling these games from the early stages. And when you've got Crying and Gala stepping up massively alongside Ming providing the engages, this team looks so damn strong right now.
And I'm so impressed by especially some of the older talent on this squad. When you think about players like Xiaohu and Ming that have been in the league for years, that have seen it all before. And it felt like last year, you know, we obviously had a very lackluster version of RNG last year. And it didn't feel like, I'm going to be brutally honest, it didn't feel like it was going that well for them as players. But this year, they're coming back into their own. They feel fantastic. I mean, Lyric would shoot me if I said Xiaohu wasn't the best mid laner in the world last year, but he's a little bit biased on that one.
Well,
but
Mole was the best mid laner.
Oh, true. Yeah, Xiaohu's second. But Xiaohu especially, transitioning up to that top side, playing these tanks this series, playing these engagers, and looking fantastic on them. Ming as well on this Alistair today looked amazing. Ming and Gala had the better 2v2 in that bottom side. Against Crisp and LWX, the way that they've been playing this split, that is a statement and a half for the bot lane of RNG to make.
And I think it says a lot about Ming and Gala because they don't get the limelight, right? There's so much attention that's from Wei towards that top side, even from Crying towards that top side as well. And the whole storyline around RNG has been, hey, it's Xiaohu. Look how good Xiaohu is in the top side, playing all these weird picks and all this kind of stuff. But the silent heroes, the unsung heroes of this roster has been Gala and also Ming in that bottom side, where Ming at least we see a little bit more of, you know, moving up to support Xiaohu, making sure he's safe in that top side, kind of maneuvering around the map in conjunction with Wei to keep full control in those early stages. But certainly Gala, I've been really, really impressed with his performances for quite a while now, where getting all these early leads for himself without much attention and then having these pop-off performances in team fights. Like, he's... If there's like two guys that I'm like, I want them to like carry my team and make sure they're safe, it's Viper and Gala right now. Because they just seem to be able to play right on the edge of every team fight, great positioning, understanding what the role is, and playing them perfectly.
Yeah, and Jackie loves Tristana from earlier today as well.
Yes, true.
I love to see as well Gala popping off on specifically this Kai'Sa, because when you think about the really high highs that we've seen from Gala this split, I think mostly of things like the Aphelios and this Xayah as well. The Xayah, I think especially with the Gale Force, he's looked exceptional on and is one of the most aggressive Xayahs we have in the league. But on the Kai'Sa as well, that playstyle fits in perfectly. Being able to find the perfect moments, the perfect positioning with that ultimate to make the plays happen, and really, really beautiful to see. But also the rest of the squad playing around him, like Ming and Xiaohu in these fights, literally just playing to protect Gala, playing to knock up and bash around anyone that came near.
And it worked incredibly well. I think this is what I love about RNG, is just they will oftentimes go for these kind of front to back style team fights. And oftentimes it does revolve around playing around Xiaohu in the top lane. But this time around, it was much more about, hey, look, let's just play through lane states. Let's make sure that if we have an opportunity that we've got this pushing mid for Crying, let's go and steal away a dragon. Let's slow burn our way into this mid game. And every time they seem to get there, if they come in on even footing, they look so damn good. And you could see even in game number 1 where their backs were against the wall, FPX had a firm control of that game. But for them to be able to slowly but surely kind of put the pieces together, stopping FPX in their tracks from having control of these side lanes, finding the picks that they need, getting back control and wresting that control from the grasp of FPX, speaks volumes to RNG.
Yeah, RNG look absolutely amazing right now. And with EDG taking a loss earlier this week, or literally yesterday against IG, with RNG stepping up and looking amazing today here against FPX. Obviously, FPX with roster changes, not looking as strong as they previously did. We could have a bit of a shake-up in the table. Maybe teams like IG and Top Esports, both of them look exceptional in their most recent series. We've got teams like EDG and RNG that we could have a bit of a swap around. In week 8, they are going to go head-to-head. EDG looking slightly weakened in their most recent series, and RNG looking full steam ahead. I don't know, Dagda. It is all to play for. And as we said before, those top 4 seeds so incredibly valuable for playoffs. And we're starting to get to the point now where the team's seeding is going to start to matter. We're starting to get to the point where the conversation of playoffs does matter, because we are well beyond the halfway mark.
Yeah, and that's the big one here, is that you're looking at, kind of almost like you took the old school 2017 organizations and they just slammed them with the new school of like Top Esports at least looking good. But certainly when we look at the top of the table, it's EDG, RNG, FPX, all vying for control. And with RNG picking up this crucial win today, you're certainly starting to look at them as can they hold on to this top 2 spot? Can they surpass EDG in week 8? And if you do get to that point, you've got that saving grace, because the way our playoffs work is if you get towards that top 1 and 2 spot, you still have a loser's bracket to play with. So that opportunity just takes so much weight off of these players' shoulders.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it means that we can have some really exceptional series between top teams. And if 2 of the very best teams, like right now in my mind, it's EDG and RNG are the 2 best teams in the league. I think that's fairly difficult to argue against, aside from the one series from EDG against IG. But I think they still have their 8-win streak still kind of puts them above the rest in my mind right now. But even if they end up on the same side of the bracket and they have to fight in the semifinals, we'll still get to see them surviving on to the next leg. There'll be a double elimination. So we get more opportunity for the very best of the best to continue their way to the final.
And we'll have to see if RNG can keep it going. But right now, they look so clean. I love the way this team all kind of fits together. It feels like, look, you've got Xiaohu in this top lane who's incredibly intelligent about how he can manage waves, setting up side lanes properly, and using his advantages to make sure he can still come and be a part of the team when he needs to be. Ming having a great understanding of these early game situations as to when he needs to be positioned with Gala, when he can leave that, help Crying, help Xiaohu in this top lane, work in conjunction with Wei.
Yeah.
And certainly when you have a jungler at the caliber of Wei, which is not what I was expecting again to say coming into spring, like seeing him in E-Star, I didn't know the big owl brain that this guy had, because he just seems to be so good at keeping track of all the moving parts of these teams and making sure that that RNG can always buffer against what their opponents want to do, but also set themselves up for success.
Well, Dagda, nobody got a pentakill this game. Nobody got a quadra-kill this game. And that means I get some music in my ears, because Ming is our MVP coming out of this series, coming out of game number 2. And I'm so happy to hear that, because I think Ming played out of his mind in this game. His Alistair was absolutely stellar. This entire series, he looked amazing. But game number 2 especially, this was an absolute masterclass from him.
Yeah. And again, like, this is where I think Ming shows his veterancy, is his understanding of those early stages. And the amount of times he was up on that top side, even if he didn't get a play off there, it was making sure that he was able to prevent any sort of plays coming in from FPX, stop them from getting the ball rolling. And then when the opportunity arose, oftentimes being the big engage tool here for RNG, as he so often is on this squad. You see here, this was the play that I loved. The Hex Flash over the wall, the confidence to set everything up, and that was the game changer right there for RNG, where they got this massive lead and could run away with this game.
It was so beautifully coordinated from the whole squad, and then Ming finding yet another engage towards the last little portion of the fight. So many times across this game, it was about Ming finding opportunities, doing B getting caught out. And this was one of those moments where it was like, okay, FPX, you have way overcommitted to the situation. And again, just playing body block, playing to keep Gala safe was the key to it. And Ming, I mean, if they're bouncers, then, you know, he's chief of security.
I think it's well deserved from so many of these players. But I'm so damn excited. Like, we have so many teams right now that are contending for that top spot, and we just saw what RNG and FPX is capable of. We still have EDG versus RNG. We still have so many of these upcoming games, but a big bow to RNG for taking that victory here today.
Well, you'll be happy to know, everybody, that we have our MVP standing by on this stage. So I'm going to pass it over once more for the last time today, over to Wendy to have a little chat with Ming and see how he's feeling off the back of an MVP performance.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Ming from RNG with us. So first of all, congratulations on a very perfect 2-0 victory. I'm very curious about your feeling at this moment. 那其实首先恭喜你们干净利落2-0拿下比赛嘛。那现在心情感觉怎么样呢？
心情还是蛮开心的嘛，因为这一场也是个硬仗嘛，所以说能拿下还是蛮开心的，大家。
I'm very happy about the victory because we know this can be a very hard best of threes for us. So I'm very happy we are able to grab that win. And also, I've noticed in today's games, you have opened Ryo to the opponent's team, and Crisp's Ryo got the 100% win rate currently. So could we know the reason for this choice, or do you think Alistar can be a very good counter pick against that champion? 那其实，在今天的2局比赛里，你们也是把瑞尔这个英雄放给了对面。那对面辅助选手刘青松，其实他最近的胜率也是100%嘛，所以想问一下，这样做的原因是什么？还是你觉得牛头是一个很好的 counter 英雄呢？
其实因为这个英雄我们在排位啊，还有训练的时候都练习过很多次，所以说就会打很多次瑞尔跟牛头这对局吧。然后觉得确实是一个很不错的 counter 吧。
In the scrims and also in the current solo ranks, we have played a lot matchup between the Rail as well as the Alistar. So we feel like Alistar can be a very good counter pick against Rail. So that's the reason for us to do this ban pick strategy in today's game. And in game 1, after getting the 3 dragons continuously, we have noticed that RNG has opened the following dragons to the opponent's team. So could we know the reason for that? Because you didn't got the dragon soul for that time. 那其实，在第1局的时候，你们也是拿到前3条小龙以后，就把接下来的小龙都是放给对面嘛，就没有去直接拿到一个龙魂。所以想问一下，为什么会做这样的一个选择呢？
因为当时我们那段时间的阵容打不过对面吧，然后而且我们前期控了3条小龙，然后可以拖5分钟的发育，然后我们的阵容会往后期会更有利一点，所以说我们就选择了把龙都放了。
Because I think at that time, in terms of our strengths of the drops, we cannot get the lead in the team fight at that time. So we just try to give up some natural resources, give the dragons to the opponent's team to get 5 minutes farming time for us, so we can scaling up. Because we think based on our composition, we are stronger than the opponent's team in the late game, and basically we were able to get the first 3 dragons, so that's the reason for us to do this. And also in game 2, you got the MVP and have engaged so many gorgeous team fights, and I think one of the most important ones should be the one around 21 minutes in the dragon pit, and this help you guys to enlarge your advantage. So could we know more about that scene? 那其实你的第2局的牛头也是发挥亮眼，拿到 MVP 嘛，也开了很多波的好团，然后特别重要的一场团战可能是21分钟左右，然后围绕着下路的一个小龙那一波的团战，你是非常好的一个先手，所以想问一下，当时是发生了什么呢？
因为当时是先打了维克多一个闪现嘛，然后我当时那边少了视野，然后对面也在小龙给我们准备接团，然后对面的战场有点分割嘛，所以说我那位置少了这种眉眼，然后就有机会，给了个机会吧。
At that time, on the opponent's mid laners, we got his flash, and I used my vision. I have noticed the opponent team they try to make the engagement at that time as well, and because the position for the opponent team they're quite messy, so and very separated, so I can punish their mistakes and have a very good team fight. And my last question is: in the next week, you are going to face against LNG and Edward Gaming, and continuously. So could we know, is there any special preparations RNG will have because the schedule is quite tight for you guys? 那在下一周呢，你们也是要连续面对 LNG 和 EDG 嘛？那对于你们来讲，赛程其实也是蛮紧的，所以会做哪些特殊的准备吗？
就还是加强训练嘛，然后因为两个队尾都蛮强的嘛，所以说希望保持该有的状态，然后去迎战他们。
We will basically do more practices, and also the opponent's team they're quite strong. So I hope we can have a very good momentum to win the following matchups as well. And congratulations again, and 再次的恭喜你们 and see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Another great moment to see Ming happy with that victory. And obviously not going to tell us the preparation that's going to go into next week. I feel like they probably hold those cards pretty close to the chest, especially for that series against EDG. Not surprised to see that one. But I am surprised to see this absolute domination of FPX and really clean gameplay as well from RNG. Well, I'm not surprised to see clean gameplay, but surprised at how one-sided it got towards the late stages of each of these games, but impressed once again by RNG.
Yeah, very much impressed by RNG and delighted to see them kind of continue in the fashion that they started off the year with. So I'm excited to see as we go forward what they can continue with.
We'll have to wait and see as the weeks continue, but we're getting towards the end of week number 6. It amazes me to say already. Let's take a look at the results from the end of today as we round things out. This has been one of our super weekends as we had 3 games today. We started off with LGD and Rogue Warriors having an absolute party to start the day off. 2-1 to LGD in the end, and it was a whole lot of fun to watch. I'd recommend going and checking out the highlights if you want a bit of a giggle for yourself. With Top Esports managing to absolutely crush E-Star in our second series, then RNG and FPX in an intense macro matchup to round us out.
Yeah, and look, I think the expected win for Top Esports, as you said, but certainly FPX and RNG is a sight to behold, and I cannot wait to see as we get into playoffs, as we start to go forward, as more of these teams battle it out.
RNG and EDG now tied in first place. Kind of insane, but certainly a pretty fantastic feeling for RNG fans out there right now, because they're going to be on the same win-loss record as well. RNG now 17-5, whereas EDG are 16-4. So the game difference positive 12 for both of these teams. They will be playing this week. Do not miss that game. I don't know exactly which day it's going to be on, but you have to watch RNG versus EDG. That series could well decide who finishes.
That'll be on
first
Saturday.
Place.
The last game on Saturday.
Last game on Saturday. Keep your eyes peeled, boys and girls. Here's what's coming up tomorrow, though. We have V5 versus LNG to kick us off first thing in the morning, or in the very late evening if you're over in America. Then we'll go into R8 versus OMG, and we round things out with Suning versus IG, which at the end of 2020 would have been an absolute banger series. The question remains, though, have Suning pulled themselves together just yet?
A lot to be figured out in that game, especially, if IG, after just coming off the back of beating EDG, can keep that ball rolling for themselves. That's going to be the one for me to keep our eyes on. And unfortunately for Suning, hasn't been the best of splits for them, and that seems like another game that they're going to struggle in.
We'll have to wait and see. Tomorrow will let us know, but those are the matches coming your way. And It's heating up here in the LPL, and what I thought I knew a couple of weeks ago is no longer true about the different squads at the top of the table. There's plenty more coming your way over the next few weeks, but that is going to round us out for today. I've been joined by Dagda, so thanks for joining me as always, mate, and thank you, obviously, to all the production crew for making this show tick over. But with that, we're going to close out the show, so thank you, everyone at home, for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Generation Y, let's stick together, make a change, we can take back the sky. Demand change from the powers cause it's necessary. Smoke and mirrors can't divide us, had enough